All right, we are back at it. This is part two. It says part one on my screen. It still hasn't ended from the previous description, but it looks like LinkedIn cancels your live after a certain period of time, and then Facebook canceled my live after 8 hours. So it looks like 8 hours is the cutoff. It was still going on YouTube, so I decided to shut down the stream and then relaunch a second one. So this is part two of that. So we've got 8 hours done. And so we're going to keep hammering away. So what I'm actually going to be doing for this next portion is I'm going to be building our software. So we have a repair maintenance shop software that we are working on developing, and I'm going to show you what that looks like in real time. So I'm going to be developing software today. And give me a second and I will share my screen and I'll show you what that looks like. So I am going to have to, I'm going to do a hybrid. Let's see, at some point I may need to move this out of the way, but let me get set up as far as this, get this going. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and share my screen and let's dive into building software. Oh, I want to make sure that this stream is the same as what I've been handing out before. Let me just double check that real quick. Okay, cool. Yeah, if anyone wants to hop on, I invited a bunch of Owners Club members to come on all throughout the day. So whenever they can come in and hop on. So let's go ahead and I'll share with you the software that I'm building. And that's what I'm going to be spending probably, honestly, the rest of my day building. So if that is of no interest to you, feel free to skip on this, but I am going to be cranking this out all day long. So this is our maintenance software that we're building. And we're going to be building this in a way that really no software on the market has the ability to deliver some of the features that we're providing. And we are basing our value proposition around a maintenance program. So we're going to have a monthly membership to where fleets that want to have maintenance done by our shop, they will be enrolled in a discount program. And what that looks like, there's going to be an hourly discount to their labor, and it's going to be enrolled on a per vehicle basis. So if you have a company that, let's say, has a bunch of equipment, you could enroll that equipment in, and again, the software right now looks not great because I'm in the middle of developing it. So that's why. You can enroll in that membership program and get that tiered discount applied to that unit. So every time you bring that unit into our shop, you're going to get that labor discount and parts discount or whatever we end up offering on that particular unit. So if that unit is enrolled in the membership program, then they'll get the discount. If they're not, then they're not going to get that discount. So there is no software that can handle that. That would be a very manual process in which you would be creating that. So what I'm doing right now is I'm building out the repair order screen. We're in the very early infancy stage of the software. So I'm building out the repair order screen. Essentially, you're going to be putting in, let's say you have an issue. I'm just going to take this back. And let's say there's an engine noise, right? Pretty broad category. You're going to add that, and then that's going to be split between labor and parts, and then you can add a technician in here, and then some of the UI fields need to be stretched out and condensed, but I'm not worried about that right now. The screen I was using yesterday was a lot bigger screen, so it was I didn't realize that it was having this issue, but now that I can see it on this screen, we need to adjust that, but I'm not too worried on the aesthetics at the moment. I just want to get it functional first. So we can go ahead and put in the hours, but when we put in a labor description, we want to automatically pull in this customer's labor rates onto our repair order. So this customer may have special labor rates, right? We don't know what that is. We need to build that out. So if I go into the customer profile, I want to be able to add or pull from those labor rates, and that is going to be built in here. So then we're also going to need some sort of actually, let me stop sharing for a second and let me go and change some information here. So what we've done is we've created this linkage between our own trucking software and why am I still sharing my screen? I thought I stopped sharing. Hold on one second. Actually, see that we got a guest here. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, nothing. How are you doing?
Hear me? How are you?
Good.
We have Monique in the house.
How do you see people like chatting and stuff, or do you not?
No one's chatting right now, but it shows up in StreamYard in the comments. I don't know if it shows up for you, but it shows up for me.
Cool.
So I have it linked to my Facebook, YouTube, and LinkedIn.
Whoa.
So tell me about, I'm interested. You have a few businesses, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you grow those businesses from a sales perspective? Because I was working on creating newsletters and trying to funnel traffic to that newsletter and give them value. So that way, you know, I'm capturing emails, right? That's the goal, capture emails. And then eventually at some point in time, I would be pitching them on some sort of offer or service, right? So what are you doing to grow some of your businesses? Is it just word of mouth or what are you doing?
What type of business are we talking about?
So this is a diesel repair mechanic shop.
Mm-hmm.
So we are, our core client is would be other trucking companies that want their fleets maintained. So we'd be working on their trucks and trailers. And so it would be, a large part of it would be other trucking companies. Then there's other like odds and ends, like construction companies, that like any company that has like big equipment that needs maintenance work on.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be construction companies, you know, dump trucks. We don't do a ton of those, but we've done some.
Yeah.
Any type of transportation or a company that has some sort of transportation component to it with a certain number of volume. We're not, our target client is not like your owner operator, like one person solopreneur type of client. It's more of like companies that are a little bit larger that have, you know, a fleet, you know, at least 10 vehicles probably.
How much money?
So I know your business is different than that, but what are you doing to like drive traffic?
So, okay. I have two businesses outside of real estate. One is a software company where we're B2C. So we go find other companies to purchase our product. And we're a SaaS company, but we typically are charging around $20,000 entry. And then we have a subscription fee on that. So with that, we have salespeople, which we're utilizing AI to like scrape all of the data that we can from sites that I will not name on here, and because they'll kick you off of their sites if you scrape their data. But we do that, and then we have a pretty big like advertising budget, so we do a lot of ads for my raw dog food company, we're direct to consumer and all we do is run ads. Yes, we rely on word of mouth. That's awesome. But I mean, in order for people to know who you are, they need to see you. So we just run a ton of ads. And right now we're on um, Meta. So we're on Instagram, Facebook, and we also are just starting TikTok ads, which is really interesting.
Okay. And I assume you have to have an account for all that. Like your business has a page for all of those.
Yeah. So we have like a Facebook page set up. For TikTok, you actually don't need a page if you don't want one. I'd recommend it though, because you also want to have some content. So if someone wants to do research on you on said platform, they have the opportunity to do so. But yeah, and with the software company, when we first started, we were more so, we didn't even do advertising. We just were hiring salespeople. Salespeople would do cold outreach to some of these places. And then that's how we'd contact, create relationships. And then we scaled. And then, it was just a snowball effect. And then we had money to throw at marketing.
So when you're creating these ads, are they just a landing page, or like where does it take you? Is it content? Like is it a video clip, or is it just image and text?
So for software, our main goal is to get them to schedule a call. So it depends on what you want them to do. We had a little bit of friction. So it's not, someone that's not qualified, it'll automatically disqualify them from like a flow. They do go to a landing page, answer a few questions, and then someone immediately calls them. Like we want to be fast. And we have someone there that's willing to just kind of sit, and then all of the PPC leads that we get, they're like consistently on top of, which we're focusing on implementing some AI in there now for setting up calls and whatnot. And then for our raw dog food company, it's more so along the lines of what's the quickest way that we can get their money. So if you're buying a product, our average sale is like $250. So we're not doing a whole landing page where, did that surprise you? Is that a lot of money?
That is for food. I would think so I probably spend, I think a bag of cat food is probably like $45.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that's like, that'll last me like a month, right? And so like when I'm buying cat food, that's all I'm buying. It's like I'm not buying like crazy stuff. I mean, it's just cat food. It's pretty straightforward.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm curious. I don't actually know. I should, but I don't. No, our average order, it might even be higher. So like we're a premium brand, right? Like our thing is basically, if you love your dog, you're going to feed them better food. Like we equate kibble to feeding your dog McDonald's every day, right? So if you want to feed your dog steak and you have the money to feed your dog steak, we want to work with you. We do have, what's our cat food? Our cat food is cheaper than dog food. And it also depends on how many dogs you have. Our largest order was $2,500. That blew my mind. She had like 4 or 5 dogs though. So no, our cat food is $67. And it'll last one cat a month. So only a little bit more expensive probably than what you're feeding your cat, but it is raw food. So it's chicken meat, chicken bone, chicken heart, chicken liver, chicken gizzards.
And is that like, so we're not talking like dried food, right? It's like literally raw, right? Raw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Raw meat. Like if a cat was in the wild, they'd go after like birds, or, maybe they would eat chicken, or, pieces of dead animal, like scavenge a little bit. Rabbit would also be something that they could eat. So it's species appropriate diet if they weren't domesticated. Same with dogs. Dogs would go after rabbits, or they might scavenge beef or turkey. So we have a ton of dog food. We have turkey, pork, chicken, salmon, egg. We have like cow intestine, which is tripe, and dogs love it. So yeah, who'd have thunk? And now I'm curious to know what our
Wow.
average order value is for this month. But yeah,
Do you ever cross that? Like, probably not. I don't know if there's a good segue of like, thank you for your order. Now, do you want to buy some invest in real estate? Like, because it's the same demographic, right? Of income bracket that you're targeting. Like, these are people like that have money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've never thought about that. I don't know if I would do that. I kind of like keeping my businesses separate just in case. You know, you never know what's gonna happen. Like I was telling you, right? I got a 5-page letter from one of my tenants that was like, you know, this Monique person also has a software company located in Florida, which isn't correct, and has, you know, different last names and, you know, wants to be a Instagram influencer or whatever. So I just keep all my stuff separate. That was hysterical.
Well, that's funny.
Okay, our average order value is, I'm trying to run all, for the past 12 months, it's $220.76. So,
Wow.
yeah.
That's a lot.
Is that a lot? I feel like it's not. I want to get that up a little.
What are they buying?
Okay, so
It's literally just dog food, right? Like that's really what they're buying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So if we ship, we'll only ship 20 pounds or more. So a case of 20 pounds of dog food, which depending on the type of dog you have, the size of dog you have, could last, I don't know, 2 months to 2 weeks. Kind of just depends on the dog. So I have 2 dogs, and we probably go through 100 to 150 pounds a month, which is a lot.
Wow.
But they're also 60 pounds. So if you wanted to order a 20-pound case, it's $115. And then we have, when someone goes to check out, before they check out, we're like, wait, we'll give you a discount on X, Y, and Z as an upsell. So then, you know, we increase that. But yeah, for our shipping customers, our minimum that will ship is 20 pounds, because we don't want to send like a 2-pound roll and then have that roll thaw and be all gross for someone's like experience. We want it to be cold food that isn't gross until you open it to feed it to
How do
your
you
dog.
package it? Is it in like dry ice or something?
So it depends on where it's going. If it's was like the Midwest region, so basically like Minnesota to Pennsylvania down to Kentucky, we won't use dry ice, and like out to Kansas because it's close enough. If it's going to like California, we'll put dry ice in there, and it's shipped in a styrofoam cooler. So it's
I
insulated.
gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So it
And
depends on
so,
what the budget is that you have.
yeah. Oh shoot. I didn't even realize my computer's about to die. I gotta fix that. Be right back. Shouldn't take too long. I just got to plug in my charger
Oh, yeah.
outlet over there. So do you have like a marketing team or something that tracks like all these ads? Like, do you constantly tweak them, or what do you do?
Yeah. So we tweak ads a lot. We're probably running 40 to 50 variations per entity. And then you don't actually have to tweak the content. Like, so for example, so for our raw dog food company, we have a UGC. Someone's like, we sent free dog food to them. They do a little ad for us. We're not tweaking that video, but we are tweaking the verbiage in the ad, the headline, and things like that. We tweak pretty often, and then we keep our top performers and rotate those with different like words. And we also do that for software as well.
Gotcha. Nice.
Yeah.
And you're not doing any of that on the are you doing that on the real estate side, like direct to seller, or no? Because you're mainly direct to agent, right?
Yeah, we're direct to agent. Not saying that direct to seller wouldn't be good, but we also buy rent ready property. So I don't really want to deal with having to wholesale a ton of stuff or have a ton of leads that I don't work. Now, I could do that, but I mean, you buy a house. Like right now I have a house in Indianapolis. I'm under contract on, and there's like $25,000 worth of work. There's a tenant in the property already, and they're only paying like $1,000 a month. And this was on market and rent ready. So I can't imagine what an off market rent ready property would be, because scary.
Wow. Yeah. No, I've seen a lot of those, unfortunately.
Yeah, which I'm dropping that deal because it's just not even worth it. I don't want to have to do $20,000 worth of repairs to buy a house that's like meh.
Yeah.
Do you want it?
Well, you're not really selling me on it. No, I think I'm right there with you. Like, I wouldn't want to do, like, it just seems like a headache, right? I got enough of those headaches.
Yeah. If anyone watching this wants a Morby deal, I'll give it to you for free. Inspection's free. It's already done. And a sewer scope. Those are expensive.
No. Well, what else you got going on?
Nothing. Well, I have a lot of deals under contract this month. Like over 300 doors. So I'm just like, I have too much going on. So I'm just working a lot. What about you? What do you got going on? You have any deals?
No, right now I'm going live for 32 hours.
Yeah.
I'm getting caught up. I got so much stuff I got going on, so I'm getting caught up on business stuff. Getting caught up on accounting. So there's stuff that I need to file taxes for last year. We did an extension, but I need to go and do K1s and stuff like that. I have some cost segregation studies I need to do. I mean, I'm in a period where I'm just trying to like stabilize things, get caught up before I start, growing and doing more.
Yeah, for sure.
Then we got the Orbit program, obviously. Mm-hmm. Then you got workshop coming up. So like all of that stuff, I'm kind of just laying down the foundation for all that. And then once it's done, I mean, that's going to be plug and play, copy and paste. Like a lot of it's going to be rinse and repeat kind of stuff, but it takes a lot of work on the front end to get all that up and running.
When are you doing a workshop?
September 20th through the 22nd. Okay. So I'm overlapping on a Monday, because on a Monday I want to end with calling calling agents, title companies, lenders, so that way people can kind of see what that interaction looks like
Hmm.
as far as
Smart.
like calling, negotiating, and doing all that stuff. So all of the Saturday and Sunday will be the theory and case studies and stuff like that, and then on Monday we'll wrap up with like real actionable stuff and send out leads on Saturday, Sunday, and wait for responses, and then kind of start tackling those on that last day, so people can kind of see the full scope, all the education, and then put it into action.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yep, that's the game plan. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably be working on that later tonight.
Mhm.
As far as like the agenda, maybe stuff like that. But I do have a lot of accounting to catch up on. A lot.
That sucks.
So I probably won't be doing that till like 9 o'clock tonight is when I'll probably get started.
Yeah. So you're just not sleeping.
No, I'm not sleeping. I think I'll be finished. Let's see. I started around 4:15, I think, this morning. No, may have been 4:15, 4:30 this morning, something like that. So I don't know where that puts me. That would be 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 10:30, 30, 12, around 12:30 tomorrow afternoon is when I'll finish. Around that time. And hopefully I'll be. What's that?
Where's your meetup today?
Right here.
Really?
Yep. I'm already set up, so we'll continue streaming for the meetup, and then yeah, so that'll be like 2 hours. I'm gonna let people decide what they want to do. I'm either gonna do a live breakdown of a deal that I did, or I'm going to be calling agents on like actual deals that are happening right now, like real leads that I haven't gotten to yet. So I'll just kind of like pull the audience and see what direction they want me to go. If they want me to spend time doing that, or like doing real live deals. The case study, they'll get to see kind of a little bit of start to finish. If I go the other route, it's going to be more heavy on the acquisition side. So we'll see what people want to do.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Maybe I'll do both. I don't know. It just depends. I'm sure people want to like actually spend some time networking though. So
yeah,
but we'll just see how the direction goes.
Did people say they're coming?
It is. People say they come in, and you never know who shows up. There's always like a, I don't know, 20-30% participation rate versus who signs up. And Pace was talking about that the other day, where they had like 80 people in the PML mastermind registered, and only like 13 people showed up.
Yeah,
and that's Pace.
That's crazy.
Which is wild. But especially when you have an event that's free, that's what you get is free, right? You get people that don't see the value in it because it's free and they cancel. But if people pay for something, they place more value and emphasis on making it in a priority to show up.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely resonate with that. Giving away things for free. It's an interesting game.
But that's about all I'm up to. Just gonna be hammering away at doing software stuff. Actually, before you jumped on, I was about to start doing some development stuff.
Ooh, with
Nothing.
That app.
Yep.
Cool.
I'm just gonna be plugging away, building our software, and because there's nothing out there that can do what we want it to do, and there's actually not a lot of competition in the software market for maintenance software. There's a lot of competition for trucking software, trucking and like brokerage, logistics. There's a lot of VC venture capital money that poured into the industry. I want to say probably like 6-7 years ago. People just started dumping money into it, and they thought that freight tech was like the future, and it was really archaic, and people put so much, and the market just got so competitive it doesn't exist on the maintenance software side. I mean, there's only like 3 softwares out there and they all suck. Everyone hates all of them, but like everyone just uses the same 3. And so I'm building it commercially, but the main core focus is for our company. So if we can take it commercial, that's great. But if not, we at the very least are going to be using it for our core products.
That's awesome.
So, yeah.
So what type of marketing are you looking to do? Like, what's a fun situation, I guess? Because that'll.
What's the what?
The funds situation.
What do you mean?
Like, do you have, $20,000 in an account ready to just use on a salesperson in marketing, or is it like we have less than
we could
that?
I mean, I don't think I would want to just sit there and just like, that wouldn't be step one, right? We would definitely invest in something that's like repeatable and that works, not something that's like, because every time we've done marketing, it's always been just like, oh, well, it takes 6 months for it to, to start to get enough data to understand, what you're spending. And it's like, okay, well, I just spent $20,000 and I've gotten 0 in return. Like that's not a good ROI ratio, right? So I don't think anyone has $20,000 to just piss away and not get any return, right? But if there's a return, then obviously it makes sense if you got a repeatable, scalable process to invest in, and you can say, oh, when I spend $10,000, I get $20,000 back or whatever, right?
So it's
what's that?
Reaching out to you. It'd be companies that are reaching out to you for maintenance.
Local, yeah. Our target is local Indianapolis because it doesn't make sense otherwise. We're a physical brick and mortar location, and people. I mean, if you think about it, you're driving a truck and a trailer, or maybe just a truck to a shop. Like, the fuel cost is not cheap, right? So you don't want to take your truck to drive an hour to a shop. Like, you're just it's just money, right? You're just throwing money out the window at that point. Not only the driver's time, but then also the fuel itself, right? And then just the maintenance, wear and tear on the trucks. So you want to have some sort of close proximity. So like our demographic is really focusing on Indianapolis area and those fleets in that area.
Yeah, definitely. Are you on Google yet?
Yeah, we're on Google. I mean, we're working on so I just put a YouTube channel together. So I got, I'm not sharing my screen. I thought I was. So we just started a YouTube channel. So we're starting to post like content, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And then so we're doing a tour, or this is the second repair vehicle that we just got. So we're starting to do like mobile repairs at like different facilities. So we have customers that can't afford downtime. Like if their truck is down, it's costing them a lot of money. So we work around their schedule. And we'll drive out to their location and then do repairs on site. And then that way it keeps their fleet running so they don't have to like bring a truck here, drive an hour, like kind of what I was mentioning earlier. Mm-hmm. So we're starting to do that and just get our name out there. And then, I mean, that's the plan is I'm going to start pumping out just a lot more content. Took appears to be a 2-month break on this kind of content because I was working on a forecast for the bank that was taking me a lot of time, so it kind of ate up my whole time. So I just finished that up yesterday or the day before. So now I'm ready to start hitting content again and start kind of like focus on growing the shop. So we have like a mobile repair shop, and then we're building we're having a meet the shop event. So we're gonna have that and invite a bunch of different companies to come and check out our shop. And then so I have a video that kind of walks through our shop and all that kind of stuff. So that's what we're doing. And we're going to start driving traffic to that event, start getting them in here. I'll try to find some way to do content around that. as far as like, tag us, take a picture here, something like that to get some more volume. And then, again, driving traffic to newsletter, all that kind of stuff.
Mhm. Wait, I actually love that. I think that you're in a good market for that too, because there are so many trucks and honestly, even like independently owned, um, like I don't know what you call that, family trucking. I don't know, in
Yeah,
and
like
around.
owner operators. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would definitely say get on Google and you should run some like Google ads, like SEO ads, like get to the top of that and just own the marketing in Indy. Because the cool thing about when you market super small and you have such a niche, so like we basically are all of Wisconsin, but you can actually get ads that are really cheap. Um, and you can like dominate in your small geographic area.
Yeah.
Sorry, I meant like Google reviews.
Oh, you're
Like,
talking. Well, I was just saying, like, okay, what happens if I type in, maintenance shop Indianapolis? Obviously, we're not gonna come up because we're not putting any money into it, right?
yeah.
But if I look at our shop, I mean, we have 23 reviews. That's decent.
Hold on, I'm gonna leave you one too.
And we can definitely drive that number up.
Did you buy this?
No, it's one of our companies. I mean, we started this. When did we start this? 2016, I think, something like that. So we've had this for a while.
Yeah, you gotta get some more traffic there. So let me see. If I type in, what would someone type in? Like,
That's what I would think they would be typing in maintenance shop near me or um, maintenance shop Indianapolis, something like that. And these people aren't even advertising. This is just is it indexing based upon like the number of reviews? Is that kind of what you were saying?
so it's based on the number of reviews. It's also based on ads. So like when I'm doing this on my phone, the first one that comes up for me is I-69 truck and trailer repair, and they're running an ad for it on Google, which I would run Google ads because if someone's truck breaks down, they're going to search and find who they're going to go to. So it looks like also Edwards Transmissions and Auto Systems in Southport, which they only have three stars, um, with 85 reviews. Let me see what your
See, diesel repair shop. That's probably a better. That's probably what they would search more. Diesel repair shop.
So do you have auto engine oil change, body repair, brakes? I typed in truck maintenance, Indianapolis.
I mean, we obviously show up pretty well when you type in our name, but
Hmm.
um,
Have you also, is it so competitive that you can't reach out to other vendors and offer your services to them when they're backed up?
mm, yeah, I think it's competitive, not competitive in the sense of volume, competitive in the sense of like, I'm not giving you my customer.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah, I definitely say, I mean, that's where it's very far, very different from real estate, where it's like anti-collaboration. It's like, I'm not
Yeah.
giving you any secrets.
So I'm gonna send this to you.
Yeah, we need to be driving reviews. Let's see.
Because you also are a truck repair shop. That's how you come up. So I'm actually diving into marketing pretty heavy because I'm like, you know what? I feel like I need to just know more about marketing
Yeah.
and how to market. And that's the one thing I want to work on this year. Um,
I never
oh,
really took I never really took the Google reviews very serious, to be honest. I always just I knew it was important as far as like, hey, we just need to have some good optics on there. But to me, 23 reviews is like, that seems good enough. I mean, obviously, we could drive that rating up, would be helpful. Um, but I'm looking at this, it seems like we really want a high volume of reviews.
you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. Um, and
Okay. I didn't know that I should mention that. Okay.
yeah, I guess maybe I should let me change my review real fast for you. Um, yeah, I would start driving. Like if this is not a new company and you have like customers coming in, I would incentivize them to write reviews. Um,
Yeah. No, this is definitely not a new company. We got a pretty good book of service, book of customers. It's just one that hasn't really been, it's one that I personally haven't paid much attention to. And so I'm
yeah.
getting plugged in and driving value to it.
So if you do this plus run ads on Google, when someone types in like truck repair or diesel mechanic, you should be advertising for that demographic. So like, sure, if someone drives a truck and they're in Indianapolis, could you target them on Facebook? Yes, but the odds of them needing a repair right then and there, it's probably not high. Now, of course, you want to get in front of them as many times as possible, but to your point, you don't just want to throw money and not have any return from that. And I feel like
Yeah.
Google can really help you there. So what we did a local campaign for us. And we also, another thing, this is a side note. Um, the more times someone like clicks on the directions and drives towards your location and the map stops there, that will also increase you on Google. Um,
Interesting.
I'm gonna give you the name of this guy. So he didn't, I mean, he kind of helped with us, but not really because we're in a pretty large area, but he can drive traffic really well. And at the time, I was like, well, I don't have a need for only driving traffic. I mean, I live in the country, so within X amount of miles, that just didn't make sense for me. But I'll give you his number because if you're in I mean, there are so many people in Indianapolis. Um, I feel like that could be a better fit for you. So I'll send that to you so you have his info.
Okay. Yeah, we don't necessarily we don't really want to target people that are broken down. Like we really don't want those customers because those customers are like very transactional. They're like, I have a problem, I need it fixed right now. I don't care. It just needs to be fixed. We're
Mhm.
looking for the fleets in Indianapolis because the way trucking, I mean, if you think about your car, right? There's a saying, I guess it's more prevalent in the actual transportation trucking versus someone's car, but it's you can either schedule maintenance or maintenance can schedule you, right? So if you go a long period of time driving without an oil change or without anything done to your car, something's gonna happen.
Yeah.
And people driving cars don't really put a ton of miles, but if you think about it, a truck is could easily put 400 miles in a day, like per day. Like so the volume is very high because that's how we make money.
Mhm.
And so maintenance is like a significant expense. Like maintenance for your car is probably insignificant. Like maybe it comes up once a year or whatever.
Mhm.
Maintenance for us or for a trucking company, it's like a daily thing. Like it has to be every time the vehicle's in, it needs to be looked at. Before you get in the vehicle, it needs to be checked. When you leave, it needs to be checked. Not necessarily by a mechanic, but at least from a driver. And then like constantly, every time it's in, like once a week, we need to be looking at it, making sure everything looks good. We need to be fixing anything that's broken because the last thing you want to do is have your truck broke down on the side of the road, 12 hours in BFE,
Mhm.
and now you're spending $8,000 to tow it back to a shop that is going to just ream you for a 400% markup, right?
Yeah.
We've actually towed a truck from Kansas all the way back to our shop because it was cheaper than having some random shop in Kansas do the work. That's
Is that
pretty sad.
is that how you're currently making all of your money? You have fleets that come in and do maintenance?
Yeah, all of our I mean, will we have a breakdown every now and then? Very, very rarely. I mean, it's all like dedicated larger customers where they're coming in and bringing their fleet of equipment, or we're going to them, right? So one thing that's really been hot for us, which is what we're going to start scaling in, is this. Let me turn the volume down. But essentially, these are mobile repair. Why not? I'm not even sharing.
Nope.
It keeps taking my stream off. um, we're doing. We have these mobile repair vehicles
Mhm.
essentially. And so now we're dispatching these to our customers on site, and then we have all of our equipment in here to basically do any repair that we need.
Mhm.
And so we're working on scaling that. So we have 3 now that we're basically sending out to customer sites and like getting repairs done and stuff on site. And that's not a, this is probably if we were going to have breakdowns, this would be what we would use for breakdowns. The majority of what this is being used for is sending it to customers like their site and doing repairs on site. Because we have customers that are like, yeah, we would love to use you, but we can't get our equipment in over to your shop because it's too big of a hassle. It's too long of a drive. Logistically, it doesn't work because our equipment is only in the yard for 5 hours a night and we can't get it to you during normal business hours. So we send people to work on their equipment during non-business hours and they're driving on site. Otherwise, they can't do the maintenance because every hour that truck is not on the road, it's losing money or
Mhm.
not making money.
So,
If
is
that makes sense.
ITS that makes sense. Is ITS Logistics a trucking company?
I think that might be like a brokerage. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's like a freight brokerage. They
'Cause it
might
says
have trucks. I don't
fleet
know.
size is 18. I'm just looking, like, trying to see. So then if that's the case, why not just, like, schmooze? Because I don't know, are these are these like $1 million companies? I'm assuming, yeah. I keep thinking about, there's this one like trucking yard. It's huge. I forget the name of it. It's on the east side, um, almost by like Germantown, and they just have hundreds of trucks.
Yeah, there's a lot of trucks here in the area. There's definitely no shortage of, but a lot of the bigger trucking companies would have their um,
Like, own
they'll have their
maintenance.
own mechanics on staff, and so they
Yeah.
won't outsource any of the maintenance. But some of them, depending on the job, if it's a big job or they can't do it and all their staff knows how to do is like basic repairs, then they may send it to a shop like us.
Hmm.
Because we do, everything, not just like basic stuff. A lot of companies that hire mechanics, they're just like doing basic services.
Hmm. Interesting. I'm gonna noodle on that. So you do kind of have a cap size, right? Like, what's the average revenue of a company that you're working with? You don't want to go after a whale because they'll just have their own.
Yeah, I'd say probably somewhere in between 5 million and 50 million a year. I mean, that's kind of a wide range, but
Mhm.
I mean, even maybe 5 to 30 million. That's probably more appropriate
Okay.
in annual revenue, somewhere in that range.
Do you have a salesperson already for this company?
Correct. Yeah.
How's the salesperson doing?
Pretty good. I mean, he just started, so he does our sales for our trucking company. So he just started focusing on the shop, and we're not struggling by any means, but I'm trying to like crank this dude up, right? So there's nothing where it's like, oh, we're losing money and we're not, producing what we need to do. Like we're doing fine,
Yeah.
but I'm trying to like add jet fuel to this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
right now he's focused on that heavily.
yeah. I don't know. It's like exciting. It's a
Yeah,
real.
and then the software for us, the software is going to be huge. That's going to be a big marketing piece for us to deliver that and have like customer portals, and like I'll be able to create a lot more content around that and kind of show value. And we have a trucking company, so we know what a trucking company looks for in a maintenance provider. So we can easily create that value proposition for what trucking companies want to see because we are one, right?
Yeah.
So it makes sense. And so we'll produce software that is customer facing, because a lot of softwares are not customer facing. That's like an afterthought. They'll create a customer portal that's like the crappiest looking thing.
Yeah.
And all the features is like the internal, ERP of whatever they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like 10 years later, they're like, oh, wait, our customer needs a portal. Let's just slap something together real quick.
Yeah.
We're building out like a legit customer portal that we can use, and we're going to use it for our own trucking company. And then that's kind of what we're doing. We're testing right now. So I've already linked our two softwares together, our trucking company software and our maintenance software. So that way they talk to each other, and we're sending like maintenance requests back and forth. And eventually we'd be able to tap into other trucking softwares and kind of provide that same type of look and feel. But for us, like there's no software that tracks like maintenance cost per unit that does any like meaningful job. I mean, every single person would be taking that data and putting it in an Excel and doing whatever, spend analysis they would look at that way.
I
So
love that.
that's on the roadmap.
Oh my gosh. Mamma mia. Okay. I have to go tell my team to stop bringing in new deals. So
Well, I appreciate you coming on, and you go have fun with your 7 bajillion deals in real estate.
yeah. Awesome. Thanks. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Appreciate
Bye.
it. See you. All right. Bye. All right, so let's jump on in to focusing. Oh, yeah, I needed to make some changes on this equipment. So before I share my screen, I want to go make some changes in our software, but I can't necessarily show that on the screen. So bear with me. All right, so it's 1:30 and we've been streaming for about 9 hours now. Ooh, it's asking me for a MFA, which I have no idea. Let's see if I can figure out this MFA thing. Oh. I feel like I did this earlier and it wasn't working. So let me scratch that plan. Give me 1 second. So we're going to go. Get logged in here. Change some of this information here so I'm not sharing too much. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and tap into this. So we're gonna go customers. Let me share my screen. All right, so I want to build out some labor rates. So I need to have, let's see, we need to have some default labor rates per customer, but then I also need to have default labor rates per vehicle. So that's how we're going to accomplish our goal of creating this membership tiered program where you're in the membership, you get a rate discount. If you're not in the membership, then you don't get a rate discount. So let's start at the customer level on rates. So we're going to go to dashboard here. I'm going to find the name of this. Let's see. This is customer profile. Nope. Okay, cool. So that's what this is right here. We're going to go down. Create units. And so this is like a visual programming language called Bubble. And this is what I use to develop software very, very quickly. It's like low code. You can inject code in it, but you can also do this without code at all. And it's called a visual programming language. For me, it speeds up development significantly versus like traditional code that's much more slower and archaic. So we usually do this to build out like our initial MVP product before we, go into like full production, if we even want to go that route, which for our use cases for this software, I don't even think we need to go that route. So if I look at, I'm trying to find repair status. The hardest part is finding where these elements are actually laid out. So let's see, there we go. This is going to take us there. Okay, cool. So we need to create a pop-up. I want to see if there's an existing pop-up that I can copy, which there is. Okay. So I'm going to copy. Paste. Cool. So now I have this pop-up. We're going to call this pop-up add customer rate. Add customer rate. I'm not sure why my screen keeps doing that, where it kind of pops the screen share off. Must be on like a timer or something. Okay, so we're going to add customer rate. And so if I look at this, for the labor rate, I want to have labor rate, parts rate. I could reuse this pop-up. I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm going to create two different pop-ups, one for labor rate and one for parts rate. That's just probably my preference. So add pop-up labor rate, customer labor rate. Okay, so then if we think about adding a customer labor rate, what are the elements that we need for that? So we want to have obviously the actual rate. And then we want to actually have, let's see. So I'm going to copy and paste this. Labor rate. This is a multi-line, so I'm going to change this. And this may look like really cool and easy to use, but I can assure you it took me like 3 years to learn how to program in this language. So it is very much a developmental programming language. Like this is not something you can just, I'm going to pick this up and I'm going to learn how to do development. Awesome. It took me a long time to learn this. So if we have labor rate here, that's where we're going to enter in the labor rate. And then we have, let's see, what are the other variables that we need? So we need the labor rate and we need a description. So I'm actually going to, let me see if I can replace that. We probably can. Yep. And I'll do the same thing here. Just make this 30. Description. Enter rate. We're going to put in a labor rate. That's a text. Okay. We don't really need a cancel button, so I'm just going to get rid of that. So we're going to have description. Okay, so we have labor rate here. And you want to make sure that you label all this stuff appropriately so that way you can find it. input labor rate description, input labor rate, okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, so we have, let me think about all the different types of features or use cases that we need for this component. So if I look at this, we have a labor rate we'll need a description and then an actual rate. I can see a different rate per category. So I'm going to change this. I could see this being a category. So I don't want that. So we're going to select labor category. So they're going to select a category. And we're going to map that to the category, which is the inspection category. We're going to make those options. So this needs to be its own data type. I'm thinking. First of all, my back is really hurting propped up against this thing. I'm going to shift this back a little bit. Holy cow. It is really going nuts out there in terms of weather. Looks like a little hurricane. Wow. It's really blowing out there. Okay, so I'm going to prop myself up and make myself a little more comfortable here. That's better. Okay. So we have labor rates per category. So we have a category. So whenever they select a category, there will be a default rate. I think that makes sense. And we're going to do like a one-to-one relationship. Okay, let's do that. So we have repair order, we have the description, and then we want to create it. So we haven't done anything yet. So we're going to actually create it. I don't even have the object for, oh, I do have an object. Okay, so I have something called rates, and I'm going to use this field. So when I go and create this object, I'm going to hit create a new thing. I'm going to hit create rates, add all the fields. Okay, so this data type is I'm going to say it's rates. And so add rates here. We got to send that information. Display data to customer labor rates. So that's the pop-up. And we want to send how should I do this? So it's a labor rate. When you click on it, I mean, that's what it should be. I'm going to set a state on here. That's the customer. And then so whenever someone clicks on that button, I got to figure out where's the customer information. Oh, customer profile. Okay, this is in the page URL. So we have the customer, get category. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Where's the customer information coming from? Group, customer profile. Okay. That's where I want to capture that information. Set state, pop up, labor rate, customer. Okay. So we're going to set that state. We're going to show this pop up. Nope. Okay, so now when I click on this, what's going to happen is we're going to see the pop-up. I'm going to hit labor rates, and then we're going to see the pop-up, which is right here. And then what we want to do is select a category. So we have the category here, which actually is not the right field that we want. This needs to be inspection. Inspection item. Do a search for, I picked the wrong data type. Inspection item. Template equals yes. Okay. And then I want the current options name. Okay, cool. Let's try that. So we got labor rates. We're going to add that. Okay, this is what I wanted. So here's what I'm trying to build. So if I go to repair orders, this is the name, engine noise, right? So when I click on, when I add this engine noise, and I add this item, I want this hourly rate to appear with a actual result. And right now it doesn't, right? So that's like step one. We want to connect that data. So that's why I want to go to the customer and I want the labor rates to appear and I want that engine noise. So if I go find that engine noise right here, I want that to now have a, I don't know what you want to call this. It could just be default rate. I don't even know if a description is really needed, honestly. I'll think about that, but let's just put 185 an hour. And then I haven't created the object yet, so that's not going to do anything but me doing that. So create new rates. So we have what I did earlier is I did a set state on the pop-up to send the customer information to that pop-up. So now I can access that information. Now I want to take the input. We're just like mapping fields at this point. So a user puts in information on this input called labor rate, and I want to map that input to the database field. And that's all we're doing. It seems really simple until you like start doing it, and then you're like, oh wait, how do you do any of this stuff? Primary rate. I don't know what that means. Rate name. We're going to call that the description. Current users, currently viewing company. We need a category on here. So I'm going to add another field in the database called inspection category. And that's going to be our main source of mapping. So we got an inspection category. I forgot what I named this. Labor category. Uh-oh, that's not working. What's going on here? Oh, that was an inspection item. I made a mistake here. So I got to delete this and create. I basically mapped it to the wrong field. So now I have to do that. Now it should work. Okay, cool. Okay, so we're going to save that. We're going to create that. But then we need a way to display that. So we come down here, and there's probably a group hidden here. I imagine there's probably a repeating group here. So, okay, search for rates. Let's just see what, I don't think it's going to work, but let's just see what happens. We're supposed to have a staff meeting in 10 minutes. Let me see if that's happening or not. Hey, are we still having that staff meeting at 2? Do you, I guess 2 options. We could either do it in the room I'm in, or if you're going to be talking about customer sensitive information, since I am live on Facebook and YouTube and LinkedIn, I could. I mean, that works, but if you want to just talk freely, then I'll just be on my phone and I'll just hold the phone and listen to you guys talk. I mean, it's up to you, however you want to do it. I don't care either way, to be honest. Okay, but I want to be on the call. So like you'll put me on speaker and I'll just be listening in. And then I won't broadcast my phone, but I'll be listening in. Yeah. Let's do that. And then I'll just be in here. So I'll plan on that in like less than 10 minutes. Okay, cool. All right, bye. All right, so we got a staff meeting in about 10 minutes. I'm not gonna play that. You'll hear my interactions. Maybe I'll give some brief synopsis on what's going on, but I'm not gonna there's just too much sensitive information. Okay. So I have not been filming enough content, actually. I will be right. Actually, let's finish this real quick. So that way I can get this up and running and at least don't lose my train of thought. So we got engine noise, default rate, 185. I'm going to create that. Okay, in a perfect world, something would appear on my screen. So once the pop-up is created, or once the object is created, we need to hide the pop-up because it just sits there. And then I need to reset it because I did send some information to that. So that needs to be hidden. And then I need to see if in the database it actually created those rates. Okay, so it did create the rate. So what that's telling me is that we have a UI issue on what's going on here in this repeating group. So the customer, we need to look to see what is the customer, or let's look at the database and see, was the customer attached? It looks like it was. So why is it coming up with no results? So let's inspect this a little bit. Let me see if there's any like weird conditions on this page as far as like why would it not be showing. Okay, this could be one reason why. Let me sure if this, yeah, we need to make this visible. And let's see if this shows up. Okay, so the table is visible now, but we don't see anything on here. I think this is actually blank. Okay, so we're gonna put, we need a group in here. So I'm just gonna throw one of these groups in here. I don't need all this stuff, obviously. So we just need, we need rates. I don't know what in the world's going on with this, but we need to get rid of this. I just copied and pasted another, like, so we just need to get rid of this. There's too much going on here. Repeating group labor rates. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so we need this text field. Okay, so 2 text fields. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so we got that staff meeting here in a few minutes, 4 minutes. And then so I have the hourly rate, and then I want the parent groups inspection item name. And I'm going to flip that around and let's see what that looks like. Okay, cool. Nothing on the page. Love it. Let's see what we may have broken. All right, so we're going to work our way up and figure out why is this not showing anything. That looks fine to me. Okay, so I see it physically here in the data. It's right there. So why is it not being displayed on the page? Interesting. We got to look for weird conditions that are hiding this table, potentially. Let me see if that was it. No, that doesn't look like it. We need to get rid of this user table here. Actually, we still need that. Never mind. That's visible. Okay, so we're about to start that call. I'm going to need to start film. I need to take some content because I haven't been doing any content as far as like filming. I need to. I'm planning on churning this into a YouTube episode of filming like 32 hours straight. So I need like content like all throughout the day, just little clips here and there. So once we start that staff meeting, I'm going to grab my camera, which is going to be, I would expect they call me in just here in a couple minutes. In the meantime, how do we get this on the page to display properly? Because we are not seeing that displaying on the page. So searching for rates. We know it's there. Inspection item. I know it's there. Let me make sure I'm looking at the right page. Let's change this real quick. Make sure, just double check. Okay, that is the right element. So let's get rid of that. Let's make sure this is the right element. So I should see that right here. Okay, that's right. All right, so why is this blank? It's got to be something really stupid. Let's get rid of that row. Minimum height 30. Let's do 40. I love how the fact that I have not been sharing on my screen. It keeps kicking me off here. So let me go back to share my screen. I'll have to keep an eye on that. All right, so let's see if that helps at all. Dang it. All right. So that didn't work. It's visible on the page. Search for rates. I'm going to take this stuff off for a second and see if it shows up. No. So it's not the search parameters. Man, at this point, I don't know what it is. Not sure why it keeps kicking my share off. It's weird. Okay. They have not called me yet. Okay. How do we get this on the page? That's our biggest problem at the moment. The only thing I can think of is that this is, I don't think that shouldn't affect anything. That should have no effect whatsoever. It's because we're searching for the rates here. Is there any privacy related issues? We don't have privacy set up on this yet. So that's not an issue. So repeating group, labor rates, search for labor rates. Literally, hold on, let's see. I'm literally just going to put in 1. See if this shows up on the page. Nothing shows up. So this is clearly not loading on the page. Let me add a second one. Radiator hose, default 150. That didn't help. So we're going to add repeating group labor rates. Let's change the name. I'm just going through and like trying to change the smallest little variables to troubleshoot on why this isn't being displayed to the page. Because I shouldn't be struggling with this part. So that did register the name change of that element. It is coming back with the result. There's got to be something going on with the sizing of this element that's making it not display. Minimum height. That has nothing to do with it. Okay, the only thing I can think of is we're just going to start over and create a whole new repeating group. Let's delete this, all of this. I don't even know. Let's just delete it all. So we got a new repeating group. Do a search for rates where the customer I forgot what that source of data was. We're gonna let's go back. I need to bring that back. Okay. All right. Now let's recreate it. What the heck? Are they not like calling me for the staff meeting? She said we were good to go. Lexi, yesterday. I said, do you need anything from me? Any documents? Welcome to my pay. Why is that? Like, what can you I don't know what that means. What is a double blind shipment? A couple $100. What is so we're changing RMIS? Yeah, I mean, kind of the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I mean, yeah, it makes sense from like a safety perspective, but I do know, I do know we've also had probably, I don't know, 5 or 6 of these types of upgrade type of conversations, and I feel like we've had more of these upgrade service subscriptions than upgrade our revenue conversations. So I, at some point, we need to be pushing. To Will's point, we need to be pushing that hard because we can't just keep upticking expenses and not upticking revenue, obviously. Yeah, I mean, all that stuff is great. I think we just collectively there needs to be a sense of urgency. It's I mean the market's tough, obviously, but I think we can improve on the sense of urgency. Yeah, no, um I just need to know like what exactly that looks like. The last time I got the welcome letter thing, it was just like here's just text about the company. Like I need what does that look like visually? Well, he's not a transportation guy. He needs to know like what are you trying to accomplish in that. But as far as like, yeah, I mean, that's like a hey, this is our company, but like, what are you trying to accomplish? Are you looking for a flyer? Are you looking for? Okay, well, let's figure that out like right now because that's all information I don't have. So let's just get into it if you want to. What what do we want? So do we want to put customer names? So what is? I don't really see all that fitting on like a one pager. Are you just looking for like a flyer like we did with the maintenance shop? Is that kind of what you're thinking? What did he say? I'm sorry, I didn't miss that. What lanes are we hot in? Okay. Yeah, that would be helpful of like, hey, we're dominating in this market. You know, we have a strong carrier network in A, B, and C. What are the types of freight that you want to list? Dry van, reefer, you said what box truck? Flatbed, LTL? I thought Rich was doing LTL, no? Okay. case you're wondering, I'm on a staff meeting right now, so I'm kind of doing some software development while I am listening to the staff meeting. So not the most entertaining stuff, but still cranking away. I should put myself on mute. There you go. So creating a line item. And so I created the ability to do labor repair rates. And now I'm trying to match those labor repair rates from the customer level to the individual order level. And so, I'm going to run into a problem because I have rates at the customer level, but I also need rates at the equipment level as well. So how am I going to do that? So right now, this is going to pull rates from the customer level. We're going to filter on the customer. We're going to figure out the labor rates. We're going to figure out that. Here's what we need to do. We need to figure it out on the asset level. So we need to do it at the asset level. And when we do it at the asset level, see if my headphones are charged. Okay. Got my headphones in now. Freed up my hand. Now we're going to start moving. So we need to do rates at the asset level. Okay, so how do we do that here? Are you guys saying anything? Oh, gotcha. Sorry. I disconnected from my headphones. I was like, why is no one saying anything? Yeah, probably. I don't think I'm going to make it up there today. So, yeah, you can, I don't know, is it in your way? Um, you you can, yeah. I mean, we'll just let Ben deal with it on Monday, I guess, or whenever he comes back. If it's bothering you, just take it out. Then it's not. It's yeah. Okay. Searching for the hourly rate. We're going to do the asset pair. first items. First hour. Search rates, first items. Asset. Okay, so we're going to search for the rate at the asset level, and if it doesn't show up there, let's see if we can do something slick here. Is empty. If it's empty, let's do this search. We do that search. And if it's not empty, okay, so we're searching for this rate at the asset level. And if it's empty, we're going to get rid of that search. Okay, so we're searching for the hourly rate at the customer level. If it's empty, oh wait, no, at the asset level. Yes, asset level. If it's empty, give me that at the customer level. If it's not, give me that at the asset level. Okay, I think that should work. And we're going to copy this. That was for labor. This is for parts. Why did that not work? We're going to switch this to parts. Okay, it looks like they dropped me from the staff meeting, so we are full steam ahead. Okay, so on this parts side, parts. Okay, so here, create an inspection item. Inspection item. Okay. Oh, this is the one that's broken. So this is the labor. Interesting. Why is this one broken? Oh, they're both broken. Maybe? That one looks like it's right. That's broken. No, they're both broken. Okay. Let's convert this to a number. That's probably the issue. Okay. So we converted that to a number. All right, so let's see if we can get this to work now. So our goal is to, let's go back and look at the customer level and see we got a labor rate for engine noise at 185. So when I go over here and pull this out and put in engine noise, I should see 185 pre-populate onto this order. Dang it. Okay. Actual, nope. Hourly rate. That's not hourly rate. Okay, so we want, this is billable hours. Bill hourly rate. Oh, that makes sense. So let's refresh the page and see if that populates. That was not the right field. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so if that works, I should go to radiator hoses, and that should be $150. If I go and add that to the order, yeah, 150. Okay, so that's part one. So now we have the labor rates coming in properly. Now we need to work on the parts rates. So let's go to, we have labor rates. Now we need to go to parts rates. It should not be that hard. So we're going to go, and then let's see, what time is it? 3 o'clock. So the meetup's in like 2.5 hours. Okay, we got time. All right. Again, I don't know why StreamYard keeps canceling my screen share every couple minutes. It is extremely annoying. Okay, so let's go back here. We're going to go to labor rates. Actually, we need to go back to the dashboard. Okay, cool. All right, we got labor rates. Now we need to find parts rates. Maybe it's here somewhere. No. Is there a condition on this? No. Okay, so there should be a separate section that says parts rates. So if I click on this, something should be, or maybe it doesn't exist. It's very possible it doesn't exist. Okay. So we're going to copy and paste this in there. Nope, not that. We're going to copy and we're going to paste parts rates. Parts rates. Oh, you know what? There is a group because when I flip over here, oh no, it's blank. Okay, cool. Yeah, this probably should be fine. We're going to change this repeating group. We're going to search for, oh, interesting. Okay, we need to filter just on parts here. And then we need to go back to this original group here and filter just on labor. Okay, so we got that. Let's check this out. Let's see if this is working. We got the labor rates. Now we have the parts. Okay, cool. That's working. We got that working. We're making progress. So we don't have anything. So when I click on this parts rates, Copy with workflows. Paste with workflows. I just want to reuse this. So we're setting the customer, we're showing the labor rate. That makes sense. Yeah, that should be pretty straightforward. Oh, how do I know? We need to go back and fix something. How would they know if this was labor or something else? Labor or parts? Okay, so when you click on the add rates, oh, it's because I'm reusing the pop-up, and I said I was going to create a second pop-up, so that makes sense. Add labor rates. I don't think we need to create a second pop-up. We can just reuse it, but I do need to make this change here to make sure it works properly. So that's labor. And then for here, we're going to add parts. So this set state is basically sending information to the page or to that element, wherever I'm telling it to, and I want it to be a certain thing. So when I click this, I want it to say labor. And when I click this, I want it to say parts. So if you watch what I'm going to do here, in that way, I don't have to create two different pop-ups. I'm just going to do this. So when I hit create new rates, I hard coded this in, but I don't want to do that. I want to have it dynamic. So that way, pop-up customer. Okay, I'm not sure why that pop-up's not showing up, but let's do this. Customer, labor or parts, and I'm just going to select that. So no matter which button I click, it's just going to take whatever was sent to the page, and I'm telling it what to be in the page by clicking those two different buttons, by either clicking the labor rate or the parts rate. So when I save it, it's going to do, basically what I want it to do. So we're going to see if that worked. Oh my gosh, really? All right. Why does StreamYard stop my screen share after a few minutes automatically? Browser crashes. Interesting. I don't know. It could be a Wi-Fi issue. I don't know. So, okay, so we've created the labor rate, and now I want a parts rate for the engine noise, which could be default. The labor rate. Wait, what am I doing? It shouldn't be labor rate. It should be a markup. It's labor markup, not an hourly rate, because we're not charging. Okay, now we got to rework this whole thing. Okay, parts, markup. We'll just say parts rate. Okay, so we got to restructure this. I don't even think we have that. So we're going to reuse the same object, but we're going to put markup percentage. It's going to be a number. So we're going to change this to markup percentage, formatted as a percent. We'll just keep this name. And so this might actually have to turn into a second pop-up, honestly. But let's take a look. This is saving a currency. I mean, I'm just going to be lazy and reuse the same. I don't know. I think this is just going to create too many headaches down the road. So I'm going to create a second pop-up. Let's just keep it straightforward. Customer part rates. Labor category, description, labor, parts, rate, percentage. Enter percentage. Markup percentage. Decimal. Is there a percent? Yeah, there is a percentage. Okay. Okay, so now we're gonna forget about that set state. We're gonna fix this. Let's go back to the pop-up for the labor. Actually, let's go back to this. Let's delete the set state on the labor parts. And then I got a lot of issues. I don't like to sit there and let those issues pile up, so I need to go back and start cleaning those up after I finish this last one. So I'm going to delete that set state because I don't need that anymore, so I don't want it lingering there to confuse me. It's just going to make things harder to debug later if I have an error. So I have this create workflow here. Oh. Is this on the... Oh, this is on the parts. So I need to delete that set state on here, there. And then I need to copy the workflow here. So this is just we're going back to hard coding this because there's two separate pop-ups. So I don't need a dynamic way of handling this. Okay, I'm going to hit copy with workflows. Pop up. And then I'm going to hit paste with workflows. Oh, they both have workflows now. Okay, let's take this top one. All right, we're going to delete this top one. And then we're just going to work off of this one, so that way we don't have to do as much work in creating a whole new workflow. So now I can just edit this. Now this is going to be hard-coded as parts. There goes my screen share again. It's annoying. Okay. Okay, so we have this. When it comes to parts, I don't need an hourly rate. but we do need the markup percentage. No, we need the, we're going to take that from this input here. Parts markup. And we're going to map that field to that database field. Okay, so that should create the hides a pop-up. So let's go ahead and create that. Let's see if this worked. Don't know why that's interesting. Okay, something didn't work. So we have this. This did not. Oh, I didn't. Okay, I know what I did. That was my fault. We're going to keep that. Actually, we're going to delete that. And we're going to show the, we're showing the wrong pop-up. Okay, so now we're going to go to parts rates. We're going to add that. Go back to the engine noise. I'm just going to say default 10%. Create that. Okay, that looks like something created, but this pop-up didn't hide. Not sure why. Oh, that makes sense. Parts. Okay, create new rate. This is good. This is good. And so we saw this get created. We're looking for parts. That's right. So why? Maybe it did show up. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, cool. The name didn't show up. That's weird. So let's look in the database and see how that field got saved. So when we created that, there was no hourly rate, but there was also no inspection item linked. So that's what broke it. So something in here, we didn't map the right inspection item. So let's go map the right inspection item. So, and again, this software, it's called Bubble. You can literally create any software you want. I actually use this for, I don't know if this is working. My thing expired. Okay, I got it back on this morning. This website here that I use for my website, this is built on Bubble. So I built this website on Bubble, and it's actually powered by a database behind it. If I use something like WordPress, WordPress is just like this really watered down version of a website. The only function of it is to just have text on the page. The thing about a WordPress site is the SEO is a lot better in terms of like indexing and on Google search results. So that is a plus of WordPress. But if you wanted like an actual software built behind this, like if you look here, I mean, I don't even think I have anything here, but you could log in and behind this, you could create a whole software. You can't do that with WordPress or some like whatever done for you, like AI website. Like you're not going to get an actual full database behind it and a whole like tech stack to build that. You get that here in Bubble. So, and it's pretty cheap. I mean, Bubble is like, depends on, you know, the most basic version of Bubble is like $35 a month. but you can get pretty crazy. Like some of the softwares we have is like a couple grand a month because it scales based on volume. So it just depends on what you have going on. But for us, if we're spending a couple grand a month, I mean, it's worth the cost based on our business of what we're running it for and what the cost would be to run a similar sized enterprise on another software, because we would pay a lot more because we actually built our own product. So if I go and look at this, input labor categories value, what was I doing here? So this is the inspection item, input part. Let me change part. Okay. Part category, create new rates. Yeah, I'm still linking this to the wrong pop-up part rate, the wrong pop-up. Man, I really did a number on this one. Input, I'm linking to the wrong inputs. Parts. It's all on the wrong pop-up. That's why it's not working. Parts category. So when you're copying and pasting different elements, you really need to make sure that you're changing all of those linkage fields. So let's see if that works. I honestly just want to delete this last one out of the database, so that way it's just gone. So let's start over. So we have our 2 parts rates. I'm going to add that. We should be good to go. I want to keep the same engine noise because I want to use that for testing. Default part rate. This says labor category. I need to change that. So, dang it. I was hoping, why didn't that not show up on the page? Okay, so something didn't work. So we got to keep testing. Keep testing until we get it to work. So it created it. The customer wasn't attached. To me, it looks like the main issue is the customer wasn't attached. So I'm going to delete that. Let's figure out why the customer wasn't attached. So when we click on this, I believe what we were doing in this specific pop-up parts category. Okay, so what we're doing here in this parts rate, we are clicking. So we're here, let's see, we're almost at an hour 11 of going live. So I feel like I'm holding pretty strong. I'm a third of the way there, basically. Okay, so let's go back to this. So pop up. I think I see what's going on. I'm setting this date on the wrong pop-up. Show customer parts. Okay, I think this should fix it. Let's go back and create this. Engine noise. Default part rate, 10%. Cool. All right, so now let's go here. I don't even know what the parts, so this is hourly rate. We don't want hourly rate down here on the parts side. So let's go and fix that. Hourly rate, we don't want that. We want markup. And this we want to be a percentage. We want this to be, okay, so we need to change that data type of this revenue line item. Markup percentage, and that needs to be a number. And we need to change that markup percentage. And anytime we make a change like this, if we're going to leave this as an input, we need to give the user the ability to actually make this change. I don't want to be doing that later and then wondering why is this not working when I update the number. So let's go ahead and do that for the hourly rate as well. So if a user was to go in and make a change to that input, and if you were like watching this, if you just think about the context of like how you could use this to develop, your own software for your own idea, it's all relative. I think that's for the hourly rate. Okay. And then we got screen share that ended again. So let me put that back on. Okay. So let's check this out. Okay, so we have the engine noise. And let's see what happens when I add this. We're creating a revenue line item. This is the labor part. So we're not searching for the hourly rate. We're searching for the markup percentage. So it's probably, it actually didn't break. That's cool. If it's empty, we're going to search for the markup percentage. And we're going to search for the markup percentage. I think that's the only change we need to make. Okay, let's see how that looks. Okay, that didn't work. See, I added, let's go back and look at this. We have the labor rate for engine noise. We have the markup for engine noise. So why did that not work for the engine noise? Not sure why that didn't work. Let's go back and check this out. All right, so we added this. Labor, parts, search for rates. We're looking for parts with that customer. So let's go check the database. We're looking for parts with that customer. So the customer's there. If the markup percentage, okay, parts, the inspection item. So let's make sure the inspection item is attached. It is. Yep, same one. If it's empty, which it's not. Oh, wait. This is the wrong field. We don't need this field. See, it's sometimes it's just little dumb mistakes like that that just needs to be fixed. So we're going to get rid of that. I believe it's because I was using the wrong field. Let's test that out. So I should see 185 for the labor and 10% for the parts. That's what I want to see. Okay. Somehow we jacked up the labor. We got that part to work. Oh my gosh. So I made kind of made a big mistake there. I need to go back and fix this. That was a mistake. There's that. Hourly rate. Hourly rate. Hourly rate. I got to change this whole workflow. And my StreamYard went out again. Keep me on my toes here. Labor. Hourly rate, hourly rate, hourly rate. Okay, got it. This is parts. So now we're looking at markup percentage. Make sure it's parts. 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 Okay. Let's try that again. There we go. Okay, we got it. We got the labor at 185. We got the parts markup at 10%. So that's exactly what we wanted. So now, does that even work? Okay, so that works, but it doesn't add the same hourly rate. Let me get rid of that. Let's go and clean up these 36 issues. Let's get rid of that. I'm not sure how many of these. How did all of this happen? Let's just start knocking them out one by one. We're down to 25, 23. $17. What is this? I need to see what's going on here. Oh, this is shouldn't even have a workflow. What is this? Get rid of these errors. One issue left. All right. Cool. Back down to 0. So let's go back to this. Okay. Now, here's what we want to happen. If we have an asset in the shop or on a repair order, why do you do this to me? If we have an asset in the shop and we have, let's say, ooh, okay, that's still there. Okay. So now, 4109. Click on the page. We need to have, how do I want to do this? So we need to have, we have a rate for each customer. And then we have a rate for each customer on different items. But then if the vehicle is in the membership program, there's a discount or there's a special rate. I think I know how to do this. I think I know how to do this. Okay. Let's go at this level. Member discount hourly rate. Default. So I'm going to do it at the user company level. So I'm going to do like a -40. So meaning $40 will come off the hourly rate. And then this is going to be gangster. Let's see. We're going to do this here in a second. It's going to be cool if it works. Labor rate. Standard labor rate. Member labor rate. So this is going to be pair groups rates. Hourly rate. Primary rate. I don't know what primary rate is, honestly. Let's just leave that. Member rate. Member hourly rate. I'm going to deprecate this because I don't know what this is. Okay, member hourly rate. Hmm. If is empty. Freaking StreamYard. Every like 5 minutes, I swear it happens. If this rate is empty, I want it to give me the labor rate, member rate, labor rate, value minus, this is where we're going to pull in that default rate on the user company level. I don't feel like leaning that far. Okay, cool. Well, what did I do? Oh, user companies. Let's see. First items, default. First items, default member rate. Okay. And then member rate. And when you see that, I think my browser is getting too slow. Close some of this stuff out. Member hourly rate. Is that's not good. We're yawning. It is too early to be yawning. It's only 3:35, so we've been going for 11 hours. Okay. So that should be pretty straightforward on that side. Now let's go to the parts pop up. Got to figure out what the default parts discount. Let's just keep this default labor discount. Just keep that cleaner. Okay, so now we go to minus point. I don't know what the discount would be. Minus, I'm just going to say minus 0.10. Oh, I think this is like a tiered structure. Man, that sucks. That really sucks. Okay, let's just do one thing at a time. That's going to get really complicated. Let me go over to wow. It's a lot of notifications. Okay, let's get this markup going. Didn't realize I wasn't sharing my screen. Anyways, what up, Joe? How are you doing?
Man? How's it going?
I am cranking away. I am 11 hours deep. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. You're in Eastern time, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm in Central time. I'm in Texas.
Okay. Okay, so you're just a hour behind.
Yep. How's it
Remind me
going,
again
man?
what
You
part of
guys,
Texas?
you're cranking. What are you working on right now?
I am building software for one of our companies. I'm building a maintenance software, and
Okay.
so we're building that in-house. And we're excited for it. You know, we're commercializing it. At least we're building it for commercialization. Not necessarily going to be commercial right off the bat. We're just trying to serve our own needs, but we're building it in a way that allows commercial application.
Gotcha. Cool. That's pretty intense, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not doing anything, sexy as far as training at the moment. I'm just like cranking away, just doing work.
Yeah.
What part of are you in San Antonio, or what
No,
part
I'm
are
in
you
Houston, buddy.
in? Okay, gotcha.
Houston,
I'll be in
Texas, man.
I'll be in
Oil
Dallas.
and gas capital of the world.
I'll be in
Well, so
Dallas next.
that's my background, right? So my background has been oil and gas engineering for most of my professional career. And then about a year and a half ago, I got into real estate, and then I got into sub two, started wholesaling. Well, I tried to do wholesaling, but as you know, it's a fire hose, right? Trying to go through all the training. It's too much information, not knowing where to start, not knowing what to do, not knowing the contracts, how to negotiate. And so then I
Yeah.
joined a team, right? I joined a team, and we started doing DTA, and it was great learning experience. I learned a lot. I learned how to talk to agents, learned how to talk to sellers, and I was basically just an appointment setter, right? And then we had a list to call, a list to follow up, and then it just became like, as for every agent or every deal that you may get, you may go through 100, 150 calls before you get to like that one that's, hey, I got one, right? And
Yeah.
then out of that, you set the appointment, it goes to the acquisition manager, they go through the same drill, try to drill down, negotiate, talk with the seller, get all the information that you need to make a offer. Um, but the problem was for me is time. And I just didn't have the time to go through all it because it became more like another job, and I didn't want another job, right? And
Mhm.
so I got a little frustrated. I did, I think, one wholesale deal that last that in that year and a half. Um, was a struggle to get there. But that's okay because you learn through the struggles, right? You learn through the pitfalls and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then I got a little discouraged, and I said, you know what? This isn't for me. I don't need another job. I don't need to do a lot of cold calling because I'm not great on the phone. I'm not a per se salesman. And I didn't want to be that salesy guy, like the used car salesman, right? And so, and so then I just basically dropped out for a little bit, and then I kept getting these calls all the time or these texts, and then finally I just responded to the text. And I got on a call with one of the guys from the community, and then I joined the Gator community, right? And then that's been a good ride, and so that's kind of when I learned about, lending. I did have some disposable cash that I could say, hey, I could lend on. And then I learned what the stack method is. I don't even call it Morby method. I call it the stack method, the AKA seller carryback AA Morby method. I think you and I talked about this before, and I know you've had several trainings on this, but we're having pretty good success, helping investors acquire acquisition properties using the, stack method, acquiring properties using a DSCR lender, and then having our closing attorney on the second transaction close it out. So that's kind of where I'm at right now, and that's what I've been doing. So I've done a couple of double closes the last few months, but I'm currently working on one Morby method, stack method deal, hopefully to close by, I'd say, by the end of the month. And so I'm just having a lot of conversations with a lot of investors on how this can help them as a strategy to take down more properties, whether it's mobile home parks or RV parks or co-living or single family houses, and scale their portfolio.
And so how are those conversations going? Are you, well, first, are you a part of like Ryan's network, if you know what I
Yep.
mean?
Yep.
Kind of, okay. Gotcha.
Yep.
And so like,
Yep.
how are you separating yourself out from like other people? Cause you know, obviously you're,
Our separation for us are, because we have two tiers, and so the second tier, tier two, is like we have a done for you service, right? So as you know, probably because you've purchased many properties and you're managing those, but you know any investor knows, and especially a lot of TCs know that when you're structuring deals, that it's really uh, uh, it could be a game changer or a deal breaker if it's not structured properly, right? So RTCs help with structuring the deal. We'll help you to access the right DSCR lenders. And then we have our closing attorney on the back end. So that's how we're kind of differentiating ourselves. We have a done for you service, and not every investor has a good DSCR lender that will help them with that, right? Or DTC to help them with that, with all the title and vetting and getting the right DSCR lender for their particular deal. And then we have the closing attorney, like I said, on the back end that will help us to close that second transaction. So that's how we're differentiating ourselves from everybody else, and at least in my opinion.
yeah. Well, how do like you specifically do that? Because I know there's some people out there that are kind of in the same network as you, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if you're all kind of competing for the same book of business, right? So like I'm just curious, what have you done on your end to kind of separate yourselves for
Well,
that?
it's like anything else, right? And as you know as well as I do, being in this community, it's about relationships, right? People do business with people they know, like, and trust, right? So I'm building those relationships with these investors and these individuals and seeing where I can help them. And I'll let them straight up, say, hey, look, this is not what we do, right? I'm not going to tell you that, hey, I can do this if I know that we can't, or it's not in our wheelhouse. But I can put you in contact with somebody who does do that, right? Or if you need a PML or if you need a PMP, I can connect you with somebody who does that, and they appreciate that. And I'm not even asking for like a connector fee or anything of that nature. I'm just trying to help them out so that they, if they connect with somebody that I refer them to, and if they work something out, then great. Hey, I'm happy for them because I'm just giving back to the community, right? So I'm not looking for anything in return. And and people appreciate that. So like when they do come to a potential deal that is in our wheelhouse, then they'll say, "Hey, look, Joe's really been able to help me out quite a bit. Hey, look, you know what? Let me give him a try." And so
Yeah.
it's just building relationships, right? And I've done that multiple times. I've referred people to other individuals that are in that space, and I'm not asking for anything in return. You know, I'm just trying to get back to the community. And if I help enough people get what they want, then I'll eventually get what I need.
Yeah. I love it. And so how long have you been doing this? Like the past
For about
year?
a year and a half now. Yeah, yeah.
You feel like you've gotten some decent traction from all that?
We're at first, no.
Yeah, like
You
anything
know,
else.
when you start out, you're building, right? You're connecting, you're reaching out, you're establishing yourself in the community, with your name and your social media post or Facebook post or Instagram post and so forth and so on. So um it's just getting your name out there and connecting with the right individuals, connecting with the right people, and so I feel like I'm getting traction. Um, I feel like more and more people are saying, "Hey, Joe, I see your post. I like your content. Can you give me more information about what you're doing?" And the more people that I connect with, the more people that I can, possibly help, right? Because not, as you know as well as I do, not every deal is a deal, right? And I try to explain to those uh, that are looking for funding, it's like, if I can help you, great. If not, I'll refer you to somebody who possibly can, because that's not in my wheelhouse. That's not what I do. But I can certainly refer you to somebody else if that's not in my wheelhouse. Make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I mean, that's yeah, I mean, it's pretty similar with really just anything on building a brand and a following, right? And building relationships. Is first few months really suck because you're just like pounding your head against the wall and not really seeing any results, and then you get some momentum. One thing starts happening after another, and then it's like, oh wow, this is like actually working. And then it starts just happening at a very rapid pace,
Yep.
and people will look at it and be like, wow, you're so lucky.
Yeah.
They weren't there
Well,
for the initial.
it's partly luck, but it's also connecting with the right people that have the right deals, right?
Yeah.
So it's partially putting out content, and then when they reach out, having those conversations, and then it's partly education, right? Educating people of how it works, what we do, and how we could help them, right? Because a lot of people don't understand it, and they think it's a seller financing deal. Well, a seller carryback is part of a seller financing deal, but it's not a creative deal, right? The Morby method, or the AK stack method, is not so much a creative deal where it's a sub two and a seller financing, or a straight seller financing deal, where they want to keep and acquire that 2.99 or 3.1 interest rate, right? So it's applying for a loan, knowing your numbers, having the asset qualify for a DSCR loan, having enough cash flow that you can sustain both the DSCR loan plus the seller carryback, right? I mean, there's no sense in doing anything or doing that strategy if you're going to be underwater day one, right? That doesn't make sense. And I just to be transparent, that's one of the things that I do let the borrowers know, that hey, you need to know your numbers, right? And they need to be strong so that you're not underwater day one. I mean, there's no sense in you doing this deal if it's going to put you behind the eight ball every single month, right? Doesn't make
Yeah.
sense.
No, that makes a lot of sense. So are you seeing
Yeah.
a pretty strong uptick in volume, I would assume, on this type of method?
Yeah, actually, we're having pretty good success. I'm talking to a lot of investors that are really interested in this strategy, and they see the value of being able to scale pretty quickly with it. Again, it's not for everybody, um, because it does require a borrower who knows what they're doing, and that knows how to
Yep.
control the assets, and they know their numbers, and they know their market, and what their cash flow numbers are going to be, so that they can qualify for something like this, right? So and it's not qualifying from my standpoint, but it's qualifying with the DSCR lender, right?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Which, I mean, those requirements are getting pretty loose these days. I mean, it used to be, 1.20 was a good DSCR metric, and now it's like they'll even go below one.
Some will, some will go at one, and some will go below one, but there's always a risk to that, right? So the greater the risk, the higher the interest rate, right? So
Yeah.
if you can demonstrate, and I always tell them, I said, if you can demonstrate at least a 1.1, 1.2 is great. If you can do at least a 1.1 and you have a great credit score, then your interest rate is going to be a lot better, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, you can go down as low as a little bit below one, but then you're paying for a higher interest rate, right? So it's like, which one do you want, right?
Yeah, I call it the. Usually, what they'll do is if you go below 1, you'll have to write a letter and explain why you're buying the property, and I call that the stupidity letter. It's you have to write a letter telling the lender why you're so stupid enough to buy a property where you're going to lose money on every
Yeah,
month.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So I usually, when I have those conversations, I'll just let people straight up know 1.2 is the best, or above is even better. But no, really not any lower than 1.1, because you want to make sure that you want to get the best rate that you can, and with a good credit score, a good debt service coverage ratio, then will get you pretty much a better rate than a below 1, right?
Mm,
So.
yep. Cool, man. What else you got going on? Are you doing this full time?
No, I'm not doing this full time. I still have a W-2. Like I said, I'm in the oil and gas capital of the world. So I work for a global chemical company here in Houston. I run big, large capital projects globally and domestically. And so I've been actually I traveled twice. Uh, well, I traveled this year, went to India, in Mumbai, and then my layover coming back, I spent about 3 days in Dubai for a vacation, a small vacation, and then last October I was in India again in Dubai. So I'll probably do that again, maybe towards the end of the year, maybe. But yeah, because we do a lot of work share with different engineering partners around the globe. So.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
So
So
what?
I'm trying to diversify. I'm trying to break away from my W-2, but not going cold turkey and just like, okay, I'm gonna just leave my job that pays my bills. I'm doing this on the side, which is great income, and eventually I'll probably do that. But until I establish myself as a name in the community, and people that know me here locally. It's just like it's like anything else, right? So, and I try to go to a lot of meetups, and in the community that we're both in, there is a lot of competition. So I try to go outside of the community to educate other people that may not be familiar with the strategy, right?
Yeah. Oh shoot! I didn't even realize there's comments on here. What is going on? I must not have my oh, this was a couple hours ago, 22 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. Huh. That's weird. They're not even showing up on my screen. Let me check this. Or maybe I'm just a dummy. Here. Oh, there was a comment section the whole time. Oh my gosh. I didn't even realize, like, I didn't see one single comment. And now I'm seeing like all these comments. So I feel bad for not responding to anybody. So if you made a comment, my bad. I just now found the comment section. I saw Jada on here. What time was that? That was not too long ago. Have you thought about Joe? Have you thought about connecting with like other DSCR lenders, or like what
Yeah,
kind
I
of?
know Jada.
Okay, so you've worked with her or connected with her.
Oh no, I know her personally.
Okay, nice. Well,
Yeah,
oh yeah,
yeah,
she
yeah,
just
yeah.
moved to Houston. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. She was in LA or in California, and she moved to Houston. I don't know. Probably right after Squad Up, I think. And
I
then,
got
yeah, yeah, yeah. And so, actually, I do. I'm working with the direct. I'm working with another direct lender who does DSCR, but also construction, fix and flips, uh, as well. So, and then I'm working with another company that does business funding. So not just real estate, but commercial, um, acquisitions, equipment financing, things like that. Um, so yeah, I'm not just into the real estate game, but I have other lending assets and products in my wheelhouse as well. But most
Nice.
people that that I connect with in the real estate game is I'm just doing more of the transactional lending than the hard money stuff.
Okay. So do you feel like you're going to get to the point where there's enough volume to where you could transition, or is it you need to branch out and do other things?
It right now, like I said, we're getting momentum on the real estate game. So we'll see in the next, few months. A lot of people right now are kind of like in the vacation mode. Uh, people are out, doing their thing with their kids, getting ready for college, spending money for college. I think when it comes into the upcoming uh, third quarter, I think we'll see a lot more traction. People will start looking at, hey, I need to acquire more property because I don't want to pay more taxes, or I have this disposable income that I need to do something with, right? So um, that's kind of what I feel like, and that's usually always the case. Usually, it's like anything else. There's always seasons, right? Um, and right now, I know that even in the real estate, a lot of realtors that I talk with, because I'm also talking with real estate agents, right, that have investors that they deal with. And he says, yeah, a lot of them are really not doing anything. They're just kind of waiting for the summer to pass by because, once you get closer to the school, uh, where kids need to start, getting back to school is when they'll start seeing a lot more activity. So usually around August.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So what else are you looking forward to, I guess?
As
What are you trying
far
to get done
as,
before the end of the year?
I'm sorry.
What are you trying to get done before the end of the year?
My goal right now is there's two things, right? One is to connect with more people in the community, building more relationships with investors and wholesalers. And my second goal is to do a lot more uh, transactional lending. Um, And I think that, like I said, we're working on right now. Hopefully, by the end of the month, we'll get that funded, which shouldn't be an issue. It's just getting all the paperwork and the title pretty much set. And it looks like we're set to go by the end of the month, and that's when the close of escrow is at the end of the month. So everything seems to be going in place. And then once those close, then like I said, I got several more people in the pipeline that I'm talking with, but just waiting for them to finalize their numbers before they come into me as far as submission.
So when you say come to you for submission, is that like do you have to approve it through underwriting, or what does that look like for you?
No, basically, once the investor or the borrower has that under contract, and then they actually have a signed agreement with the seller saying that they are willing to take a seller carryback. Once they have those things in place, that's all the information that I need for us to get started. And then depending on where they're at, they may already have their own DSCR lender, and they may have their own title company, and that's okay. And then once we, validate all information, then we can get them rolling with, you know, uh, having the down payment submitted on their behalf. So for the DSCR lender, the other way we do it is like, hey, I have this already. I have an agreement. but I need you guys to help me make sure that it's structured properly so that I don't have any issues when it goes to the DSCR lender. So that's our tier two, where it's kind of like a done for you service. Hey, you give us what you have, even if it's an LOI, I'm okay with submitting. If you have an LOI, you want to submit that LOI, that's okay, cool, not a problem. But as long as you have something documenting that, hey, the seller's in agreement that to take a seller carryback, then we can run with that information and help you structure that correctly. And our TCs
What
will help with that.
so what are some things that maybe are different about your guys' program that may be different than other people, or what are some of the underwriting requirements that you guys have as far as are you guys going on operating agreements? Maybe if you can shed some light on that.
Yeah, we don't really, when you say you guys operate on operating agreement, are you talking about operating agreement as far as what? Because we're not
Being a
on the
part-
operating agreement.
yeah, being a partner on the deal. So I'm just trying
Yeah, we're
to
we're not a partner on the operating agreement.
okay. So I'm trying to think about
We're strictly funding the down payment.
okay. And so how are the lenders treating this if you are not a capital partner involved on the purchase of the property?
We're basically coming in the deal because of our DSCR lenders that we already have in place. We are basically a source of funding, and so they know our part in the transaction. So we're not part of any operating agreement, and we're coming in as a funding partner for the down payment. So they understand that. So that's what I'm saying. We're not part of any operating agreement with the borrower uh, or on the property at all.
Okay. So you hear a lot about like a lot of lenders, they want to see like skin in the game, right? So if they kind of are operating under those parameters where you're not a partner on the deal, where do they come in with quote unquote skin in the game requirement?
Um, that's a good point. Um, that really has not been an issue with our DSCR lender.
Okay.
And there are some DSCR lenders, it's just like anything else, right? Not all real estate agents, not all title companies, not all DSCR lenders are created equal. So each one has their own parameters and criteria. And we try to make sure that we match our criteria to the right DSCR lender. On this particular situation, as far as us being an operating agreement, that's has not been an issue. So
Yeah, Jada brought up a good point, saying that that's a little crazy. Who's allowing? I know you're not going to tell us the name of the
no,
lenders,
I'm not going to tell you
but
who that is. Yeah, exactly.
which
That's
Jada,
kind
you
of our
probably know
secret
better than
sauce.
to ask that.
Yeah, that's kind of
But
our
it
secret
is,
sauce. So
yeah,
that's
no, I
what
get.
kind of makes us stand out a little bit. But yeah, we're not going to just divulge that information, publicly. So, that's part of what we do and how we're doing it. So,
Okay, so she's rephrasing. She's asking rhetorically, right? Um, which is it's a very valid question,
oh,
and so
absolutely.
because you just don't ever hear of that, so I'm curious.
Yeah,
Could
well, and
you
then and then
elaborate
too,
more?
there's a lot of, like I said, not every DSCR lender is created equal. Like there are some DSCR lenders that won't do mobile home parks, or they won't do co-living, right? But then there may be, I haven't actually found one. I'm working with a guy right now who's very interested in doing self-storage, and I haven't been able to find one that would do a self-storage, right?
I
So
haven't seen anyone
I'm
that does mobile
actually,
home parks. Are there ones out there that do mobile home parks?
no, I haven't found one
It's
either,
always like
so
SBA.
I'm searching for that right now. And so, we're actively looking for somebody who would be willing to work with us on something like that.
So Jada says she has a lender that can do self-storage at mobile home parks. Is that a DSCR lender, Jada? And is that the same requirements as a DSCR, or are there different layers to that? Like you need to have X amount of real estate specifically with self-storage or mobile home parks, or some other experience requirement. I'd be curious what your answer. Yep. Okay, cool. So I mean, if you got the background and experience on it, it sounds like there might be some products out there. But if you're, let's say, Jada, if you're a guy like me who's got a lot of real estate, single family and small multifamily, I'm not going to be able to make that jump into mobile home park without bringing in a partner that has that experience, because it's a different asset class. I would assume that would be correct, that I would have to find a partner to bring on board for that, even if I have real estate experience, but it's not in that asset class. But it sounds like, this lender doesn't need experience. Okay, interesting. So you might hit Jada up for some. Oh, she's not going to share her secret sauce too. So just keep that. It works both ways, right? So, but yeah. So
Anyway, I
okay.
just wanted to jump on, just hop on, just say hello. I know that you're doing this marathon. Uh, I just wanted to say, hey, just hop on, just say, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Most people are probably not going to be very intrigued with the next hour or so because I'm still building software in my business. But our meetup starts around 5:30, so I don't know what we're going to do for the meetup. I'm going to let them decide whether we are going to break down a real Morbi Method deal that I did, or watch me. I won't say cold call, warm call direct to agent, because I have a lot of leads that I have not gotten to, that have not been underwritten and have not been followed up with, that they're like warm, interested leads. And I was hoping to get that done today, but even in a 32-hour marathon, still haven't found the time to get to that, which shows you how far behind I am. So
So are your leads in your area or in your market, or is it across the
Dallas,
US?
yeah, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, and Indianapolis. So Indianapolis would be my market directly, but I have hit those markets pretty heavily. So there's a decent amount of leads in there. Why do you
So
got
what
any?
kind of leads are you calling? Are you calling like agents? Are you calling direct to sellers or off market direct to
It's
seller
all
leads,
direct to
or
agent.
what's that?
All of it's direct to agent, and they're
Oh,
all
it's direct to agent.
Morbi Method deals.
Okay.
Are you looking to? What do you want to do? Are you looking to buy anything, or you just want to stay in that lending space?
No, I'm not really looking to buy anything right now. I'm pretty much just building out my transactional lending business, and hopefully maybe next year, maybe acquire some property, maybe one or two. But that's not my main focus and goal right now. I don't want
Okay.
to deviate too much. But all that being said, I mean, and you probably have software as well that can give you all the direct to agent leads that you want, right? Using DealSauce and whatever else that you have, right?
The change. Say that last part again. The
I say
change in what?
you probably have all the leads that you need, using software like DealSauce or
Yeah, yeah. I
whatever
mean,
other
I'm
software that you
LY
have, right?
Blaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, LY Blaster. I haven't. I mean, these are. I got warm leads that are turning into dead leads. I may just tell people tonight, be like, bro, we're calling agents whether you like it or not. So maybe I might do a hybrid. I'm gonna break down the deal,
Why
15
don't why
minutes.
don't you why don't you do you have like any off market seller leads that are free and clear, that are vacant property? I'm sorry, not vacant. hired landlords that, hey, you know what? I've had this property for like 10 years. It's pretty much free and clear, or almost paid off. Would you be, do you have anybody like that that would be willing to call for you?
No, I'm not direct to seller. I mean, if I was gonna do direct to seller, that's probably what I would do. I just
You're direct to
uh,
agent. Okay.
direct to agent, yeah. It's
I
weird
got
because I get FUs on both sides, right? Or I suspect I would get an FU on both sides. You know, direct to seller. I would I wouldn't mind doing it, not me specifically. I would want someone else to make that initial outreach. I just don't want to deal with like, why are you contacting me? Like, I don't want to deal with that. Are you interested in selling? Like, yes or no? Like, are you open to the idea? Then we can talk. I don't want to deal with that friction in the beginning. But then on the other side, if I'm direct to agent, I don't deal with that friction because I know the property, you know, the seller's interested in selling. It's on market, right? But then I have to deal with the friction of the agent, you know, being rude and nasty, and you know, the majority of agents, I'm sorry, but they are rude and nasty.
Yeah.
It's
Well, the
unfortunate.
problem
I don't
is
know.
whether or not they'll answer the call, right? So
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I will tell you. I'd say probably over a year ago, I would absolutely agree with that. The past several months, get a lot of people answering the phones. I think there's a lot of
really,
people hurt. I think there's a lot of agents hurting out there that are hungry, that are like needing to close deals. And so I've actually had a pretty high success rate on getting agents to answer the phone lately. It's been pretty crazy because I know, you know, over a year ago, it's like, does anyone pick up the phone? Like anybody, you know?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
It's
so,
very difficult. So yeah, I understand. You got it.
but yeah, so I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I've just made the decision for everybody that we're going to be breaking down a deal, and then we're also going to be well, I'll probably do some underwriting and calling first and then break down a deal.
Yeah.
That's probably what's going to
So
happen.
is that with your Orbit program, or is that just you doing it solo, or through your
This
Orbit program?
well, this is for, oh man, you know what? I was supposed to do orbit program training tonight as far as like the different things. Um yeah, I want
Why
to.
don't you just bring them? Why don't you just bring them onto your live?
Yeah, well, I know one of the people in the orbit program, she should be coming tonight to, so the at 5:30 we're doing our meetup, like our monthly meetup. That's what it is, the sub 2 monthly meetup. So that's what I was referring to as far as doing a deal breakdown and calling agents. I'm trying to think what I should do, because I do need to do some orbit program training, but I want to talk to some people to figure out what is it that you really want the handheld instruction on, so I can make sure that gets delivered in very like short bite-sized components, because I think a lot of people struggle with just the hundreds and thousands of hours of training in sub 2 and stuff like that, where they're just like, it's so much, I don't know where to go for like this next step that I'm trying to find, if that makes
Gotcha.
sense. So that's
Yeah.
going to be something I'll be working on tonight. I'll probably be doing some orbit program training. Highest priority for me is getting some accounting done. That's been backlogged for a while, so I need to get that done. But then once I get that done, I'll be kind of open for doing other stuff.
Cool. All right, man. Good. Well, I know that you were with Pace last week.
Yeah, in Montana,
How was that?
it was awesome. Jada was there too. It was awesome. Yeah, I'll be in Dallas next weekend with Pace again too. He's speaking at Limitless, so it's gonna be a quick turnaround trip. I'm just gonna be there for the weekend, so flying in and flying out. But I'm excited for that too. I tried to get Pace to do a marathon live against me, and he didn't give me an answer, so I decided to do it without him and break his own record. Yeah, so I'll be there. Pace will be there August 2nd, and I will be there August 2nd, and it's in Dallas. So that's next Saturday. I fly in Friday night, so I'll land at like 7 or something like that. I'll be there all day Saturday, and then I leave. Oh dang, I leave Sunday at 7 p.m. So that's a while. Oh, cool, nice. Yeah, if you want to find me, I'll be hanging out with Pace, so you can come hang out with him too. I'm sure there'll be some other people, other Sub2 people too. I know there's a couple Owners Club members that I know Kevin and Marcy live in Dallas, so I'm sure they might be interested in checking that out since it's in their backyard. How far of a drive is Dallas to Houston? Isn't that a pretty far drive? It'd be worth it to hang out with Pace, though. Not me, but hang out with Pace. 3 hours. Oh, that's not bad at all. That really isn't too bad. For some reason, I thought it was a lot longer than that. Huh. Cool. Well, let's see. What time is it? 4:21. All right. Well, I'm going to crank out some more software stuff. None of this is probably going to be super exciting to look at. And then that'll put us up to the meetup in about an hour, and then we'll just keep on rolling. And then that'll be probably, I don't know, depends how many people show up. I don't think a ton of people are going to show up because a lot of people just don't show up even though they register. And I probably could do a better job of like prodding them and texting them and holding their hand and babysitting, but I don't have time to do that. If you're not going to be serious and show up, then that's on you. But there should be a few people here, so we'll still have a good time, hopefully. So time to get back after it. All right, so I am trying to implement this member discount rate. So for equipment that are enrolled in our member discount program, they can get that discount rate whenever they bring their equipment in. So I'm trying to figure out how can I get this implemented. So if I go and actually, okay, that's not empty. I got to put a condition on this when it is empty. It's not going to let me copy and paste it. Okay. I'll probably have to do it from here. Copy, paste is not empty. We are not going to create a new object. We are going to make a change to that object. Okay, cool. All right, so we're gonna make a change to that. Basically, we need to be adding all these fields. Customer. So I'm just going to delete. I needed to transfer all these fields over to this object. As I do that, I'm going to delete one at a time. So labor. User company. What's going on? Just build software. I'm on hour 12.
Are you really?
Yeah. Yeah. I started at 4:15 a.m.
I didn't tune in at 4:15.
Why not?
Yeah, you know, that's usually I'm sleeping. Normal people are sleeping at 4:15 other than folks that have to work at 4:15.
Yeah.
Not normal people that do 32 hours.
32 hours.
We can make you a truck driver, bro. I mean,
Whoa,
32
whoa,
hours,
whoa,
it's just all the way across the country.
That's where I draw the line.
They're yawning in here 12 hours.
I know.
You
It's
got
not.
30.
It's not good. It's not good. Got another 20 hours left. That's really crazy to think about that I have 20 hours left. Wow. Remember hourly rate.
Oh, it says you're one on 24 minutes.
Well, it stopped. I had to start. The stream stopped. It broke. LinkedIn broke after, I don't know why it broke. Facebook capped at 8 hours. And then YouTube will keep going, but I think it like archives your thing. So I think there's like a delay on it. But I don't know why there's that delay, but yeah, so then I had to start a part 2. So I'll probably have to start a part 3 here in like 4 hours because it'll probably get capped again. And then I'll have to do a part 3. So I may have like, I don't know, was that 5-6 parts by the time I'm done. the first part.
You take the camera with the back to the bathroom.
No, I just go to the restroom and come back.
Yeah.
I've only done
Lunch
twice.
break.
I just ate while I was here. Yeah, I mean, the first couple hours was awful. Like I was just struggling with technology the whole time. So not really great.
What are we working on software at the moment?
So I'm actually implementing the labor rates on the repair order. I'm saving custom labor rates per customer, and then, or not even per customer, per job type. So like if it's, you know, engine noise or brake lights, whatever. Correct. Which I probably need to get with David soon and figure out if that's what he wants, because I'm going down a path where I need to figure out that path. Okay.
Body work's going to be different than engine work, right?
Yeah. And then I'm implementing the member rate program in there too. So if the vehicle's in the program, then it'll kick in the member rate. If it's not, then it'll not kick it in. So
You get really close on that.
no, I mean, this will take months to like fully build, but like, what do you define as like, I mean, it's definitely like should be functional to start testing, but it's not functional like full deployment of like I don't even have QuickBooks built out or like anything like that. So I mean, it's but I mean, Andrew's no, it's just the internal ours. The customer portal is like it's not that. What I told her, I said to all of you, I will have a product built that can be used, but not like it'll be like the crappiest product ever. That is literally what I said.
Give you a hamburger, but it's not cooked.
That is exactly what I said, word for word. I said it will be the crappiest looking thing, but it will be a functional software you could log into and it'll like be there. And that's what it is. It's a functional software that exists. It's just not.
32 hours. It's self-defined. I mean, it's self-inflicted, which is good. That's challenging always.
You're just here to beat me up. That's all you're doing.
You think that's what it did? Come in to meet you?
Yeah.
I want to do it.
Cyber bullied. They took
Yeah.
down my stream. They took down a few of my streams for being a cyber bully. That's what YouTube said. Because I was talking crap about agents.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's fun.
I had my email pulled up and I was going through and yeah, I guess they didn't like that. So
Well, all it takes is one person to get on there and complain. That's pretty much, and that the judge and jury. At
Yeah.
this point.
yeah.
Most of social media is not about truth. It's about opinion. Truth really doesn't matter.
Pretty much.
Should have hung that picture back up. No, the picture behind your bed.
Oh, I didn't even
It's kind of like
I didn't even
partially, it's kind of down on the ground.
I didn't even notice.
It's a nice mic set.
I tried to bring my light, but that was a whole ordeal. That was not. It took me like 40 minutes to take down my studio. So like the morning session was not a great one.
Was that with the purple background?
Yeah.
So,
That's it.
what does it mean, live chat?
What's that?
Somebody pushes live chat, they jump in your.
Oh, I mean, it would just be chatting on here. I mean, I see the comment. I didn't realize people were commenting until like 40 minutes ago. I had like 20 comments that I didn't even read.
Well, so I had a friend of mine that's doing a similar type thing, like live. And somehow this is crazy. I was in Disneyland. I'm walking around Disneyland. I'm listening to it live, right? And I push a button, and the next thing I know, I'm on there with him. I mean, it's like, my camera.
Yeah.
I'm like walking around. He's talking, and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I'm like, "Hey, Dennis." How did I end up on you? I got like all the Mickey Mouse stuff going on behind me and everything.
That's funny.
And then I could see myself, like on the screen. And I'm like, I did not intend to get on here.
I didn't even know that was
We talked
possible.
for a few minutes. I made a quick accident.
I didn't even know that was possible.
Oh, yeah. No, I guess he had to. So somehow it must have said I was like requesting.
Oh,
And so
gotcha.
he added
Oh, gotcha.
me. And, he knew who I was. And like,
Yeah.
it was a self-defense thing. Next thing I know, I'm on his cab, his broadcast thing. So,
That's funny.
yeah, it just happened to be walking around Disney World listening.
Somehow that cleared out. Hourly rate. So this is parts.
Some lights on behind
Oh, that I would have brought my
you.
light,
Is that
but
light?
oh, I don't know. I'm not too worried about production value today. There we go. That's better.
The other one. Let's see.
Oh, where did that disappear to?
Yeah, it looks better on their screen.
Where the frick did this go? Name, default, inspection category.
Remember tool time?
Mm-hmm.
I want to be the guy that they actually just. I don't mind that so bad. It's that camera.
Inspection. Yeah, my LinkedIn just shut down, so
Uh,
my LinkedIn just shut off. So there must be like a timer on it after it happened after 4 hours. So that's probably their limit. And so the Facebook one is the 8. I restarted on the Facebook one since I have a lot of people on Facebook. I don't really care about LinkedIn. Why did this disappear? Gone. Okay, what happened?
you just have to fire it back up.
For the stream? Yeah. Customer. What's going on, Joe? You back for
Hey,
more?
man, I'm sorry, dude. I had a service disruption which affected my internet, so I popped out. All of a sudden, it's like, hey, what the heck's going on? Anyway. Yeah.
I got you.
So
I
anyway,
thought
I
you.
didn't want you to think I just ghosted you all of a sudden, or anything like that. So.
Oh, you're all good, man. I appreciate you circling back, though.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Anyway, so good, man. It's fun to see you grinding away here, and hopefully you make your marathon time for what 30. What's the goal? 35 hours or 31 hours?
32 hour. Hey, don't be pushing more hours on me, man. Don't
Hey,
be
man,
adding more.
you may set the record, man.
Oh, it'll be Pace's record. Hey, do me a favor. Hey, let's take a picture. Why don't you take a picture and post it in sub 2? I think that'd be awesome.
So let me
Let's do like a screenshot.
let me take a quick snapshot here.
Now that you got
Cool. All right.
maybe I'll call you later.
Oh, I'll still be here. Well, not physically here. We got to meet up tonight, and then I'm gonna leave and go home. Yeah. I don't think there's gonna be not many people, but we'll do that, and then I'll finish the rest of it at the house. So my original plan was to do this on top of a roof, and I think that was just a little too crazy.
Are you
I-
in
I
you in
saw, like, did you see like the hurricane gust winds come through? Like, you got pretty bad. Yeah. Yeah. I was like, man, if I would have been on the roof, I would have been done.
You might need that.
so
Probably.
8 or 10 hours.
are you in an office, Mondo? You in an office?
No, I mean, this is more of a like a hang. I don't even know how you describe this. Like a family room, just hangout room.
Yeah, it's kind of that. Big entertainment.
Nice.
Entertainment room. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
We'll call it the jazz room. Even know if they see that sign.
I don't think you can see that sign. No. But yeah, 32 hours. That's the Pace's record's 31 hours.
Gotcha.
So we're going for
All right.
32 there. So if you want to take
Great.
did you take that screenshot already?
Yeah, I did. I took a screenshot.
Yeah, tell
Anyway,
them we just do some branding for yourself. Tell them Tell people you and I talked about, Morby methods and like, I don't know, just put some content out there, get your name out there.
Yeah, yeah, okay. All right, man. Well, listen, I'm gonna bug out, but I'm gonna let you grind for a while. I got some calls to make. I got some follow ups to do. So anyway, good talking to you, man. Is there anything I can do? Just let me know. Here to help.
Appreciate it. I'll talk to you later, bro.
Okay, man. Talk to you then. All right,
See
bye.
ya. All right, why am I going backwards?
Payment, is that the new insurance?
Yeah, I mean, we have to do a down payment. It's pretty large. Yeah. Engine.
So the insurance is done and the plates
The insurance is done. I don't. Did Ben say the plates are done? Yeah, the plates are done.
new plates. I saw that. I figured the insurance was done. Well, hey, call me if you need some entertainment. I'm gonna go home and get some dinner.
Alrighty.
But get your keys and everything.
That's a good question. Yes, I do.
But Shooty's here too.
Oh, she is? Okay, gotcha. See you later.
See you later.
All right, we're at 441. So I actually need to find, if I'm going to break down that deal, I need to find the settlement statement actually. I don't remember where I put that. It's been a while since I've logged into software, so let me get that checked out. Let's see. Oof, that's going to be a lot of work. Final settlement statement. I don't think I really want to print this off. Okay, let's get this ready so that way I can show it without. Let me get it prepped for removing some of the sensitive information so that way I can actually show it. Okay. I'm going to redact. Who's calling me? Give me a second here. I need to clean some stuff up. That is not working whatsoever. Okay. Wow, there's a lot of stuff I got to block out here. It's going to be a hot minute. Why did everyone have to put their names on literally everything? Oh, there's 4. There's a lot of pages here. Okay. Go through it, go through it. Gotcha. Okay, that pretty much covers that. Oh, wow. How many pages is this? There's a lot of pages. Okay, I think this is a duplicate. All right. So I'm getting ready to, I'm prepping this settlement statement so I can share at the meetup that we're going to do here in a little bit. So I'm getting ready for that. So I can't really show my screen right now. But that's what we're getting ready to do. Sale price. Okay, so now I'm gonna edit, organize pages. Delete. Edit. Redact. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. I'm just going to redact this entire page. Okay. Done. All right, so that's done. And then for this second transaction, let me pull that up. How's it going? It won't let me redact this. Okay, that's unfortunate. Let me just take a screenshot of the amounts. Let me see if I can redact it on my own. Yeah, let me do my own redaction here. See if that works. Okay. Cool. Okay, so that's ready to go. And now I'm going to finish up with actually, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick and then I'm going to finish with some more software stuff. If anyone's got a question, they need to ask me anything, feel free to ask. This would be a good point, but I will be right back. So if you got a question, drop something in the chat and I'll answer it for you. All right. Oh, heck yeah, let's do it. You want to jump on right now? You're backstage. Oh, cool. Sorry. I didn't see you. Hey,
Hello.
how are you?
Hey, good. Let me get you off my phone. I was watching you on my phone too, so hopefully there's no echo. Hi, I'm Vedra. So nice to be here with you today.
Oh, sorry about that. Hold on. This is loud. Awesome. And so you pronounce your name Vedra?
Yes, it's Vedra.
Vedra? Got it. Love it. Well, I appreciate you hopping on today. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, it's kind of impressive, I have to say. Very intimidating. You've been going for hours now. I hopped on for a little bit, but now I've got total flexibility. So,
well, not all of it was good. So there was a lot of very poor content that I was doing. I struggled the most today with technology. The first few hours I've had so much trouble with technology.
Yeah, I know. I think when I dropped off is when you were struggling with chat or some sort of AI, that you were trying to use AI for a solution. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was working on. Yeah, I need to do that later tonight. I'm still trying to perfect my underwriting model, which I think that'll take me like another hour. So hopefully I should get to that tonight. I'm excited for that. But tell me a little bit about yourself. Like, what made you decide to join the Orbit program? I assume you found this through just Sub 2. Is that probably where you stumbled across it?
That definitely is where I stumbled across it. Yes. So I actually am very new to the Sub 2 community. I probably joined, I would say maybe about a month ago. And as part of the onboarding, right, they talk about really leveraging the cheat codes. And so was keeping an eye out for different opportunities to orbit, and then saw your challenge and all the work that you had put into it. Was pretty inspiring to me to really be able to be like, that's somebody that I want to learn from, somebody that takes the time and has criteria. And so that's what interested me. And then just with the videos and the reflection, that was even more encouraging. And so excited to be considered as a part of this potentially.
Awesome. Love it. I appreciate that. Let me see, make sure. I'm going to take some notes here so I don't forget. And so tell me about some of those videos that you watched as far as, it doesn't have to be every single one of them, but some of those that maybe hit home or things that you liked, maybe things you didn't like, things you would want to see.
I think the key thing, it was very, it really pushed me to do self-reflection. So I didn't look at it a kind of what else would I like to see. I think that was most likely your intention, to get us to really reflect on what we're bringing and what we're hoping to take out. And for me, I think there were two key things. So one is this whole accountability and the fact that it's really up to me. The learning key component is one that I tend to fall into and be really comfortable with. And so for me, I think the challenge is like, okay, but I can't get stuck in the learning, right? I've really got to step out and start taking action and being accountable for that action. And even if it's messy and imperfect, I've got to learn from it and get that feedback. And so I enjoyed the opportunity to really just reflect. Life is so busy, right? The world is so busy. There's so much noise surrounding us that just taking time out to even watch a video and then take time to like draft a response, that reflection to me was pretty incredible.
Awesome. Yeah, no, it's I've experienced a lot of benefit out of getting outside my comfort zone on social media. So that was the intention of getting people to like do the same.
Yeah.
And start pushing. And a lot of people, pretty much everybody had really great posts. A lot of people in the community appreciated those posts that everyone made. And I'm sure you probably got some good feedback on some of yours, right?
I did, yeah. And again, it did force kind of in quotes, me to actually be engaging. And so it's created a habit, right? So now I go out there and I see what other people are posting. And so even that got me out there, which is really exciting as well.
That's like literally like 30% of the success right there. So like you're 30% of the way there.
Awesome. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Okay, good. So 1/3 of the way.
There you go. So, what is it that you feel you're looking to learn out of the Orbit program?
Yeah, I have so much to learn. So I'll tell you kind of what I know I don't know.
Okay.
And I realize, talk about like 30%. I realize that what I know I don't know is only like 30% of what I really don't know, right? Because I just don't know what I don't know. So
Yeah.
that's kind of the thing. It's an exciting, like I know I see the tip of the iceberg. For me, all of creative financing and really that whole sub two and that's a whole new world to me. And so I really just want to understand that piece of it, that component of it, but then also understand the systems and the structures and how to go about, managing a business and really keeping all the pieces together. And so I'm really see my participation is just to absorb, both what I know I don't know, and then more importantly, what I don't know, to just hopefully level up my opportunity to be successful as a real estate investor.
Okay. Cool. So you want to learn, obviously, the different, like when you say learn the different strategies, is that more at a contract level? Is it just conceptual, high level, or what does that
It's
look
really
like to
at
you?
all levels. I think, conceptually, the formulas, how things work. I mean, the work that you're doing now, right? Even down to the tactical, what do contracts look like? What do the conversations look like? What are the connections that work? The whole thing about building relationships, really being able, and I love the term orbit, right? Because that's what it is, right? It's really being able to just be around the work as it's happening and learn all aspects of it. From the tactical day-to-day, what does it take to put something together, the whole underwriting, all of those components that are involved with that. How did a deal come to be, right? What connections were leveraged? And then the different, what is the exit strategies, or what, really what is the mode and the reason for the investment, and just getting exposure to all of that is what I'm hopefully going to get out of the Orbit program.
Gotcha. Okay. So definitely underwriting. And then I think you mentioned something about like the business side, like operations of like real estate, just how to like operate properties.
Right. Even, how do the deals, because there's the devil's in the details, right? And so I definitely get the conceptual level, the high level, but I really want to be like, okay, but how does that really work, right? What are the details? What are the missteps that could potentially happen, and hopefully learn from the experiences that other people have had.
Yeah. Okay. So like in a lot of the videos, I stress the importance of, learning before earning, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And I had mentioned where I mentioned it several times that if not you specifically, well, I guess it applies if it applies, I don't know. But anyone in general, if the intention is to jump into this program to find a way to earn money, like out of the program, not the right fit. And I was trying to internally go back and forth, because I even said it in the videos that like, I want to make sure you get paid. Like, I understand there's a value exchange. Like you want to learn first, but essentially after that, you need to get paid, which I get that. And so I'm trying to figure out how to scale how do you value what people are contributing and the role that they're playing. And ultimately, I think where I've landed is I just want everyone coming in, which would take pressure off of me. I just want everyone coming in to have the expectation that, look, throughout this whole thing, you're going to get zero, like nothing. Like, and if we close deals, then I'll start looking at, okay, on this person on this team, like, did this work and this work? And like, then I'll start, if money comes your way or anyone else's way, it's just like a bonus, a cherry on the top, right? So I think kind of recalibrating expectations. And I know in the videos I mentioned like, hey, I want to get people paid. I do. And if we close on stuff, I do want to find a way to get people paid. I just don't want to be put in a box of like, we closed, I should get paid $2,000. Like, right. Like, so I want to avoid that and just say, hey, you're coming in, you're going to get paid nothing. When we close, you're going to get paid nothing. And if you get paid anything, it's like, heck yeah, I got a bonus.
Right. Yeah, I think you did a good job of laying that out in a couple of different videos. And I think it really is great to set those expectations, right? So that people come in with their eyes open. I think I really clearly realized the value I'm going to get out of participating in this Orbit program is the learning, right? And you said, right, the earning will follow the learning. And so I think that's something that people need to be really clear on. I am. I have a consulting business on the side that I work that has some
nice.
income coming in. I also have, so I'm doing some other stuff. Like, I actually was watching some of your Mount Everest videos, and I think Christina Mollings was in one of your videos. You had interviewed her a while back. And so I'm doing like a part of her power team where we can hopefully get some money going too. So there's other things that I'm doing in parallel. I'm actually so excited. I'm going to Phoenix next week for the No One Left Behind challenge. So I'll be working out of the Arizona office all week posting on that. So I'm doing other things in parallel to try and get the cash flow going. But for me, this opportunity is really about the learning and learning from somebody that does crazy stuff like goes live for 32 hours. Just that's a whole new level of investment that I just know that just being in that orbit, I'm going to be able to pick up some really cool stuff.
I appreciate that. So awesome. That's good. That's good. I have really two very clear points to make on like anyone coming in for an entrance interview, which honestly, I've had zero time to prep for this interview, so I'm really just asking questions off the cuff. So I think some of the other ones will probably be more polished. You're the first one I've had, so
awesome.
I think, but I knew going into it, there was two things I wanted to make clear, and it's the learning and no earning, and just have that as the expectation. And if we can make it work, great. That takes the pressure off me. I'm sitting there trying to dissect, diagrams of like, if they do this rule, it's this and this and that. And I think a problem with No One Left Behind challenge, which I think it's more of, Pace needs to cast a wider net, right? And if he's marketing to people and he's making it seem like real estate is really hard, do you think anyone's going to like jump on board, right? They're not, right? So he has to cast a wide net and create a perception that it's really easy and joining a team is really easy and you get paid by joining a team, like doing Bird Dog, for example.
Right.
I think everyone's different, and for Pace, he has millions of dollars, and for him, he cares more about the story and being able to put someone up in a spotlight and use that story as an example to help like grow, the industry, the network, bring more people into real estate. It changes people's lives. People that were on the fence, they felt intimidated. They didn't feel like they had the courage to get started. They look at something like bird dogging and they're like, I can do that. And then they see that they're getting paid, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 or whatever. And that is awesome. Like get him in the community, get him going, get them to build some confidence. It's amazing. However, a lot of the investors that I talk to and myself in general, specifically, I know how Monique feels about it. I know how I feel about it. And we're the ones kind of running the Orbit program, at least for what we're doing. Whether people want to agree with our opinion, or I'm going to just speak for myself, not for Monique. Whether people want to agree with my opinion or not, I don't see any value in copying and pasting an address and getting paid thousands of dollars. I just don't. Like, for example, someone sent me a property the other day in Indianapolis. They copied and pasted the address. I had already seen that property a couple hours before, like actually a couple of days or a day before. 1 minute after this person made the post, I saw it. I looked at the property and I was like, there's no way this property cash flows what this person's saying it's cash flow. There's just no way. I know the market. It's just not possible. And so I just dismissed it. But what if that would have been a good deal? And if someone like literally just copied and pasted the address over to me, like to me, that doesn't deserve, you got to put in more effort than copying and pasting an address. Same thing with like the No One Left Behind challenge. I think a lot of people get intimidated and don't know how to, like, they don't have the skill sets yet. So it's like giving people on the team like really small tasks that they feel like anybody can do, and that's great. But in terms of like how I would have things in this orbit program, I don't think someone making one phone call and setting an appointment deserves to get paid thousands of dollars. I just don't.
Right.
If I'm honest, because it's not a skill. It really is not. Picking up the phone and calling someone, like anyone can do that to set a doctor's appointment. You know, and I think it's great to get your feet wet that way. I just don't think that my personal opinion that those little minimal baby steps should be valued and translate into thousands of dollars worth of payments. Like it should not. You know, if I'm doing, or if someone else on the team is like doing A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and all you did was make a phone call, like that's really hard to justify the value. And so I did a No One Left Behind challenge, and in November last year, we closed on 5 properties, and the individual that made that phone call, they got paid $3,000, just like I got paid $3,000.
Oh, wow.
I closed it. I negotiated it. I took it. I did the TC work. I like took it all the way start to finish, right? And I was okay with that because I didn't care about the money. I wanted everyone to get experience. The thing that, which I'm so glad it happened, because the reason why I did that was because, oh yeah, yeah, you can let them in. Yeah, they're supposed to come in here. Thank you. So I'm so glad this happened, because this person got very upset that the fact that they only got paid $3,000. And I'm like,
Wow.
bro, you just made a phone call and got paid $3,000. And he was upset that the assignment fee was so low. And it just really struck a nerve because, you know, again, I understood the roles of what my role as a closer was in the challenge. And I was happy to like share like, hey, whatever, we can all split it equal. I'm cool with it. But don't come back and complain and say that you deserve more when all you did was make a phone call, you know? And that really rubbed me the wrong way. And because of that, that is the reason why I put those 8 videos together for the Orbit program, and why it was all focused on mindset. I didn't cover anything else except for mindset, taking accountability, learn before you earn, valuing relationships, because that was not the actions of someone who values relationships. You know, they could have taken that a whole different direction. They could have learned the whole process with me.
Right.
They never once made any attempt to learn anything. They just wanted to know when they were getting paid. I was the one that put up $8,000 of cash to close on that deal. Where were they in making that deposit? You know, where were they in sending in the earnest money or sending, hey, how's it going? You here for the meetup? Come on over. They weren't there making any of that. That was me and my partners, right? And so we just had
So
to
much work. Yeah, I know. I totally get that. I think especially, apologize for interrupting, but just that sense of entitlement, right? I mean, really, the lack of appreciation. And I think that's one of the things that really came clear to me. And it might have been even on your first or second video, is the amount of time that you are investing. And Monique, I'm sure will be too, as part of this, that you're not getting paid for this training, right? It's like you're not, where I know, because I've been part of mentorships and different training where people charge thousands of dollars. And it's not an Orbit. It's here's an info dump and good luck with it, which I'm anticipating your Orbit program is going to be much more than that, really kind of being behind the scenes and learning and participating and being able to learn firsthand. And so I think that came across really strongly in the video of like, that is worth so much value. The fact that we're not paying you to participate, to me, is incredible, right? So like you said, any earnings that would come out of it would be like icing on the cake on top of the value we're already getting from just participating and learning.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And that's the attitude I hope everyone takes. There's going to be like kind of like the videos. So what I plan on providing an education, it's a lot of that form, like kind of what you would consider like the hand holding, the basic foundational knowledge of learning real estate stuff. that will come in the form of videos because that's the only way I could deliver training at scale, right?
Yeah.
So like it'll be kind of short bites, kind of very similar 5 to 10 minute videos of like very straight to the point. This is what you need to know. This is what you need to learn, that kind of stuff. So we'll definitely have that, but we're going to have hands-on training as well. So let me set, there's actually 3 points that I want to make now. I just thought of a third one. So the second point, well, now I forgot. Now I remember 2, but now I forgot the third one.
Oh no.
What was the third one? Let's see. We covered the Oh, okay. Free versus workshop value. I'll cover that in a second. Wait, so now I forgot the second. Man, I'm a jumbled mess. So now I forgot the second one. I legit just forgot the second one. Okay. So we'll move this up to 2. Maybe I'll think about the third one. Second. So the other one the point I wanted to make is on I just thought about it. Let me write this down. So we got accountability. That's what I want to cover. Accountability. You will follow through yourself. Okay. So a lot of people I've seen, I'll give you a good example. I saw someone who is in my area of Indianapolis. They were in the No One Left Behind challenge, and then they made a post in Sub2 a few months ago that they felt like they were left behind.
Oh no.
They're in the No One Left Behind challenge. They felt like they were left behind. I've tagged this individual in every single Indianapolis meetup we've ever had, including the post I made for this meetup 3 days ago. The individual has never once made an attempt to show up. And I even tagged him and very specifically wrote him a message. Hey, I know you feel like you're being left behind. I've tagged you in every meetup for months and months and months. I'm tagging you here again. I really hope you show up so that way I can make you feel like you weren't left behind and we can provide value to you. Didn't show up. So I say that by saying in the Orbit program, and I promise in the Orbit program, like once we're like collectively in, like it's going to be chill. We're going to have fun. We're going to have a good time. We're going to work together. Like it's not going to be, the videos were like very intentionally like me being like firm, because I was trying to weed out the people that don't belong, if that makes sense.
It does.
And then some of like my questions are a little firm, or like the topics to deliver, just to make sure like people are they understand, right, of what to expect. And the second point that I want to bring up is accountability, which covers in the videos, but I want it to tying back to that guy from the No One Left Behind who felt like he was left behind. This what we do in the Orbit program, it will be all up to you in terms of how fast or slow or how involved you are. I personally, I just simply don't have the time to follow up with everyone one-to-one and just like push them along and be like, hey, how you doing? Like, did you do this today? Did you do that today? Like, I have enough of that, like for my day job that I have to do. I don't have any bandwidth to push anyone. So by saying that, it's like I want people that are motivated for themselves, because if you kind of get to a point, or not, if anyone gets to a point where they're like, oh, I'm losing steam and Mundo doesn't care about me, it's going to be kind of sink or swim, right? I'm going to give you all the resources, all the available time that I can within reason, and the structure, the training, that mentorship, the level of visibility and transparency into my business and what I'm doing. But at the end of the day, if you decide like in 3 weeks that like, oh, like, it's just too much, and you fall off, I'm not going to go and chase you, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah. That totally makes sense. And to me, that's not the kind of people that you even want in the program, right? I mean, if people are just going to opt out and haven't gone that far, then, and I think you made that again really clear in the self-reflection of the videos of like, I'm going to get out what I put in, right? This is really what I get out of this is totally about what I'm putting into it and what my commitment is and how I'm taking the learnings and reflecting and actually applying them. I think, again, that's all the opportunity that you're giving anyone that gets to participate. And then it is up to them to go and do that, and not to expect you, at the end of the day, following up. Did you get this done? Did you get that done? That just doesn't make sense, even as an adult. But anyone hoping to be successful as an investor has to have that initiative and that follow-up and that commitment and that internal drive, or they're not going to be successful in any phase.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you feel that way. So we have some people coming in here for the meetup. So we still got about 10 minutes before we get started. And then the third one I definitely wanted to drive home is there will be a difference between what, and honestly, I personally struggle with this. I really do. 'Cause I'm more of like a, oh, Jada, hey, what's up? I didn't know you were still here. I personally really struggle with just like not going all in on delivering value. So I have to make a separation in the Orbit program. And I've gotten better at that by creating more resources for people. For a while, I would get DMs. People would ask me questions, and then I would feel bad not like answering them and giving them more value that I know I shouldn't have given them, that they should have paid for consulting or whatever, right? And I've had a lot of people take advantage of me over the past couple of years on the value I've given. And, that's okay. There's people that will do that. That just happens. But I want to make an important distinction that we're going to cover a lot of stuff. And if you learn anything in the Orbit program, I think that should be looked at as like, I achieved the goal of the Orbit program. It's a success because it is free, right? So it's like if you learned 1% more and you have some sort of value from it, you already won.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's what I think it should be focused on. But I do have to make a very important distinction that when we go through the Orbit program, I am not going to share everything. There's certain things that I'm just not going to share. I'm not going to go into deep dives of my contracts, right? I'm not going to go into deep dives of certain techniques that I use in certain situations, because I do have a paid workshop for like my main strategy is Morby methods. And so I'll be having like my first workshop in September. And it's not fair for people attending that, where that is the time where I'm like, here it is, open book, everything I got, all my resources, my lenders, my contracts, my scripts, best practices, like it's all out there and it's all for you. And that's the place where I'm going all in on that workshop. So I can't do that in the Orbit program and give it all away for free. That doesn't make sense from a business model perspective.
Not at all.
Yeah, we're going to cover a lot. But there's going to be times where people are going to be like, oh, can I get, like, no one's going to get my underwriting model. They're just not. No matter how many times they ask, they're just not going to get it. They will get it at the workshop. So those are kind of things that'll come up, and I'll just say, hey, that's only for workshop, attendees. So that I just want to be fully transparent.
No, I appreciate you being transparent. And I think it's fair. So I think I mentioned, like, I've been a part of other mentorships programs, and I've paid for dedicated mentorship and those specifics. And so I can see it from the perspective of like, I'd be really upset if I paid good money for this kind of proprietary specialized knowledge, and then that person's out in another forum handing it out for free. Right. You kind of dilute the value. So I definitely see it from that way too. Yeah, absolutely. That makes total sense to me.
Yeah, that's definitely. And I think really those are the 3 points that I really wanted to drive home with anyone thinking about joining the Orbit program. And so, I mean, based on everything you're telling me, I mean, you did the work, you got to this point. I mean, I think you'd be a great fit for it. I think the only thing we need to figure out is next steps on what is it. I know you kind of mentioned you want to learn everything, and
maybe I can rephrase that, because I think it should be like, I want to learn anything, right? Maybe that's a better way to put it, right? Just again, to just take
Yeah.
that incremental
Yeah.
knowledge step of like that to me would be valuable, right? It's like what I know I have so much to learn, most of which I don't even know that I don't know. And so just I am totally open just to be a sponge and just to grow the knowledge in real estate investing and I'm open to whatever that might look like. Again, I think the Morby method, the creative financing is one place where I specifically know I have no experience in that piece. So just being able to watch and learn even the terminology and get that beyond the videos would be awesome. The one question I have for you is, what is your realistic, and this was one thing that when we talk about what could be in the videos, what is a realistic time investment of taking action as a participant that we should be willing to commit to? So that's the only thing that I'm a little bit nebulous on, right? Is it a 3-hour a day? Is it and especially since you're doing this 32-hour live, I'm like, really, what do you have in mind between what's realistic to really be successful? How much time would a participant need to invest daily or weekly or however you see that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I fully expect everyone to do 32-hour lives with me. So that's like a core requirement. It's like part of your initiation. You got to go live 32 hours.
You drop off and then I take over? Yes.
No. Each person's got to go live. It's definitely an initiation. You got that's your rite of passage.
Like, and then
No,
I'm watering my plants, and this is when I go to sleep. Yeah, no. No pressure on anybody. It is, and again, I want to be fully transparent. It seems like I have everything really well packaged together. At this current time, I don't. I'm figuring this out as I go. I'm just being straight up with you. I don't have any of the I have some of the content filmed for like training videos, like different stuff. I'm going to be filming some of that content tonight. And that's part of the reason why I'm doing the 32 hours. I'm going to be like legit filming content and training videos for the Orbit program. Some I've already filmed. But as far as the time commitment, I haven't found the perfect formula yet, but my goal is to structure responsibilities in a way that I know at the end of the day whether every single person comes in with the same mindset as you. I know just from the law of averages, there's going to be 30% of the people actually show up and do the work that they say they're going to do, right? Day one, they're super pumped. Day 60, it's a whole different story. Yeah. I just know that. So to me, it's going to be, I'm trying to figure out in my head, like I'm trying to design this process so that I know it's going to be a revolving door, and I don't want that revolving door to disrupt my business. And so I want to give people transparency, exposure, but I'm not going to be putting someone in a role where I depend on them, if that makes sense. So if someone was helping with property management and they leave and they don't respond back for a week, that's not going to affect me, right? So that's what I'm trying to work on. And I say that, and I do have to go here in a couple minutes. I say that by saying, don't stress it. The time commitment is as much or as little as you want to be. I think I'll probably keep my Wednesday night calls as like Orbit training / content delivering. And every week we'll be doing more training, more hands-on stuff. And I'm gonna still open that up because again, the Orbit program is free. So if we talk about diluting value, the value is free, right? So I might as well give it to other people for free while I'm doing it. But they're not going to be involved in the business. That's going to be the difference between someone who's done the work in terms of watch the videos and being on the team, because I'm not going to openly just share everything as far as the business. So I would say, appreciate that, Jen. I will, if you want to, let me see. I don't know if I can post my comments. If you want to send me an email, I can make sure I get that to you. Or if you're on my if you're on my newsletter, my Morby Method newsletter, at some point I'll put out a link for the workshop. So I don't know if you're a part of that or not, but I'll put out that now. And
the newsletter that I have has like 4 hours of training for free on Morby methods. I mean, it's obviously not everything you need to know, but it's a pretty good amount of what you need to know. So I'm putting that on YouTube. That has some of those videos on there. Okay, cool. Well, then at some point I'll drop a link, but I just don't know when. I haven't started like advertising per se for it. But there's some videos in that newsletter that I'm going to use for the Orbit program, because I did like a 40-minute underwriting Zoom. That's perfect for the Orbit program. Like, people can absolutely use that. There's going to be like, I did a quick video on how to find seller finance leads. We're going to use that in the Orbit program. So I'm going to be building on top of that. But as far as to end, I'm not ending the live. Obviously, I'm going to be doing this for 32 hours straight, but to end our like interview per se,
Yeah.
it's as much or as little as you want, and that's the way I'm going to leave it structured. I'm going to leave it open, so if someone wants to join the Orbit program in a month from now, I'm going to create a curriculum in a way that it's not disrupting too much. It'll be a video series, right? Like,
Yeah.
right now the videos aren't filmed, but in 2 months from now there'll be a lot. So I'll say, hey, welcome to the Orbit program. Here's, this video series. It's not going to be 50 hours of, pace talking. Even though me personally, I hang on every single word Pace says. Like, I'm one of those people that will just like sit there and listen and listen and listen, because he always has value to deliver. Some people just don't have the patience to sit there and listen. I do, in the context of learning from him, because he's such an amazing teacher. But I think a lot of people will resonate well with just like, okay, just tell me what I need to know in 10 minutes. And that's my goal of a lot of the training videos, is like, boom, if I can make it 10 minutes, I'll make it 10 minutes. If it has to be 40, just know it has to be 40, right? But I try to condense it down. So I'll leave that structure in a way that allows flexibility for people to come and go, because at some point people are going to go, right? It's not going to be forever. People are going to want to be like, okay, I learned what I need to learn. Thank you. I'm moving on to something else.
Great.
If that makes sense.
It does. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me. And I'll just look for next steps after maybe hour 34. You can send me a next.
I am going to be hard to sleep after hour 32.
I can only imagine.
It would take a lot for me to get fired up on.
Yeah.
After that.
Yeah. So once you rejuvenate from this session, then I'll keep watching for next steps, and I'll be eager for the new video series and how to jump in and get that going. So thanks so much for your time and for considering me. I so appreciate it, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Awesome. And if you want to pop in at any point later tonight or whatever, just feel free to hop on and I'll be here.
All right.
Except for meetup, we'll be kind of like doing a meetup, but then after that, feel free to hop on.
Okay, sounds great.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right. Bye. Hey, what's up, everybody? If you want to just come on over here. I'm actually doing a live right now. I'm doing a 32-hour nonstop live. So I'm going to be up for 32 straight hours. I'm going to be up for 32 straight hours just live. So I'm live on Facebook, YouTube, and I think the LinkedIn got cut off. And Facebook shuts down after 8 hours, so I have to like restart new streams. But as far as today, I'll give you guys the option of how you want to run the meetup. I was thinking I could break down a real deal that I did as far as like the settlement statement and like kind of walk through that stuff. I wish I had a TV. I don't. But I could break down a real deal, or I could call actual leads that I have. I'm direct to agent. Mainly what I do is Morby methods. I could be calling agents and while underwriting properties. So it's really up to you guys. I don't know what would be the most value to you guys as what you want to see. Maybe if you want to start off, I see some new faces. So maybe if you guys want to start off with introducing yourself and then tell me like, what do you want to learn out of today's meetup? What would be success for you? You came here for a reason, so I want to make sure that you get the value that you came for, whether that be just meeting a few new people or learning something specifically, let's make sure I hit that. So that way you can walk away tonight and be like, heck yeah, I'm glad I took the time. Everyone here took the time out of their Friday night to come here. I appreciate that. So like, I don't take that lightly. But I'm going to be doing this all night into tomorrow afternoon. So if you haven't understood yet, if you don't know yet, I am a little psychotic. So, but Jerome, you want to start with you? Yeah, you want to start off? Well, just give an introduction. I know you, but other people don't. And then tell me, like, what do you want to accomplish today at the meetup? Would you prefer me breaking down a deal? Would you prefer calling direct to agent? Like, just let me know. And we'll kind of take a poll. If it's 50-50, I don't know what to do, but we'll just see what you guys want to do.
For the last 8 months now. So, well, I feel like it's good to talk about. I would love to hear you on the phone talking to DTA, especially seeing how you breaking it down, explaining the mortgage method, talking to agents, because I would like to do one of those type of deals.
Okay.
So,
Cool. Chris?
Hi guys, my name's Chris. I have been a part of T since 8 months and so ever. I was kind of all over the place and SWAT was amazing. But the more I dig into the mortgage method, the more I get obsessed, because having the ability to get into something seems pretty good. So definitely that, and really the pitch, just pitching it to the agents more.
Yeah. Cool. I was going to say we should record that, but I've been recording for 12 hours now, 13 hours. Yeah. I might have to do that actually, because sometimes like YouTube has taken down my streams multiple times. So I'm trying not to. Before the couple streams I did, I was showing my email, and I think they didn't like, I was like talking shit about agents. I was like talking shit about agents as I was reading emails because they were rude, you know? And I was like, wow, that's rude. Like, why would you say? So like it said I was like harassing people in my, I guess.
Stuck in their mind.
I know. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. Andrew McCarroll, been with Join Gator, I think 4 weeks ago.
Oh,
Pretty
wow.
busy game, don't know a whole lot, looking to eventually be in touch with you. Really want to network with everybody, get to know you. People that have been doing it, like to surround myself with fun. Like to be a team member, any way I can, part of it. I learned anything you can add, like phone calls, I think those go really well, seeing those.
Okay. Awesome. I was fumbling around with my bag, so I couldn't hear the first part. What was your name? I'm sorry. Andrew. Okay. Nice to meet you, man. All right.
I'm Brian. I joined Gator, but I think I don't know. I've been really hesitant to lend out money. So looking more. I think I'm getting ready to meet up with a seller, possibly do my first seller finance here next week.
Nice.
I don't know if you saw my comment on the video earlier, but I got to work on thinking bigger.
I had
I got to try to think, because my goal is I want to eventually own like 500 acres, and I'm not going to do that. 40 grand. So I gotta do better at working on my bigger thing.
love it. Are you still working on the weekends?
Yeah.
At that place still?
Yeah. I volunteer for it can be where I'm about to tell them I can't do it anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, man, thanks for being transparent about it. I love that.
They're all gone. I can tell you, I'm done dealing with banks. I'm basically, I'm
just gotta try to actively start looking for any business or any buildings that I can sell at finance because I'm tired. Like I can break laws in my head, but you know, it's I'm tired. Tired.
I'm Stephen Jennings. Been up to and know nothing about real estate, just say jump in both feet and learn, become a client, and just learn and just watching videos and running the business, learn just gonna just here to meet people that are local and learn from you guys.
My name is Rosie Stowe. I'm in top tier, and I'm here to, like you said, expand and think bigger, with your mindset, and to actually help the sub two community grow. And any way I can help with the leaders and sub two, like you guys get get your expansion.
Love it. Love it.
Easier for you. And yes, I was sucked in by the community. So much love that whole concept. It's very catchy.
And you're just in top tier right now? Okay. Gotcha.
Theo Stone has been.
Nice.
Been investing since the 90s, took a big hiatus. So.
I wonder what happened during that. Wonder what happened in 2008.
So I'm just here to meet you guys. Connections on fire. Always need side money. Do a lot of, been doing a lot of, we just call it raps. It's creative finance. Rebranded it. Have one right now. We're doing down in some pretty much Marion County and surrounding counties, but I'll look at anything. We've been getting a lot of focus down south recently, down north, and more stuff, so I've been going down there. Of course, I'll do. I've got family in Evansville and Madison, so I'll probably go down.
All right, that's
Yeah,
good.
that's Southwest side.
I just talked. So they.
But yeah, so just sit here to meet people and help out where I can, help us all grow.
So is everybody, we're like local around here.
I live in Phoenix.
35 minutes.
Oh, wow. Nice.
I just grew up in Martinsville. Actually, I grew up in Markville, which is upwards Pendleton, moved to Martinsville where I got married.
And
Just on the side of like, there's a quarter of, kitchen called Cumberland Field.
very good. We're in Greenwood.
Love it. Nice. I'm in Center Grove, so not too far from here.
Yeah,
I know her for.
I used to work, I worked with them for 10+ years.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. I work for Public TV Service, so I covered the entire state. I've been all the way to Michigan City down in Kentucky. And I see for sale signs everywhere. It's just like, I was driving to Paragon. Man, I didn't do this.
The same way I was driving up that.
I was really down this morning.
Are you buying fixing flips? Or you want more turnkey, creative?
Hold on one second.
Always been a conversation.
Hey, Jen, did you have a question or were you just hanging out back here?
Is all this actually like picking up on their screen?
If not, I'll put you back stage. Oh, okay, cool. No worries. I was just curious. So we're gonna make some calls here in a second. Going direct to agent. Got we're networking here, so give me a few seconds.
I was looking at a spot in Morgan, on Morgan Street, in Martinsville, and like she's a realtor. So after her husband died, she retired. She's selling an office building. She's like, I want cash, so I move upstate. Cash only. And now, ever since she kind of pushed me to the side because I was like, well, it's 245. So she's asking for it. She's already done lower the price twice. And she's buying ads to sell this place. And it's like, wow. Couldn't take no. I've been looking for a building for my wife to open her a yarn store in Martinsville.
See, she wants to underwriting a property right now because we're about to call here in a few minutes. 250. What's that? Huh? Yeah, we will here in a second. Oh, they want 130 down. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't see the terms that they wanted. I didn't save that underwriting thing we did this morning. No. I think I come back with lower numbers like 1900 a minute. I think is what I was finding.
You did 19, insurance was like 34.
3257. 3257. Insurance. So they wanted 130 down. No. Well, it says it in the listing. So it says they want I think that says they want 125 down. No, they want 130K down. And then they want to do 6% seller carryback. I mean, this thing's like, I think when we did the math this morning, it was like negative. Like it was just break even, right? What's that?
Says the buyer or the seller is coming out pace.
Oh, it's definitely not Pace. No, it's definitely not Pace. He doesn't have any Indianapolis stuff. Been trying to get that guy to show up to Indy for a while. I don't know. He's not a fan of Indy, I guess.
Yeah, so now then 2 months, he's like, yeah, that's gonna be it. Now here, 2 months later, I think it's Love Street. So I can just.
Oh, so they're getting 19. Yeah, they're getting 950. Yeah, the 1900 would be what we would probably use. I mean, it's losing money every month. I mean, it's like break even. I mean, yeah, let's do that. Record.
see to sell them. And then SLB.
Is the agent's phone number on here? Oh yeah, yeah. See, oh, I feel like I've talked to her before. Let's see. Oh, I do have her saved in my phone. Okay, well, I wonder if I've called her on this before. Have I sent this lead? Let me see. Let me check my LOI list to make sure I wasn't. She's saved in my phone, so Emily. I don't think I sent this LOI. Yeah. Just give them a couple seconds and then we'll start making calls. Huh? What? Oh. All right. Well, I'm going to start making some direct to agent calls. You guys keep chatting, but if you want to listen in, I'm going to start hammering it. So I know he brought me a lead to underwrite. He underwrote. He wanted me to check it out this morning, and so the first call we're going to make is the one that this will be his deal to look at. I don't think it's going to work, so I'll just give you the quick record this for training for the older program here. I don't think this lead is going to work out because we did the underwriting and it's basically a break even / losing a little bit of money every month. And they said they're willing to do seller finance. They even literally said it in the listing description. They're willing to do seller finance with a down payment of $130K, desired term 6% interest rate with a 5-year balloon. So we ran the numbers. This thing is break even at best with no monthly payment whatsoever. So like this is probably not going to be a deal that's going to work out. So I'm going to at least call. I'm going to do a couple different calls. I'm going to call one that's a loser, which is this one right now. And then call one. May turn it into a winner. You never know. And then I'll call some that I have no underwriting from. Like I'm going to call blindly. Like I don't even know the property address really. I mean, I may look at their address, but because I'll have to get the phone number, but I won't underwrite and we'll just have those conversations. I have voicemails from agents that have called me that I haven't answered yet that I don't even know what property they're calling about. So we'll see how you handle those kind of calls. And then I'll call some that I think might be good deals and see if we can work something out, if that makes sense. So preface this with saying that there's a high chance that they won't answer the phone, especially being almost 6 o'clock. So if they don't answer the phone, then obviously it is what it is. So we're going to start making those phone calls now.
Hi, it's Emily Husky with Keller Williams. You can leave a message or you can also text me at this number. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Hey, Emily, my name is Mundo. I'm calling about your 311 Eastern Avenue property. Can you give me a call when you get a chance? My number is 317-798-9040. Thanks. Shit, I didn't realize I was on live on YouTube. I forgot about that. That's okay. So that I killed that call, just so you know. That was an amazing call. Hold on, we got someone backstage here. Hey, how's it going? How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing good. We're just we're doing our meetup right now, and we are calling direct to agent pretty much right now. What are you up to?
So I'm buying businesses. That's my primary focus, and
Okay.
part of my Mount Everest. So I'm building $100 million portfolio of established businesses and partnering existing or experienced operators and new entrepreneurs together. So it's pretty fun.
Do you need any CFOs?
Definitely. I've got a pretty strong network of people that are doing it fractionally, but can always use more.
Yeah, I'm thinking more like fractionally, like consulting for equity, sweat equity,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Definitely consulting for equity.
Okay, I would love to talk to you more about that. I'm a CFO myself, so we've done 3 acquisitions in the past year and a half. The last acquisition we did, we took over a company that was doing about 17 million in revenue, but they were losing $3 million a year. And so we took over. It was a distressed situation. We actually took over the operations prior to closing, which obviously, as you know, doesn't ever happen.
Right.
And we essentially gutted the company down to about 5 million in revenue. And we stripped away all $3 million loss and made it profitable on day one when we took over after closing. So it was pretty gangster. It was awesome. So I have a lot of experience in doing that. I mean, that's what I do for my W-2. So we run a handful of different companies.
Awesome. I will definitely grab some time with you and sync up. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, no, unfortunately caught me at a rough this 2-hour gap is the only time where I have like a set agenda, unfortunately. But if you want to I don't know, you probably don't have time, but if you wanted to hop on later, I'd love to chat with you.
Yeah, I'll definitely come back and hop on later. I just saw the post in the Discord for Owners Club.
Yeah,
and wanted
yeah.
to come in and show my support.
Yeah, love it. No, I would love to hear more about what you got going on. I love your Mount Everest.
Awesome. I'll pop back in later.
All right, thanks. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. So I invited people in Owners Club to come in. So Owners Club, I don't know. Does anyone know what Owners Club is? I think some people that aren't in sub 2 wouldn't know. But why am I still recording? Owners Club is like the kind of you got the sub 2, which is like obviously the paid, community group mentorship. And then, well, Pace would hate that I say mentorship. So it's community, a paid community. It's obviously not cheap, but then Owners Club is an annual fee and it's definitely not cheap. I mean, it's like 35 grand a year and you're exposed. Yeah. It's more like a mastermind. You're closer proximity to Pace and he delivers, higher value training and, you get to like next week, I get to go to Dallas and I'm going to be his assistant for the day while he's speaking in Limitless. So like get to do cool stuff like that. So, I mean, that's pretty cool. Last week I was in Montana. We had a fishing trip, so got to network with, and it's really more about being in the room with other like-minded people. And it's just, I mean, it's amazing. Even if Pace doesn't even show up, like just being around the same people, exposed to them, the same network. I mean, it's awesome. I mean, I love it. Definitely worth it. All right, so sorry she didn't answer. So let me start hitting up. Let me look at my phone and see what other leads that I'm an actual CFO, like full-time CFO, but I was pitching, always be selling, right? Always be seeing if you can help other people, how they can help you and create value and do awesome things with each other. So like if I know I have a certain amount of skill sets in different areas, and if I hear something that comes up, like I'm going to plug myself in, right, as future opportunities. So that's one thing that we've talked about doing is, consulting for equity for different companies and, doing that kind of stuff. Let's go. I'm making a lot of money today. Yeah, no, I love that. Yeah. But we can talk about that too. Okay, so let's see what this person.
With Infinity Real Estate out of San Antonio, you sent over an offer on one of my listings. I have another listing that might interest you as well. I wanted to talk about both of them. If you could give me a call back.
Bro, say no more. I don't know. I know San Antonio. That's all I know.
Oh,
Hey, how's it going? My name's Mundo. I got a missed call from you, and I listened to your voicemail. You called me. Let's see, man. Today's
Yes,
been a
sir.
long day. I guess that was only like 45 minutes ago, so it should be pretty fresh in your memory.
Yeah. You had sent over an offer last week, I believe.
Yes, sir.
So it seems to be an owner finance or like maybe or subject to or something that you're offering. And I have one that is open to that now. And I was wondering if I send you an address or if I just give you an address over the phone, if that's all you would need. But it's one of my active listings that I have. And it would probably make a good rental.
Okay. Would you
Yeah.
think? Which one are you thinking? Is that more of the seller finance route with a large down payment, or is that more of like a subject to low equity type of situation?
Probably an owner finance. This particular family needs some cash in order to move forward, to move on. So yeah, it'd probably be a good owner finance.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Hold on 1 second. The technology, man. I got my headphones and losing audio back and forth. What's the address? Yeah, I know, right? What's the address? Okay. You said Riding Gate Farm. Okay.
House is in great shape. Doesn't really need anything. Maybe some updated painting because of some of the colors in a couple of the bedrooms, but other than that, everything's in great shape.
Awesome. What are you seeing on market rent for that kind of property?
I don't have them in front of me right now. Man, for a 5.
I don't see too many 5-bedrooms in that area.
No, not really. Not really. Yeah, I would need to run some numbers. I mean, I got my sellers had a change of heart this morning, so we've been talking kind of options and stuff. And I explained, a potential owner finance and ran some numbers for them. They seem like they're open to it now, but I can run some rental numbers here in the area.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I was just
like,
curious. Yeah, I can
I
do
don't
some
have that off
comps.
my head.
I can do some comps on my end. I was just curious if you had any feel for what to expect.
Yeah, I got so many on my brain right now. I'm juggling 15 listings right now, and I got 3 or 4 offers that are all coming in on them right now. So
that's
I
amazing.
can get something for you, but I'll.
Do you get a lot of creative opportunities? Sounds like you're cranking out a lot of deals.
Yeah, lately, a lot of them, half of the ones that I have are divorce cases, so we can't do anything with those. They're not open for any type of creative. They want cash to get out. Of course.
Yeah, I mean they could still do it. It's just I understand that can be kind of messy, and they just don't want to have any tie together.
Right. Yeah. It's really the people.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. It's the people that don't want to be. Yeah. That's what it is. So that's the majority of what I have right now. The other ones may be open. Yeah. I've talked to everybody about it, but I only have 3 or 4 that are interested in doing something like that. I might have one actually coming up. It's a new listing that I just picked up this morning. That we'll have it ready to go probably by next week sometime.
Man, you're killing it.
Yeah, we've talked about it today and they're open for an owner finance, so that would be an option for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea on like going back to this one that you just mentioned? Are they caring about like, hey, I just want to capture as much cash up front, or some sellers care more about that, and then some care more about the monthly payment?
Well, yeah, a combination of both. They're sitting on a mortgage that they need to do what's called a recast on the mortgage that they have now, and they're looking for as much cash as they can get a hold of. So they're needing at least about 35 or 40 to be able to do what they want to accomplish. They're basically refinancing their current mortgage, and in order to do that, they have to pay this fee, and that's what they're trying to use the money for. But yeah, 30, 35 is what they're looking for.
Is that on like a separate house, or are you talking about
Right, that's their
refinancing?
primary. Yeah, this is their. Yeah, this was their primary before,
That's not the
but
kind of
we got to
photo
get to a
of
new
me.
house almost eight months ago. So yeah, it's their primary residence that they have now.
Gotcha.
That,
Gotcha.
yeah, their lender's offering them, like a 1% or 1.5% drop in interest rate,
Okay.
but they would have to buy it down.
Yeah. So you're thinking more of like a land contract. Is that kind of what you're thinking?
Possibly, depending on the terms.
Okay.
See
Do you-
what you guys are willing. What do you guys usually put down on things like this?
Well,
Kind of
typically, yeah, like typically what we're doing is we're partnering with the DSCR lender, and they're the ones helping with that large down payment need. Cause as an investor, I'm looking to get into properties for as little as I can to stretch my capital. That helps me hold on to my capital, have enough for reserves in case things break down, stuff like that. And if I just smoke all my capital on one property, one, I can't buy other properties. And two, it's like now I don't have capital for reserves, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And so I'll get a DSCR lender and they will provide that large down payment for the seller. But a condition to that loan is that the deed transfers over to the buyer, right? So that lender has to be first position, if that makes sense. So it wouldn't be a land contract type of structure. So not to say that we wouldn't do land contracts, but usually, again, it goes back to me being an investor. I'm looking to get into a deal for less than 10% entry fee. And so that offer that I would do on the land contract would look a lot different than what I would do in this type of structure, where I would have a DSCR lender come in for that down payment for the seller, and then they would carry back the rest.
But if we have an existing mortgage on there, do you guys just do a wrap on that thing, or how does that DSCR lender become the first lien position if we have an existing mortgage on it?
Yeah, so the way we would structure it is the down payment that the seller would get would be enough to pay off that mortgage. So that mortgage would be essentially free and clear at closing, right? It gets paid off. And then, I come in and I have a new mortgage with my DSCR lender.
Okay. Right.
And that mortgage that I now have, that's my obligation to pay that lender. But that cash that goes to paying off the seller's mortgage. And then hopefully there's enough cash for the seller to walk away with some money, and then they seller finance the rest.
Oh, so they would seller finance basically the down payment you would have with the DSCR lender. So let's say 20% or whatever the DSCR, then that's what you would owner finance then with the seller then. Is that how you're trying it?
Well, it would depend on where we would land, right? So like if they, for some reason, if you were, let's say, I'm just throwing out a number, let's say it was 40% cash to seller. It sounds like 40% is not enough to pay off the mortgage. I don't know, but let's just say it is. They being the seller would then carry 60%. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess, but so you're getting a low LTV loan from a DSCR lender. Well, because I ask because I'm a hard money broker. I'm also a mortgage broker. So I've been doing mortgages for 33 years now. And I just want to understand exactly. So a typical DSCR loan purchase is going to be 20% down.
Correct.
In your case, it sounds like you're doing a lower LTV than an 80% loan.
Yeah.
So they're allowing you to do a combined CLTV of 100.
It's you obviously know a lot since you've been doing it for so long. The way it's technically structured, I usually don't get into the mechanics of it with any agents because they don't normally understand it, but you clearly do. So the way it's actually structured is whatever I get a DSCR loan for, whether that be 40%, 50%, 70%, whatever, right? In a normal transaction, I have to physically bring cash to close on the loan. And so the DSCR lenders we work with, they are okay with that type of structure. You just can't do seller financing on the actual closing and purchase of the property. So it would happen in a subsequent second transaction where I'm essentially, whether you want to look at it as like a refinance of equity or you look at it more as like a HELOC, right? Where a owner is pulling equity that they injected into the property. out in a refinance, essentially. So we have to close on the property, the initial purchase, just like any
So
other
the numbers
loan.
have to work though, as far as
Yeah, I
so
mean,
you can't have a real high equity, high equity balance then. I mean, or a low equity, low equity situation with a high
correct.
balance mortgage on there.
Yeah, the only time we would work with like low equity types of situations is would be subject to. I mean, obviously, for you or for your seller, retail buyer is always the best scenario, right? But all I do is creative because I'm a creative investor and I'm looking to stretch capital.
Okay.
So on low equity stuff, we would go the subject to route, but obviously that's a tougher sell to, then I have to convince the seller. It's more about which I have the credibility to convince the seller, but I have to get them on board because I'm essentially going to be carrying their note for the rest of, 25 years or whatever.
Yeah, see, I had somebody approach me before on something like this, but they didn't explain it the way you're explaining it. Yeah, I had a guy from California, an investor guy, try to sell me on a deal like this on one of my listings also. And it sounded interesting, but the way he explained it didn't make any sense.
It is very confusing, which is why I never really get into the structure. I do what I always do. I make sure that the seller and also you as the agent fully on board and understand all of the contracts. So what I actually do is I'll get the purchase contract, I'll get the promissory note, I'll get what we call this affidavit, all of it signed up front. So that way we don't get under contract and you're just like, wait, what are we doing? And like you find out at closing. I make sure you guys know up front, but I usually don't have that conversation until we've agreed on terms.
Right. Okay. Do you have an example of one of these of how this thing goes down?
Yeah, I've done a lot of these. I got over 200 units in my portfolio. So, I mean, it's definitely done this a handful of times. As far as
I have two or three that might go for something like this, but we just have to really understand the calculations and the math for the whole thing to see what they're going to walk away with and then what they're going to get monthly.
Yeah.
To see if the numbers work for you,
Yeah, because the challenge I have with doing these types of deals is that, the seller, of course, they're happy with a large down payment, but they also want to eat their cake or have their, what is that saying? Have their cake and eat it too. They also want a large monthly payment. And when I look at the overall, debt structure and cash flow, it usually just doesn't pencil out. Like I can't usually do a 8% seller finance note and I pay the seller, $1,000 in a monthly payment, and then I'm getting $1,200 in rent. Like that math doesn't make sense,
Right. Yeah. Well, it's got to fit a few different boxes though too. I can see that. Yeah. Okay. I'd be interested in seeing some numbers on something like this for this one, but I'm thinking of two other ones that it might work for because they're sitting on a small balance mortgage.
Oh, nice. Yeah, those would be perfect fits.
It sounds like that's the only thing that would fit something like that because I know that the lower LTV you go for your primary loan or your primary lender because I used to do a shit ton back in subprime days. We do 80-20. We do 80-20s all day long, and we do 80-10-10s all day long. And we'd have to structure. We're putting people in 100% financing shit left and right. We were getting 3 loans. We were getting one, first, second, and third liens all set up at closing, one shot, and we'd have to structure everything the right way. So I kind of understand. I think a little bit of what you're talking about, but we need to see.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, is this is this a good number to like text you on? I can text you my email if you don't have it already. I think you may have it, but if you want to shoot me over those other properties, I can just kind of take a look at all of them and give you my thoughts.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Sounds good, sir. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Have a good one. Bye.
All right, bye. The problem is this kind of guy he's going to immediately search me on social media and he's going to see I'm on live. Okay, so I need to save that number because obviously we need to follow up with that person. Any questions on that?
So I'm really understanding the structure of mortgage methods. But so for his example, when you go in with the first position, right, with the DSCR, whether it's 50, 67, whatever it is, if you do that, once you pay that mortgage off, whatever the mortgage balance is, could the owner do a cash out refi? So if there's a rehab that needs to be done,
Hold on.
transaction?
Sorry, you lost me there. I couldn't focus. I gotta write this. Okay, hold on. I gotta make sure I get this guy's number notes. Subprime. Call this guy. He has 3 more or so to underwrite. Okay, I'm with you.
So once you pay the mortgage balance off of the DSCR,
Mm-hmm.
does that allow the seller to do a cash out refi so that you can get the seller carried back? Or are you just taking whatever's left once you pay off the mortgage?
No, so you're essentially buying the property.
Yeah.
So you're closing on the property. Your DSCR loan is paying off the seller's DSCR loan. So what he thought I was proposing was just a straight, which is common misunderstanding because of most seller finance deals is like between me and you, I'm giving you cash and then you're carrying it in like a land contract or the deed transfers, however you structure it. He thought that's what was going to happen, where in the beginning, that's why I was like, is he talking about another property? And then
Yeah,
he said, no, I'm talking, that's their primary home. And then I knew that he thought this was a land contract. So he thought that I was going to pay cash down. I should have been recording this, dang it. So he thought I was going to be putting a down payment. And what they were going to do is take that down payment and refinance their existing mortgage and keep the mortgage in their name, but essentially recast it and restructure the debt in a way that their monthly payments lower. That was going to be, that essentially kind of almost in a roundabout, well, that wouldn't have been a substitute. That would have been a land contract the way that he was talking initially. But I can't give him the large down payment without going and getting the DSCR loan. I can't get the DSCR loan without the DSCR lender being first position. I have to buy the property outright. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? Okay.
Makes sense. Cool. But you could only do the cash out refi if the seller owned it 100%, right? So like if you went in and you told the mortgage method, right? You said I could go in because they want a large down payment. You said I can give you 50%, but it needs, I don't know.
When you say cash, I think I may have confused it. When you say cash out refi, are you talking about the second transaction?
Yeah.
Okay, you're not talking about them, the sellers doing a cash out refi. Because that's two different things. Like, so if I'm the seller and I want to do a cash out refi, the loan's in my name currently. I'm the seller, right? I'm selling a house. I, the seller, am going to go do a cash out refi. I am going to my lender or a new lender, getting a new loan and refinancing my loan. And when I refinance my loan on my property, I'm getting cash in that deal.
Yeah. Okay.
But the cash out refi, I think you're talking about is the second transaction as part of the Morby method, or no? I don't know.
So because you're still going to need you're not only going to need a DSCR, you're going to need the PML to come in, right, to finish it out.
The capital partner who's
Yeah.
partnered on the deal.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a capital partner, if the owner owns a home 100%, could they do a cash out refi and then they could essentially do that in the
Yeah, that is what I would pitch if someone was like adamant about like, I will not be in second position.
Okay.
I would say, okay, well, what you could do is you could go and refinance the property, or if they are free and clear, it's not a refinance really because there's no
They're
mortgage.
just
Like
doing a cash out.
you could get a cash out. I guess that technically is a cash out. It's not really a refinance if there's nothing there, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah,
They could take out a mortgage on the property and there's no lien holder if it's free and clear. So all of that cash would be coming to them, right? In that scenario, they could capture their own down payment, still be in first position because title doesn't change, nothing changes. And I could either be comfortable with that risk and essentially sub to that payment, or however you want to look at it, and not take deed, or I could say, hey, I want to buy into your entity that is in title. Now, if it was under their personal name, you can't buy into their personal name, obviously, but or you could get them to transfer it into an LLC and you two partner together. Because a lot of times, if you run into a seller that's got high equity, free and clear, whatever, yeah, they want the cash, but it's more about the headache being removed from their life. If you can present a scenario where you're taking over that headache and they're no longer like involved in it, or they'd rather collect the payment from you instead of chasing all these like crummy tenants, that could be attractive, if that makes sense. So if they're like, I'm not going to do first position, no way, then I would come back and pitch that as far as like, well, why don't you do a refinance and I'll just come in and partner with you? Because any sort of loan or debt instrument I get, it's going to require me to be first position, or I'm sorry, it's going to require that lender to be first position, and I'm going to be holding the deed at that point. That makes sense.
It makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? I know what didn't you understand in that conversation? Let me start there, because we kind of just went off the deep. We went from like zero. We went from like level 0 to level 100, like in 10 seconds. So if we just kind of dissect all of that, do you know what DSCR means? Do you know, like, just tell me what you didn't understand and we'll start there. I'm looking at you. Yeah, I'm not looking at the camera. Yeah.
Just one, not even understanding what a DSCR loan is, right? We're trying to break down the different terms utilized.
That's a great one. I want to save that for a training. So I'm all about killing multiple birds with one stone, not physically killing, but you know what I mean? So a DSCR loan is a debt service coverage ratio. That's what it stands for. And basically it's a mathematical number where you're taking rent over the debt service. The debt service is the mortgage payment, the PITI. Do you know what PITI is? Like the principal, interest, taxes, insurance, your mortgage payment, right? So you have your mortgage payment divided by the rent. So if rent is, let's say, $1,000, you're getting $1,000 a month in rent from a tenant, and your debt service, taking your principal and interest portion, let's just say that's $800. And then let's add in your taxes. Let's say that's $100. And then your insurance, that's $100. So that's the PITI, the principal, interest, taxes, insurance. That's $1,000 total. Your rent is $1,000. Your PITI is $1,000. That's a DSCR of 1. Okay. Like 1/1, essentially. You're dividing the two numbers. So ideally, the perfect world scenario is you have a DSCR of 1.2. That's what lenders really like. Nowadays, it's really, really difficult to get to that number. Like, deals just don't cash flow because the prices of property have appreciated so much to where, like, the not cost of rent, well, like the rent, right, that investors get have not kept up with the increase in value. So you create a lot of pressure on a DSCR number. If you are buying a property, that's like the number one thing I look at as far as underwriting a property. If your DSCR is below 1, that means you're losing money, because the DSCR doesn't calculate other expenses that are real, like property management, maintenance reserves, and like anything else. You may have 451 could use a cut. If you have like lawn mowing expenses that, like, let's say you could have it in your lease that the tenant is going to pay, like they don't have a lawnmower, like guess who's going to be paying it? It's going to be you, right? Unless you want the property to look bad. So like that kind of stuff, right? So if you're getting a loan with a DSCR below 1, it's a bad deal. You're going to lose money, and you better have a way to pay for it, if that makes sense. So the requirements for a DSCR loan are way different. Do you have a mortgage right now currently, or are you renting? You got a mortgage? Okay, so you're familiar with getting a loan, right? They draw your blood, take your kidney, your firstborn, all that stuff. Okay. Tax returns, all that stuff. That's the conventional way of getting financing. For a DSCR loan, it is the wildest thing. Like, they don't even ask you if you're employed. Like, they don't ask you if you have a job. Like, it's crazy. They are literally underwriting the property itself. The only thing they're doing is running your credit. They're seeing if you can qualify. I would say the lowest you could probably find is, I've heard, I know Jada's, or she was here. I don't know if she's still here. She's a DSCR like mortgage broker. So she works with DSCR lenders all the time. I can't remember if she said it or someone else said it. I think someone said the lowest they've seen is like 600 credit score to get a DSCR loan. It's usually above like 640. I'd say if you're above 660, you're almost always going to get approved. And so if you have decent credit, that's all they check, right? That's really it. And then they underwrite the property. So they don't ask for tax returns. They don't ask for anything else. I take that back. They will ask for bank statements. They need to know where the money's coming from. They need to know you have enough money for the down payment. So you either partner with someone who has the money or you bring the money yourself. But if you have the money and if you have a decent credit score, you'll get approved 9 times out of 10 as long as the DSCR is, generally speaking, above 1. They will give you DSCR loans below 1. I would just not recommend doing the deal unless you have some really good reason. Like, they'll make you write a letter. I call it the stupidity letter. You'll have to write a letter telling them why you want to buy this deal below 1. You're telling them like, hey, I'm stupid. I know I'm going to lose money and I'm stupid because of A, B, and C reasons. And so like the only time to me that makes sense is when you're trying to get a loan for LTR, like long-term rent, because they're going to underwrite it. Generally speaking, loan regulations and requirements change all the time, right? So it's always changing. For the longest time, there was no, I'll get to your question in a second, Jen. There was no products for co-living. Are you familiar with co-living? Like rent by the room? Yeah. You can't get loans on that, like traditionally. And there's a lot of lenders that are like, what is co-living? We don't do that. It's usually either long-term rent or short-term rent. Those are the two underwritings that lenders will use to approve you for DSCR. Now there's a lot more, like I'm starting to see some products come up with co-living, but they're very specialized lenders. They may or may not have higher interest rates. I don't know. But the only time to me it makes sense is if you're qualifying as an LTR property and it's below 1, but your real exit strategy, meaning how are you going to operate the property, it's co-living, because then it's going to produce more revenue than what your long-term rent strategy is going to do. To me, that's the only reason why anyone should ever buy a property with a LTR underwriting DSCR below 1, if that makes sense.
So what if you're looking at like a property and you're calculating the rent based on the house being as is and maybe some of the properties around it, is there anything you could do as far as value add to that up that number?
Up which number?
The rent to make it a better 1.1 or 1.2.
Man, it's hard. It's really hard. It goes off the market. They don't really care. You could push it up like $50, like, but that's about as much as you're gonna get. 100 maybe if it's like pristine, but you're not.
Specifics like single family duplexes that type of person. Does that apply to multifamily as well?
Multifamily is more of a different beast, but there are DSCR products for that. But there's a lot more. I would say at that point, there's a lot more things being considered. Experience, much heavier on experience. A new investor who doesn't own any real estate could get a DSCR, no problem, as long as they have credit score, they have the cash, or someone has the cash. Because you could have the credit score and not have the cash, and you can partner with someone that has the cash, and you can close and do the deal together. If that makes sense.
What would you say on a commercial building?
What about it?
Be able to do DSCR on like a commercial building?
It depends on what it is, but as far as what I think you're getting at for what you're looking for, it'd be very, very challenging because you're looking at like an owner occupied type of situation where I assume it's for your wife's business, right? Is what you'd be looking for. Yeah. If there was a stable tenant there, like let's say it was on a 7 or 10-year term or even 5-year term, right? And it was like, it just gets into different underwriting requirements. They start looking at, is this a corporate credit tenant? Do they have, like, are they a publicly traded company? Like, what are other financials publicly available? Can we underwrite the strength of that tenant? Because if you have a commercial building, this is a commercial building, right? Right here. This is a 20-acre facility that I don't own it, but our owner does. Yeah, so like the lender is going to be focusing heavily on that tenant because that tenant is 100% of your revenue. If it was like one building, right? But if it was a complex, they're going to be underwriting each tenant and they're going to be placing risk on each tenant. They're going to be looking at the maturity of the leases. Okay, this tenant is on a 5-year lease. This tenant's on a 2-year lease. And if all your tenants are on 1, 2, 3-year leases, they're going to consider that really high risk. But if everyone was on a 10-year lease and they were all like huge conglomerate corporate credit customers, they're going to view that as low risk. Then they're also going to take your credit. Well, obviously the DSCR, they will take your credit in consideration. Your experience, have you operated this kind of asset before? It's like a whole different ballgame versus DSCR. It's like, do you have a heartbeat? Do you have a credit score? Does someone have cash? Good to go, right? So that's the difference. That makes sense.
Well, yeah, it's everything I've been running into is like, oh, you want a $250,000 loan, you need to have $250,000 laying around to be able to pay it off.
No, it's not that drastic, but even on the DSCR, like they want to know that you have 3 to 6 months worth of mortgage payments in reserves in addition to your down payment. So it's not just your down payment and closing costs can be a lot. It's also the reserves that you need. If that makes sense. So, I mean, it can get quite expensive. Yeah. Yeah.
Every deal you've done, or like you've done, is it always included DSCR loan as part of it, or is there other?
No, there's lots of other. What we're talking about today is the hardest like strategy in creative finance. No, there's not a lot of content on this stuff. This is the hardest strategy by far. Yeah. It's mainly what I'm personally known for in the community is like that's my strategy. So a lot of people come to me based on that strategy. But a lot of people don't know it. They don't understand it. They don't do it. So like it's definitely, if you're newer to real estate, jumping in this conversation, it's holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. I got a question here in the chat. Can the liquidity requirement be met by showing the funds from a lender or always from yourself or partner? Jen, could you clarify that a little bit? The part I'm confused on the question is the lender part. Can the liquidity requirement be met by showing the funds from a lender? That's the part. If you could clarify that, that would be helpful.
Pace will like should do a proof of funds. Kind of like it's already like so much like you can hear I have proof of funds thing.
Yeah, I mean, can I show a proof of funds from a PML, for example? I have heard of some lenders being okay with. I'm not even going to say yes because I've heard something, but I've not confirmed it. They always want to know that the funds are coming from someone like involved in the deal, so they're a partner in the deal, right? So if you partner with someone, let's say you're the credit sponsor. You got decent credit, but you don't have capital and someone else partners with you. You're like, hey, I got the capital, but I don't really want my name on the loan. How about you put your name on the loan and I'll bring the funds? then that person would be sending the proof of funds to the lender. Depending on the lender, they have different requirements. Every lender's different. You could have a lender that says, yes, they are connected to a personal guarantee. She asked, it's not connected to a personal guarantee at all, right? Almost always it's connected to a personal guarantee. The only time you can get away from not doing a personal guarantee is if you just have like a boatload of real estate and you are like a really, really seasoned investor. Like you got 500, 600, 700 doors, close to 1,000. You could start to get away with not doing personal guarantees. There are lenders out there that will even allow maybe like a smaller investor that will do non-personal guarantees. So I won't say that it's like only for bigger investors, but it'll be to the point where it will kill your deal. The interest rate that they're going to give you for that kind of loan is going to be so far outside of even remotely cash flowing, like it'll just kill the deal. So they'll basically force you out of that option just by the interest rate being so much larger. What was I saying before that? Was I talking about, I don't know. Anyways, next question. Yeah. I mean, it is definitely one of the hardest strategies for sure that a lot of people are confused about. There's a lot of moving pieces involved.
Do you ever do any deals where you're leveraging your assets, leveraging some of your portfolio at all to help get funding or get the deal?
You're talking more just like broad, like just like sub 2 or raising capital or something. I mean, that is an option for people. I mean, I don't really like to do that, but yeah, I mean, I try not to, but yeah, I mean, that is an option if you have property with high equity, or if you don't have a second position. Most lenders, like private money lenders, they don't like, they don't want to lend, like they don't want to be in third position, if that makes sense. But if you have a bunch of equity in properties, then yeah, I mean, you might be able to do that. So I know some people that'll do that where a PML will ask for, extra collateral, right? Like they're going to give you a $50,000 loan, but the property they're underwriting only has $20,000 of equity in it, right? They may come back and say, well, I need an extra $30,000 of collateral to feel secure in this loan. What else do you have in your portfolio that I can put this $30,000 loan in case you don't pay me back and I have to foreclose? Then I'm going to take that $20K and I'm going to take that $30K over here and get my money back.
Then based on you saying you have 200 doors in your portfolio, you mainly do like buying homes.
Correct. Yep.
How long did it take you to get to that point?
I mean, I'm only actively managing probably like 40 of them. The rest of it's like been investing in like different deals, different funds. Yeah.
So on, I just keep asking questions.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Some of the bigger deals you get into where there's multiple partners, what kind of position are you in those deals? I guess just higher value deals. I don't know, like multiple. Do you have any multifamily? Or do you have any?
Correct. I mean, I'm a small minnow, like very, very small piece in some of that stuff.
Like, in that type of, like I think you were talking about a decent size deals you're getting a part of. It's like what kind of position you can get. I assume it's based on the value you bring to the table.
Correct. It's all, at the end of the day, it's all based on the value.
Based on the capital you bring to the table, is based on you find a deal, or based on
It's all negotiable. There's no chart. Like it's all based on who you're talking to.
Honestly, the number one thing that I have learned is learn how to underwrite. Highly recommend everyone, if you don't know how to do it, like learn how to, because when I first started, my biggest thing was like, ooh, squirrel, property, ooh, here, send. But what was I doing? I wasn't doing anything. You can call that bird dogging, right? But once you start getting into community, you're meeting people that are at higher levels. they're expecting at least something, right? So it's like, what can you bring to the table, right? So if you at least can somewhat underwrite, you know, and you're sending that to whoever it is, and they're seeing that you are learning, and if there's little tweaks and things that they need to fix, then that's teaching you how to get even better. And you're understanding their buy box. Once you understand their buy box, they're going to talk about you to other people, and that's how you explode. So underwriting for me has been like just putting the nail in my head and just really getting, you know, I'm still not perfect, but yeah.
Emily texted me back. She said, "We talked about a month ago. Have your terms changed?"
You don't even remember, do you?
No, I don't.
No, it's it's here.
More questions?
Keep hitting your question.
Yeah, go for it.
So like being like in a position I'm in, I'm obviously new. I'm in the Gator program, but I'm looking to be in sub-2. I'm looking to be a part of deals in any way I can. So what do you like look forward, or like what do you look forward to be like, hey, I want to be a part of your deal. How can I be a part of it without it seeming like I'm just trying to get a piece of something for nothing? It sounds like a weird question, but
So I have an orbit program, me specifically, where basically you can like intern with me. You have to like do work to get into it. So when you walked in, I was interviewing someone for that. And so you have to watch basically the orbit program. Everyone structures it differently. So there's no like, hey, this is exactly what an orbit program is, but I'm bringing people in as interns, unpaid interns, and they're just learning the business, learning real estate. They're getting involved in deals, kind of like what we're doing now. Like I've only made 2 calls, but I would be calling, direct agent. They'd be listening to phone calls, be negotiating, underwriting. So that's the acquisition part, right? Then there is, okay, like what happens with the paperwork and how do you get under contract? We'll be covering some of that. Then we'll be like, okay, what happens when you get it to title company? What happens with all that? Okay, cool. You closed on it. What do I do now? And that's where a lot of the training in sub-2 kind of stops. It's all about acquisition. There's not a ton of stuff on like operating it because it's not really sexy. It's just like no one enjoys it. So we'll be covering all of that. I'll be giving people access to like my Discord channel of like different properties of like, hey, here's what we're talking about in this property channel. And you can see the communication and all the bills that I have to pay for, that kind of stuff. So that's something that's available. It's not only available to sub-2, it's Gator. It's anybody that wants to learn real estate. I have 8 training videos, and then there's like an assignment for each one. You have to go and make a post in sub-2 or Gator or wherever and like tell people what you learned about it. And then we get on a phone call and then you interview. And that's like, so there's like 8 different filters, right? All those videos, and like the people that actually make it to the end of that, I know they're serious about doing the work, if that makes sense. So it's open to you if you want to. I mean, anyone that wants to check it out. Yeah, you just, if you're willing to do the work, then I'm willing to help you learn. Just, I'm not willing to help teach anybody if they're not willing to do the work though. Like I am so firm on like, if you don't want to help yourself, I ain't helping you. Yeah. Yeah.
You said you've got a full-time job, right?
Correct.
So how much time do you put into, you're doing a pretty long live stream, right?
It's a 32-hour live.
So how much time do you put into it? Like on an hourly basis per week or per month or however you like to measure it?
I'd say probably for a good 40 hours a week. I'd say pretty hectic schedule. But that's not like everybody. I mean, everyone's got different stuff. It just depends on what you got going on and how much you're willing to put in and that kind of stuff. But I mean, you could spend 40 hours a week watching content in the vault, right? Like both Gator and sub-2. You could spend 40 hours a week just getting on the lives that they have every week. I mean, it just depends on where you want to spend your time and how much you want to get out of it and what you want to do. Yeah. Yeah.
Be careful on that. Just jump in and do something.
Yeah.
Pick up a phone call.
Yep.
Do something. Watch video, watch video, watch video. It's good. It's content. You're learning. You're gonna learn a whole lot more by doing something. Yeah. You're gonna learn a lot faster. It's scary. It's sure it is scary, but you learn stuff you didn't even know you didn't need to learn. You didn't know that you didn't know you need to learn. That's that right?
Yeah.
You don't know that, right? Yeah, yeah. You find a cabin you didn't even know existed.
No, I agree.
Mm.
Getting out of the comfort zone, 100%. When I mean like watching content, the sub two stuff and a lot of Corby's content got me into it. That's what I took. I wanted to buy in the Gator. Almost signed up for both. And I was like, hey, I'm going to try to get in Gator, make money to get into sub two. But been trying to do a lot of those trainings, trying to get to the second course right now. But yeah, I agree 100%. That's what I think. That's what I like about it because I'm a general contractor. So like we do a lot of low bid projects where low bid wins. So seems like the same deal with this on strike rates. It's about reps. You get your reps in. I don't know what your guys' strike rate normally is, or if you know one, or 5 calls, you get one that lands, or
No,
is it just kind of sporadic?
it's a lot. It requires a lot.
You just got to call.
Yeah.
Like-
everybody has different KPIs. So, and plus, everybody's dedicated a certain amount of time, to what they're trying to do. So that's why it just depends on you, figuring out what you want, and reverse engineering it from there.
Yeah, you just got to figure out what works for you. Like today, I mean, I call 3 agents while I was at work. If I had the opportunity, I was like, call. Or I'd message people on Facebook. Sometimes it's kind of frustrating, but you start finding the agents and you start asking the right questions. Are you direct to seller? Are you direct to agent? Are you wholesaler? Just got to figure out what you want.
Like I did that bird dogging challenge, and I got that list of buyers and a list of wholesalers. I'm trying to do some of those calls. I've ran into some wholesalers that say I have no issue finding buyers. Kind of like, but I've been working on getting. I've got a couple.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just move on, man. Just move on. It's not. There's plenty of agents. There's plenty of buyers. There's plenty of sellers. Just move on.
A lot of people will tell you there's an abundance. You just have to keep call.
You care about a share success story?
Go for it, man. I may try to recap that here as I can. I feel bad that I'm not like people are just watching and they're just like, what the heck's going on? It's like I'm not talking and I'm listening to you. So yeah.
So today we had a substitute to fruition, if you will. It was a family going through divorce, going through pre-foreclosure last August. We ended up getting the sheriff's sale stop Wednesday evening before the Thursday morning sheriff's sale. Took it over sub 2, put some cash in their pocket. Husband and wife split it. But we kept that foreclosure off the record. And the credit's in the toilet. They were 16 months and missed payments, right?
Mhm.
Late payments, missed payments. The worst thing that can happen is it goes to foreclosure. Second worst thing is that they sell the house outright because now the most recent credit history is 16 months of missed payments. So they're not getting a mortgage anyway. That's 5 years of digging out that one. So we kept that foreclosure off the record and reinstated the loan, took it over sub 2. The all-in capital was about 15%. I ended up selling that contract to my brother. So he put up the 15% capital. From day one, he had 28% equity in it though. And now it's cash flowing $800 a month. In 2 more months, because the lender had a 12-month requirement to review the PMI portion of it, that the loan has to be in good standing for 12 months before they'll review that. So in 2 more months, that'll come off, so there'll be cash flowing $1,000 on that. But today, mom signed on a brand new construction home. It's hers. So her credit turned around in 8 to 10 months. September, we bought it in September. Closed in September, so we got July, so 9 months.
Yeah.
Give or take. Her credit turned around because been making that payment on her behalf, basically, right?
That's gangster.
So
I love that.
around. She was taking care of her credit cards and keeping those things in check.
That's awesome.
So she just closed on her own house today.
Do you guys, is that
Love
what you
that.
focus on?
So I focus on foreclosures and senior transition, transitioning into senior living.
So I would look up Caroline Kane.
Yeah, I got her.
Okay.
And you're not in sub 2 at all? You're not, are you in the create free group? What? Yeah. Wow. That's pretty cool. Yeah. For what? Oh, this? Yeah. No, I was just wondering, like, I think we're just kind of shocked because you're doing some gangster stuff and you're not even in sub 2. That's awesome. Yeah.
So the reason we got out of it, I was just a young punk with a chip on my shoulder. I wish I wouldn't have had that. My life would be totally different right now. But he had a partner who was sending all the money back home to Colombia, and then everything went to foreclosure.
Oh, wow.
So my dad got burnt by a partner because he wasn't keeping eyes on everything as well. And so then he kind of lost interest. I just had a chip on my shoulder working with dad. And
But it sounds like
put it to the side and then got back into it in 2019, 2020, went full time in 2021.
sounds like you retained a lot of it though. It's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's same processes, terms change, that kind of thing, but it's all similar. We did a lot of wraps and land contracts and things like that with rentals in Washington State, Las Vegas. I worked at, if you've been around here for a while, do you remember ATA Airlines? I don't know if anybody's old enough to remember.
No.
I worked for them, so we got free flight benefits.
Yeah, I got to stop 1 second. He's asking what the story was, and it was essentially a sub 2 foreclosure that was stopped, and that was like 9 months ago. And fast forward to today, the borrower, just closed on a new construction loan and bought a new house, and that wouldn't have been possible if they didn't, take over that property subject to, which is awesome. That's the cool part about, doing creative finance. It's not all about, greedy investors getting into deals for little to no money in your pocket. I mean, you're actually helping people, right? Especially in tough markets. People are willing to do seller finance deals. Their property sitting on market for 100, 150, 200 days. Like, they're bleeding every month, right? Every month that goes by, they're having to pay the mortgage, or even if it's free and clear, they're still having to pay property taxes. They're still having to pay to cut the grass. They're still having to pay to do all this stuff, right? And so he was just sharing a win on that. So I'll try to be more of a commentator for the rest of the meetup. Give you some insight. Oh, they were divorced and it was messy. Yeah. I'm very curious. How did you get, because when I hear this rebuttal, I just like give up because I'm just like, I don't know what to say to this. How do you handle trying to take a property sub 2 when it's a messy divorce? Because I think you heard it from the agent. He said, oh, this one's a divorce situation. You can't do sub 2 because it's just more of a mess. And to me, it's like, yeah, I wouldn't want to touch that if I was, in the middle of that. No one wants to be tied together. Like, how do you combat that?
Well, in this case, they were already separated.
Yeah.
They were going through the divorce still. He would kick him out of the house. His wife and daughters at like 2 in the morning, just random, just get mad. So they had been in an apartment for almost a year at that time. Or more, it was only like 6 months or something. Yeah, I had restraining orders. I mean, we had to do closings separately and all that stuff. But I don't know.
How did you convince them to stay? They were both on the loan together, or was only one? Wow.
So I got separate, got them both to sign power of attorneys, the title, everything. I put it into an LLC, and we just kind of did I just draw my own stuff.
I didn't hang out with you, man. That's dope.
Yeah.
No, it's just, she didn't care. She didn't care that her name was still on the loan. And we had the conversation that her credit's going to turn around. So that was one incentive, right? Because she couldn't do anything. She could barely get the apartment she had
Yeah.
with the credit score that she had. He was a mess. He was a drunk. So he was always on every conversation I had with him. It was kind of weird, and almost to the point. I mean, I haven't signed every disclosure I can come up with on that one, just because of that.
Yeah.
And typically in divorce scenarios, I'm a big proponent of getting title insurance. So going the whole full-blown standard closing route, if you will. This one, in order to get that house the way it was, because the house was only 4 years old, it was built in 2020, had a 3% interest rate. That's what I was buying, right? When you're doing these subsidies, you're buying an interest rate.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to, right? So we had to leave that loan in place, or the deal didn't work for anybody, because you can't rent a house at 6%. It just doesn't work. And so it was. I think the cash was the incentive, and it wasn't that. It was 12 to 5. It was 12,000 split. So yeah, it was 12,500, 6250 each. What they got split. I think it was mom was hard up for a little bit of cash. He wanted to get back to India, so he wanted the cash. He ended up staying around. I helped him for about 2 months. He walks over. I mean, we're hands on. I mean, we don't. Yeah, I'm not. The goal is to help him get.
Yeah.
Not just get rid of the house. The goal is to help him get to a better place.
It all boils down to what they say, time to money, right? We found their pain and we did the best we could to meet both sides to make them feel that they, that they weren't being taken advantage of. And that we were really helping both sides. So, I mean, everything had to be, because they couldn't see one another. So everything had, he could not be at the home when they came over. Sophia played the moment for all of that. So it took a lot of patience and guidance, but it went very, very smoothly.
Yeah. So once he moved out of the property, I brought mom and the daughters in. They were able to go through the stuff that was still there. They wanted some of it. Just let them have it. I don't care about the stuff, right? That's part of the pitch, though, right? You take what you want, leave the rest. I'll figure it out.
That was an emotion.
Yeah, but it was.
It was.
Yeah. Yeah. And so we helped them. My brother and I helped them move what they wanted to their apartment. They asked me to help them hang some pictures. I thought, yeah, sure, I'll take an hour.
Helping them hang pictures. Oh, wow. Wow.
So I agreed. So I just talked to Jasmine, which is the oldest daughter. She's like, you got to come over and hang pictures at our new house.
That's awesome.
The first phone call he gets is them saying, hey, we bought a new house. You have to come and see it.
And we had to help with that too, right? With the loan officer to show that even though they're the one on the loan, right? They're not the owner of the company that holds title.
Was that after a year, or what? What did you do?
So we bought it in August. We bought it in September. Closed in September, 9/24. And we just closed.
So do they remove it from their DTI?
What's that?
They got it removed from their DTI.
Yeah, the years. I don't know where that came from. So I never ran into that. As long as you can prove payment.
Yeah. Well, did you have loan servicing or no?
No.
Really?
We just used we just showed the statements, the mortgage statements, and
Yeah.
the bank statements with the names all matching up across everything. Took it all off.
Wow.
Enough of it off.
Yeah. Nice. Very cool. Awesome.
That's, I don't know, for me, that's the fun part. Is
Helping people. That's what it's about, right?
yeah, friends for life.
Yeah. It's amazing. Anyone else got any other questions?
Somebody else has to go. Get some more advanced.
I mean, you
questions
guys-
going.
On that deal, did you, is the title actually moved to your name, or do you wait until it's paid off and then?
No, it transferred. We created an LLC for it. And, we did title transfers. We're operating on integrity. This one didn't really have any fail safe for them technically. If we false on the loan, it would have hurt them. But that comes down to our personal integrity. However, we should have some fail safes in there for the seller that I just don't have yet. But you know,
So he's talking about how there's no security. Sorry, this is hard for me to do. I'm trying to do the relay while you're talking. Yeah, 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 yeah. I do have a second mic, but we technically could. I guess we should have done that. Actually, I should do that. Why didn't I do that the whole time?
Yeah, putting the property in the trust so that, hey, they're 10% owner, you're 90%.
yeah, that's just to keep them up. For the due on sale clause, that's
Yeah,
one reason.
so they don't-
So with the
yeah.
LLC, we name the LLC whoever's on, whatever the mortgage statement says.
That's what you put the name in.
That's what we put the name. We just say whatever that is, that LLC. So this one it was, I'm a deep sea and Turnkey Card LLC. And then when title changes, it just gets an LLC out. Most times banks won't pick up on it. But with the trust, it works like you're saying, putting them as a 10% beneficiary, they can't call that dual sale clause. Plus we can write whatever we want into that trust, not add any kind of contract document.
And what's so cool about it, I mean, even, you know, people when they pass away, they do that to their kids. So it's the same thing. It's just, you're just doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of benefits to using the trust. We're to the point where we're ready to start to pull the trigger on some of that stuff. So we will be moving in that direction pretty soon.
Yeah, I've been looking them up. So, yeah. Cool.
You could put each one of your deals into a different LLC.
For that,
About to increase our production value here. How did I make it like 14 hours and not realize I had a second mic this whole time? Testing. I don't know if the second mic's actually working, actually. Testing. I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. Let's test this out. There you go. Don't speak about this far from it. Don't be like this, because then they're gonna be like.
So about here.
No, you can just talk normal. Right there's good. Yeah, just start from the beginning.
I will if you want me to.
No, we can. You can just keep on going. If anyone, I don't know how much further that's got room, but it's got a little bit of room to hand it around if
Okay,
anyone wants to speak.
So the question was, do we put everything in an LLC, right? Or in its own LLC was I think the exact question. And I would say it depends. Does each deal get its own LLC? I'd say it depends. In a sub 2 kind of thing, yeah. For us, it does, just for protection for our protection, for the seller's protection. Because that is it's not a high risk, but if something goes wrong, I don't want everything else of mine being investigated as well or something weird or being at risk. Plus, at the end of the day, we're trying to help the seller, not cause more harm. So, but also with the LLC, naming it the way we did, it's an extra mask, if you will, of that. It looks like the same person who's on the mortgage still owns it. It's a single member manager managed LLC. Manager managed LLC. So the manager is the only one listed with the state, not the members. So I would recommend anytime you make an LLC, make it manager managed. That way, the only person you have to, and the best way is to use a, what is it? What's it called? You know what I'm talking about. I know you do.
The operating agreement?
No. The, where you pay the service and the
loan servicing.
So when you're creating an LLC and you pay the
registered agent.
Yeah. If you can have the registered agent,
what's that game?
Do that.
Called not Jeopardy, but you just like keep guessing.
Yeah. The best way is to use the registered agent, because then your name's not publicly on there at all. But if it is going to be in the public space, go manager managed and just list yourself as the manager and keep that operating agreement in your file cabinet, and nobody knows who the members are.
Trades. There you go. Wow. Busy man. What do you got going on? Clearly.
We're streaming.
It's all good, man. Well, what else do you guys want to learn before we call it a day, I guess? Or do you want me to just keep calling more agents? What do you guys want?
I'd say make sure I don't hold it too close. The only questions I have is for a newbie like me, like just what information should I know? I mean, I agree. I learned by, I get it. I learned by action, right? I'm sure everybody in here, we're all in here because we're people of action, right? We're taking steps in the right direction. But how long, I guess, let me ask this question. How long have you been in this? And did you come in knowing it all? Did you have a background? Did you grow up doing it?
Yeah, I mean, probably not a good example. I mean, I'm doing it live for 32 hours. Like this.
Yeah.
You're not asking the right guy.
I'm just saying, when did you get into real estate and how long have you been in it?
I'd say probably started about close to 10 years ago, but I didn't really start like really focusing heavily on real estate until till I joined Sub 2, which is a little over 2 years ago.
I see. So is that what kind of boosted you?
Yeah. I mean, I just dove into the Sub 2 training. Everyone's got a different journey. You know, I know he mentioned talking about, hey, like, don't sit there and learn too much, just jump into it. I felt like I needed to know everything about how it all worked. So I spent the first 6 months learning all the transactions, right? I joined Gator. I joined Sub 2 a couple weeks after I joined Gator. And then I joined Top Tier TC right after that. So I kind of joined all three at the same time, more or less within like a month and a half. And I started doing TC work because I wanted to learn different transactions. So I did like all sorts of creative finance transactions. But as far as before I started buying, I spent like 6 months learning just the Gator, the paperwork, EMD, like all that stuff. And then Sub 2 and trying to just Top Tier TC, trying to just learn as much as I could. The problem is that a lot of people, I had like a roadmap, right? I had a roadmap of like, okay, this is what I want to learn. And this is what I'm doing. For 6 months, I was just hitting it every day. I mean, there was times where I was spending 40 hours a week, just education, getting on calls, right? Problem is a lot of people just don't get past that phase and they just get comfortable with it. I had a very clear path of like, okay, I'm ready, let's go. And then now it's like, I don't ever get on like, or I don't ever look in the vault for anything ever, really. I'll get on like Sub 2 family night because Pace is talking. And I mean, every time he's talking, he's dropping value. So I always listen to him as much as I can. I don't make all the sub 2 family nights, but I make the majority of them. And then that's really the only, training I'll get in the community now.
I see. So in that 2-year span from when you joined all three, is that when your portfolio grew to 200 doors? Or did you have some in your portfolio prior to?
I mean, it really started to scale. Yeah.
Right
After
there.
joining sub 2. I mean, because I was very intentional about just getting deal after deal after deal and just learning different because I don't want to buy anything traditionally anymore.
Yeah.
I just want to buy all creative deals.
That's what really appealed to me with the creative financing was I didn't even know it was a thing until the algorithm put pace in front of my face. I mean,
So for me, I can't do what you did. I can't be like 40 hours. My brain just explodes. So when I finally got a sense of it, I told him, listen, I'm Hispanic, right? So I thought about all the creative ways to buy real estate, like guacamole. So Mexicans, we just add something else and we get guacamole. So we start off with pico de gallo. It's just tomatoes, onions, cilantro, and lime juice, right? If you add avocado, and you got guacamole, you add something else, and you have another thing, right? So the way I saw that was we were creative, right? So when you do a fix and flip, or you're wholesaling and fix and flip, right? You just lowball the agent,
Amen.
and you try to wholesale it, right? But once you start getting creative, right, you do seller finance, right? Basically, that means that the seller owns it outright, and you're just trying to get some terms with them. Well, once you start doing more like a mortgage takeover or like a sub 2, right, there's an existing mortgage in there. So that's like another step. It's like another vegetable. And then once you get to mortgage method, that's when all the vegetables come together. That's when everything becomes even more complicated. So once you see it that way, it gives you a better path of like, okay, maybe this is what I need to learn first. Well, I already understand these two. All right, let me add another vegetable now, because this is where I feel like I need to be. For me, it helped me out a lot to finally get to the point where, earlier him and I had a conversation. I even blew my mind right now when him and I talked. I was like, how do I know this?
it's extremely impressive. I mean, even seeing you on that phone call was very,
Like,
very, there's a huge level of comfortability.
And he does it all on.
Yeah. Yeah. After what, 15 hours of not sleeping?
I mean, what's the worst they can do? Say no? I mean, it's just.
I agree.
It's not-
I agree 100% with that.
I honestly, I'll be transparent with you. Like, I don't like calling agents. I just hate it. I just not like, I don't enjoy it. I just know I have to do it to close deals.
Yeah.
But I dread it. The reason why I got stuff like piling up is because like most people tend to procrastinate stuff they don't like. I procrastinate this stuff, but it's what makes money. And now I'm just like, okay, I got all these leads piling up. I just need to get after it, start underwriting it, start negotiating. And it's just like, I just get drained from hearing the same answers from agents. And it's like, I don't really enjoy it, but it's just part of it.
So is being a part of the community the biggest part of your lead generation? Or people, are you calling all these agents to have them bring you leads?
No, I mean, I source my own deals. I use Deal Sauce as a platform I use. I use LOI Blaster. It basically, I'll take all the leads from Deal Sauce and I'll put it in LOI Blaster and then I'll just blast it out. Like I'll send out, between 600 and 1,000 LOIs in a week. And then I'm just waiting for responses back.
And what was that other website called?
Which one?
You said you take
Deal
your deals from
Sauce?
Deal Sauce and you put them in
LOI Blaster.
LOI Blaster.
Yeah. And so it generates PDFs for me, or I'm sorry, it generates offers for me. And then I blast them out.
Sorry. How much time do you dedicate? I'll just keep asking questions. Nobody else.
Go
wants
for
to.
it, bro. Go for it.
So, how much time do you put into because I see it as like we utilize BidOcean, right? That almost sounds like Deal Sauce. BidOcean is where you go and you just find all the municipal bids in the entire state. Pick and choose what you want, regions you want. How much time do you put into Deal Sauce and just finding those deals to compile them to then blast it, then to get lead generation? Is that like a once a week thing, every day thing? Or are you just constantly checking daily or?
Once a week, probably generating the leads and blasting them out. Like it's so easy to use LOI Blaster. Like I can just generate leads while I'm like watching Netflix or something. I just click a button and then let's just start sending offers after offers after offers. I mean, it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
So it's not me physically sending out offers. It's the software sending out offers from my email.
Yeah, and you're just
sending them. Send. Just hundreds at a time. So, I mean, I do once a week, but it's really the managing all the leads, like the responses that come in. Like that's the time. I'm not keeping up with it right now. I mean, I have a lot of missed opportunities that I'm not capturing.
Are you blessing it up to directly to agents?
Mm-hmm. But you could technically send it to anyone, any mailing list that you have. I mean, it's really all you need is an email address. So it could go to anybody. It could be direct to seller if you wanted it to. If you had the list, because I'm just taking the list of information and just blasting that out.
So as far as your contact list, that's something just you compiled. So the LI Blaster doesn't take that contact off those deals and shoot it to those people. You actually have like a list that you created.
Yeah, so that's what I pull from Deal Sauce.
Okay.
Is I'll pull the leads from Deal Sauce, and then I'll have the list and I'll run that list through LOI Blaster.
Okay.
If that makes sense. And so like if I look at, I'll just drop this in the live. If you want to look on YouTube, it cost, let's see, let's click on this. I think it's a little hefty on the setup fee. It's $400. It's essentially a $500 setup fee one time though, and then you pay $100 a month every month for it. But I mean, if you're closing,
and is that for the LOI Blaster?
That's for LOI Blaster. And then Deal Sauce, I think, is $100 a month. But if you're like buying millions of dollars of real estate for $200 a month, I mean, like, come on, bro.
No brainer.
Like, that's a no brainer.
Pretty good ROI.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong ROI.
Yeah. I've got some more. I'm just trying to think of them.
Yeah, go for it.
That's good.
Anyone else got any other questions?
I like it. I'm trying to think. Hold on. I had it in my head and I was thinking about it. I was too focused on what you were saying to remember it.
Well, you guys tell me what I'm here to just serve you guys what you want. I will be straight up though. Like there's certain times where I'm like all in. I'll give you everything I got.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of times where I'm like, don't call me.
Yeah.
Like anytime during the week, like anytime not on a planned schedule, like you're not gonna get a hold of me. It's just not happening. But like stuff like this, I'll just deliver as much value as I can because that's like everything I live and die is by my calendar. So everything's time blocked. And that's part of one of the things that they teach in Owners Club. And that's like it was a huge value just seeing how Pace structures his time, how he creates his calendar in his life, and that calendar dictates everything else. It's pretty crazy. Like, and he's to the point where he trains everyone on his team, everyone in his life around him. Like he'll show you his phone and you would think he would have like hundreds. He does get hundreds of text messages a day because he wants people to text him, specifically like people in Owners Club. But you look at his call list, like he doesn't get, like he maybe get one call a day because he's trained like everyone around him and his team, like, don't call me. Like if this is not on my calendar, you should not be calling me. So it's about like setting things up, how you want to operate. And for me, I'm kind of trying to gravitate more towards living by my calendar. For this time block, I will do that thing. Yeah. And if it's not, don't call me, don't text me. I'm not going to respond. And if it's not in my time block for 2 weeks, that's when you're going to get my reply in 2 weeks. If that makes sense.
No, I like it.
Yeah.
100%.
And that's just what I found. I'm not doing a great job at it, to be honest. I mean, I'm trying to get better. It's because Pace will sit down and he said he religiously plans his week every Sunday for 4 hours. literally sit down for 4 hours and plan his whole week, and that dictates his whole schedule. I've been running so far behind. I haven't had those 4 hours in my day, because when I sit down and do it, it does take me like 3 to 4 hours. So it's hard to carve that out, but it is really important. So I need to get better at making that a priority. Like for me, one thing, and he would also say to create like what he would call non-negotiables. Figure out what is it that like has to get done, or it's like really critical to you. Spending time with family, working out, whatever. And I've been doing a poor job at like, I put non-negotiable as working out, but it's the first thing I throw out every week, and then I end up not working out, and I sit there like months and months, and I'm like, why am I out of shape? It's like, so I need to get better at like being okay. This is on my calendar as a non-negotiable. I'm working out. I'm not doing anything else. Because my problem is like I'll start working out, and then my brain's just going all over the place, and then I'll go pick up my phone and be like, oh, okay, let me start doing this, and then like 30 minutes have gone by, my allocation of time to work out is gone, and I didn't work out, and I just work on my phone, which is not good.
Yeah.
So
That's I mean, just in this room, I mean, I spoke with you. So you guys have deals in your portfolio. You actually have a portfolio.
I don't.
I didn't thought that you haven't just been a part of deals then. Okay. Has anybody? I know you've got a portfolio. I mean, I know we talked. Is the three new folks in the back new to this or?
Oh, that's my brother.
Ah, there you go. Heck yeah. Nice meeting you. Sub 2 or Gator? Me too. Like 3 or 4 weeks ago. And then, okay.
Going through the safety courses and stuff. I have a small real estate background, but I'm not safety courses by any means.
Yeah.
when did you join?
I literally just joined like last Friday.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, so that's how. Yeah, I'd be really curious to know this. If we could just go around for the people, like how you joined. How did you hear about Pace? How did you join?
I mean, as wild as it sounds, I like Alex Hormozy a lot.
Yeah.
I feel like his content's a lot like Pace's. He brings a lot of value, and he's always dropping really good knowledge. So somehow I started talking about real estate, and the algorithms started spitting out Pace Morby content, got really into it. And I've always wanted to be a part of real estate. I've always liked it. It's always interested me, because I think that's long-term how you can actually create wealth and a lot of value, right? So started diving into it immediately. I think watched it for like a month or so, started diving into it, started taking notes and writing down some of the little nuggets he sends out. And I was like, hey, let's just see how much it is to join this community. So really was wanting Sub 2, but then I was like, I think to learn some stuff, maybe Gator would be the best option to start learning, getting a part of deals, kind of like you said with the TC and Gator, and then made it my goal, like, hey, we'll just go Gator, and I'm going to pay for Sub 2 by making from the money I make during Gator. And when I make that money, it's going right into that. Nice. And just trying to better myself, education, spending money to invest in myself, I guess. Yeah. But that's the biggest piece.
How about the rest of you? How did you hear about Top Tier TC?
We watch a lot of Pace. And there,
Just randomly on YouTube?
And then he had one with Molly one day.
Okay.
Like, oh,
nice.
Something I think I can do.
I'll say, even though I'm not in Sub 2 or any of that stuff, Pace was a big reason that I got back into real estate.
Yes.
He was
nice.
Very, very big reason, just watching his content on YouTube back in 2020, 2021.
Who's Pace? I'm just
kidding. Yeah.
Get out of here.
I just find
Nice. And you said you did the bird dog challenge?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember started watching those videos like last week. I didn't even know like he's a TV show or
Wait, you started watching him last week?
He had a TV show. Yeah.
I've been in real estate since I was like 19. I'm 35 now, and I'm like, I just can't stop thinking about it. Kind of like what you said. It's like just always on my brain. I'm always looking at stuff, strategies, and I'm like, when am I gonna finally do this? And there's a few things that just aligned, and I was like, I'm just gonna roll it. And then I fly out there and to Arizona to do it.
When what day? Oh, nice. I'm gonna be there. I'm wait, the 22nd, I think, is when I'm going. I'm just going for the golden ticket.
Just trying to stick my nose into all the trainings and get all that done beforehand so that we know some stuff.
Yeah. I wouldn't worry about it. Everyone, like a lot of people like are new, so it wouldn't be too worried. Or there's a lot of people that have joined a couple years ago that haven't done anything.
Legit question. A legit question for people that are in the other communities. How many of you have done got your safety badge? Being legit. I'm just seriously asking. I'm just asking. Started it. Same here. Yeah. Yeah. I just asking.
Yeah. I've seen a couple of the lives. Like I didn't like go and check the box. I mean, I watched a couple of them, but I couldn't tell you, anything about the full course.
It is a good training though, because nothing's perfect.
Yeah.
Is it like multiple videos or is it one long video?
It's like I think
It
it's
is.
like 12 hours, 14
Oh,
hours
wow.
worth of videos. Yeah.
Okay.
And they're like
yeah.
an hour and a half a piece.
Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to play catch up because I did that bird dogging challenge that took up a little time.
I actually got into that too, and
Yeah.
he was watching too. It was fun.
What did you tell me about the bird dogging challenge? Because I don't know anything about it.
It was just long story short. There's a lot of value in it, but it was basically playing middleman between a investor and a wholesaler, essentially. So just getting like your guys' buy box, and you say, I want this set location. I'm looking for I'm looking for whatever. Find a wholesaler. He provided, actually, if you're a part of it, you got like 1,100 buyers. You got, I think 600 or 400 or 500 wholesaler list. So you just try to call them, get them connected, and then you get a comp. I don't know really much about comping, so you kind of just hit up that buyer and say, hey, here's a deal that fits your buy box. Try to get it within their buy box, and then say, I did not add my comp. What do you think? And then they can respond and tell you, hey, yeah, this property's not right. Hey, it is right. And then, hey, we can do it for this, or try to get it for this. So essentially I think for guys it seems like it's for guys that are high level in the investing side, like purchasing. And it's just a quick, easy button to have this guy in the middle. That's just like, hey, I'm helping you, just trying to find you deals. I'll be your easy button. It's kind of how the vibe I got. But it was 3 days of kind of explaining that. Some people that might not grasp it, some of it was pretty simplistic, and then it got into the advanced piece, but he did example phone calls, and his phone call was flawless. I would have done my first one. I'm like, man, this is going to be, I fucking took notes and tried to do it. And I was like, man, the dude just responded. It didn't answer my phone call. I left him a voicemail and sent me a text. He's like, yeah, just send me what you got in the Fort Wayne area. I was like, oh, that was easy. I was like, okay. So, and then a couple of wholesalers, just one of them was just like, hey, I don't need help. And I was like, yep, not a problem. You got my number. So, but it was interesting. I didn't know that was a thing, right? And it makes complete sense. But
yeah, I think
it was like a 4-day training.
I can see a lot of value if you position yourself. This is just my opinion. I don't think it's necessarily right or you have to agree with it, but I think there's a lot of value in positioning yourself as a person or as an extension of their team, like building a relationship with them and say, hey, I'm going to bird dog you deals and get you deals, right? And just bring these to you, and I'm going to be your cheat code to just expedite you closing deals.
Yeah.
The version of bird dogging I've seen is people will send me DMs or emails. I don't even know who they are. And they're copying and pasting an address, and they're saying, hey, here's a deal for you. I think this fits your buy box. And I'm like, I don't buy in Georgia, and I don't do like midterm rentals. That's not even my buy box. Like it clearly says what my buy box is. And so like that right away was aggravating seeing that. But then it's like literally copying and pasting and then trying to say you deserve $1,000 for copying and pasting an address is where I have personal heartburn on that, because I don't see that as like valuable.
See, I see. That's where in my head I was thinking, but I was like, one and the same thing.
But if you build a relationship and like you establish that as like your role of like, hey, I'm not going to just like send you these one-off deals. I'm going to be like sending you a lot, right? We're going to be working, and I'm going to be like funneling
Or be
stuff.
the guy that's just copy and pasting every deal he finds.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, I
just
agree.
Someone sent me a long spreadsheet, or someone sent that to Pace, and he was telling someone about that, about like how to respond. Like no, like that's not how you do it. And then someone sent me a spreadsheet. I didn't even open it. Didn't even click on it. And then they kept asking me for follow-ups, and I was like brutally honest. I'm like, I'm going to be dead serious. I didn't open this because of A, B, C, D, and just like helping people understand. Like,
it seems like too, you just say you're fairly active in trying to find your own deals, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind buying something from someone else that found a
That's
good deal,
something
but
you disclose your buy box and disclose your buy box, and I'd like to write it down or whatever.
It's about the value, right? Sending
Yeah.
a spreadsheet is the same thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't be sending a spreadsheet.
It's something that fits what you know I want.
Yeah.
And it saves me time. I don't care who gets money out of it. As long as the numbers work for me, I'm at the end of the line, right? You've got to work for me.
So remember when I was telling you about the underwriting?
Yeah.
And then once they see that you're actually trying, you get closer and closer, they start giving you more. Because they really want to help you, and you're bringing somewhat of value. So once you get that nail on the head, and you're getting exactly what they want, that's when you start coming. Oh,
Yeah.
What else you got? What else you got?
I think
I'd
that
like to
training-
help if I can.
I
Yeah.
think the biggest part of the training for me was the buy box on both sides. How the buyer will make sure that's his buy box and he will not step out of it, and how the bird dog or the would know their buy box so that you're not wasting your time or their time. That just was planted in my brain heavily. I think that was the most important part for me anyway that I learned during those 4 days. Excuse me.
A good bird dog almost becomes an assistant, so to speak. Not a I don't know. I can't think of the right word here, but not like you're hired. Like I'm paying you to be my assistant, but they become an unwritten assistant almost, so to speak. But it can be a very, very valuable relationship because it's a lot of money that goes into marketing to find deals and things like that. And if we can, a deal just shows up that works for us and it comes in fairly often, that can be not just a money saving, but definitely a time saver.
Well, it's like building your squad.
Yeah.
Because like you're interested in that, and obviously you're doing marriage counseling. And
We don't have any successful marriage.
Me neither.
That's hilarious.
So he can't handle one thing, and it's like building your squad. Like your bird dog is like a part of your team. Like it's your lookout. So yeah, that's what I took it as. Like this is my specialty. Like I can sit behind a computer and I can build spreadsheets and I can do this and I can do that. And you're good at talking and you're good at underwriting and you close the deal, obviously. You don't even need to be trained. And
I have a lot of training.
no, I mean, like, and you're like not even like paid, like, be in sub 2 or anything. You're just like blah, blah, blah. Like,
Yeah.
whatever.
We're all
I- I-
learning. We
I-
continue
yeah.
to
No,
learn
I,
and
s-
grow.
I still have a strong desire to be in stuff too, just
Oh,
for
yeah.
this
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
Well, that's
That
when you
was
talk
my
about
biggest
this,
thing,
a
is
lot
the community
like-
was just,
like it's the community.
that's why I even paid into it, right? I mean, it's everything else is a bonus, right? That's why I think this is actually really neat. I didn't expect there to be so many new people to the community.
I didn't expect anyone to show up.
So we got like,
Thanks. Well, I worked with Road Safe.
I pulled up.
Oh, you did? Yeah, they rent from us.
I don't
So-
work for Road Safe, but I hired them a lot to do our MOT stuff.
Okay, nice.
so there's like 7 like brand new people here tonight. So like,
Yeah.
how many people do you normally have?
Not very many.
Okay.
Well, to be fair, I haven't done a good job at like trying to like post this. I feel like the only reason I'd be curious is I'm not going to say anything. Why did you show up tonight? That's what I'm curious to know.
I don't remember if it was in the Gator group or the free page on Facebook.
I think we found them
But
pretty
they
quick.
told me about it. And I'm like, where are the Indiana people?
Yeah.
We don't have a ton of sub 2 people here. We have a lot of Indiana people that are like 3 hours away, honestly. So
Well, like
this,
Fort Wayne, like everything's Fort Wayne or Fort Wayne.
I think I don't know the exact number, but I tagged all the people in sub 2, like actual people in sub 2 from Indianapolis is probably like 10, which getting them to show up is like 10%, right? One person. So I mean, it's hard. There's not a huge presence in Indianapolis, but there's a decent amount of people in the free group. I just don't have time to sit there and because the way the Facebook algorithm works is like they're not going to see it unless you tag that person, right? So it would take me hours to go through and tag. And I know a lot of people with meetups, like they'll go and do that. I just don't have the time to do it. So prior meetups, there was times where it's like, oh, we got a meetup tomorrow. I didn't even tell anybody. Meet up today. And like, of course, who's going to show up to that? Like last minute, like you're giving them, it's 12 o'clock. It's Friday. Meetups in 5 hours. Like who's showing up to that? Right. But that did help. That did help now that they put the meetups on the calendar now. So that drove some traffic. But what people like we had last month, we had probably 20 people register and I think one person showed up. Yeah. It's like I don't have time to sit there and give reminders. So I'm curious, like, as far as what convinced you to show up today on like, because the only thing I did different
I told
today
my wife
was
I wanted to go to some meetups and she found it. So
nice. Nice.
and you do it once a month, right?
Yeah. It's usually on the last Friday.
Is it always here?
Yeah.
Or is it
Right now? Yeah. It's always here usually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
we met downtown.
Okay. So did you say somebody in sub 2 owns this building?
No, the company. So I work
Okay.
for a trucking company.
Okay.
And a couple of the companies I own here that
I
I
see.
work / own a couple of the companies, but the owner of the trucking company owns this building. So it's a real estate entity for us that we operate.
Oh, nice.
And so we have 28. This is a 20-acre property. And so we have a bunch of different tenants that rent back here. So, and then our headquarters, like for our trucking company, it's all the office space and everything in here. So, and then we have a repair shop down there. It's another company we own. And then our freight brokerage is upstairs. So,
Me, what I should, because I'm not a big Facebook or whatever making connections that way. And so I've also been kind of diving into the videos and things and trying to get my level of understanding up so that when I feel like I'm up to enough where if I come here, I actually know what people are talking about and trying to make that connection and find out who knows when. So it's kind of cool for me because there's already, I'm meeting a gator, I'm meeting an investor and a TC person, and like, this is why I showed up. So I can make contacts and then any questions or, do things together and work for each other.
So quick tips. You can get a Blink card if you don't have one already, so you can share your contact information. So if you haven't done that already, you should share all your Blink card information with each other. So that way you actually have their contact information. So yeah, no. It's good, man. It is it's free. It literally is like blink.com. I think BLINQ. Yeah, with a Q. And you can create a free contact card. You can even it'll even let you create like an email signature that I use for my emails. And if you click on that signature, it'll take you to my card too. But it's a nice looking signature. So Blink, I would also recommend changing your Zoom account name to have your first name. I know this sounds, if it sounds stupid to you, I'm sorry, but a lot of people don't know this. Like you should have it as like your first name, last name. So if you show up to a Zoom, what I actually would recommend is first name, last name, your cell phone number, and then your email. And so people have a way to contact you, because people will download the chats on like, that's if you're doing live calls. They'll download the chats. And if you say, hey, contact me, you don't have to put your name, phone number, email in the chat every single time because it's in your name. That's helpful too. There's a lot of times people will come in and it'll say Zoom user. And it's like, how am I going to find you, Zoom user? Like, how are we going to connect? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he loves that. Right. So it's always a good idea to do that. I know a lot of people friend each other on Facebook just to help with the algorithm. You can't really, if you are interested in doing like content and stuff like that, like Sub2 will remove a lot of posts. So it's probably better to attract those people like off Sub2 and like be friends with them. Right. I think those are good starter tips, I would say.
So you mentioned Discord earlier. That's kind of
Discord too, your name, Discord. Change that in Zoom and Discord. First name, last name.
We were just told recently that we're not doing the messenger anymore. The groups in the messenger, that we're moving to Discord. So when we do actually go to Discord, do they already have the groups in there, or do you have to friend every single person separately again?
So you're talking for top tier TC?
Yes.
Discord, there's not really, there are friends. I don't ever use them, but it's all different channels. Okay. So let me look, because I have top tier TC too. I don't ever look at it, but
With all of the messenger groups are going to be closed down on Facebook.
yeah, I like Discord better. Let's see. I'm sure top tier TC's in here somewhere. I'll tell you what it looks like.
Is that blocking us from sending messages to people?
So top tier TC's got announcements channel, general chat, operator, job board, TC wins, and then it's got all the regions for the Discord channels.
So I started an account on Discord, correct? Yes.
Yeah, you should
But how do I just have to
TC and
find
talk
out
to her and ask them to give you the server names.
server name?
See if they can add you to them.
Okay.
Reach out to support. Probably.
So you are a regional leader, right?
Yes, correct. Yep. For the Midwest. Well, one of them for Indiana, but I'm part of the Midwest. There's like there's a couple different states. Like I know Chicago, Minnesota, and then I forgot the other ones. I should probably know that, but I don't remember. Sure, yeah. I think there's some that cover multiple states. So yeah. There's like 3 or 4 of us in the Midwest.
Exciting stuff. It's cool. Already networking. Oh,
Yeah,
good.
absolutely, man. You jumping on a big problem.
Yeah, I'm glad to
I
see
bet from coming here the first 5 minutes.
What did he solve?
Help building some duplexes, and we need to connect to the city. So we got 4 houses that we need to connect.
Yeah, that worked out really well. So I'm a partner at SLB Pipe Solutions or SLB Contracting, and we do a lot of underground municipal work, including like
Okay.
what you're saying, tying a lateral to a main or anything like that.
Nice.
But it's not why I'm here. I did the same thing. I don't have my business cards made yet, so that's why I was for the SLB Pipe Solutions. We're getting to this point where we're looking for a fractional CFO. That's why I was like, damn, that was kind of wild how that happened.
Yeah. No. I would love to talk about that because we're definitely looking at doing some of that stuff. So. Be cool.
Just talking about them, 1322 square feet, talking about them.
Oh, they're not like assisted living or anything?
No, just turning them into rentals. So the owner, he's gonna refinance them to rentals, and I just started up a property management company, so this I'm going to start doing like that. They are scheduled, so we got 7 projects going on right now. We got another 10 coming down the pipeline. Just I was telling him we just met the mayor. Our GC just met the mayor, Terre Haute, so we're going to get contract for 30 affordable housing down there.
Dang, bro, you're moving up.
Yeah,
Shaking
that's
hands with the
what
mayor
I-
and kissing babies and. Yeah. Yeah.
No, just an investor, just networking. So
How do you do the property management?
as far as just working with other investors that need help with the property.
Hey, bro, chill out, chill out, chill out.
We can get one. That's not a problem. I can partner with them. So it's just starting out. Like it's not like official, but as far as just doing 1099 work right now, but trying to go legit.
So he helps me with like showings and stuff. So I mean, you don't need to be licensed to do that. So
I don't know. That's
yeah. No, that's a good question.
I heard from a couple people.
You do for showings or no? No, not for showings. No. But for like legit property management, yeah, you need to technically by law you need to have a brokerage license. Yeah, it is stupid. It's so stupid.
An evaluation of the property is an opinion, and if you get 10 evaluations, it's going to be 10 different opinions. So you got to be licensed to give an opinion.
Well, I mean, just like the management of property, like
Yeah,
that's why I didn't know that's.
And like federal payment system, and it's through the LLC. But I have partners as well, partners like brokers that we're in talks right now. I'm trying to get that.
cool.
Not anymore.
Broker's license. That's like 90% is civil right crap.
Yeah. It's a lot of that.
I don't know.
Calculating a square mile.
There was very little. So I did the 90-hour course for me, and I passed that test. But it was all. None of it was like how to evaluate a home. It was all civil rights and all the New Deal stuff and all that. It's just it's a joke. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
it's definitely on the job, like training. Like TC, I mean, if you don't, I feel like that's a huge part of it, knowing how the transactions, go, which they don't really.
I don't know that at all. No, not at all.
Yeah.
Sounds like I just need to all squat up.
Where are you gonna have a chat?
Get some masterminds going.
In person, that's the way.
You got
Yeah,
anybody?
I agree.
What's that? There's a couple people popping in all throughout the day.
Shit, I feel famous now. We're all all famous. Yeah. They'll be like, why did this kid happen so much?
And then they can't even see you.
Yeah.
It'll be a spin-off, like YouTube channel.
Yeah.
You're set up
Yeah, there you go.
Well, if you want to see me fight the urge to pass out on a live, I'll be doing this till 12:30 tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah.
Well, 2:00 I ain't gonna be there. I'll be gone. 12:30, 12:31 I'll be out. Or whatever time. I'll have to look at when I start. I started at 4:15 this morning. So that's when I started. I think, give or take a couple minutes.
Just straight all the way through.
All the way through. Like even fumbling. I'm doing a 32-hour live. Yeah, I'll still be going at 2 a.m. tonight. All right. I will still be going. Yeah. I'll still be going. 2 a.m. What's that?
1, 2, 3, 4 in the morning.
Yeah, till 12:30 in the afternoon tomorrow is when I'll stop.
I guarantee you're gonna get a
Raps trading. Yeah.
you're gonna get a lot of people who get on just to make sure that
That'd be cool. I'd like that. That would fire me up to get more like to wake up more.
what are you gonna do in that?
Well, I am really behind on my like accounting. So I'll probably spend like 4 or 5 hours doing accounting. When I get home, then I'll be doing orbit training. I have a cost segregation study I need to do, so I'll probably do that. Probably a lot. I could spend several hours doing orbit training. Yeah. Just filming content, that kind of stuff. I mean, it'll probably take me 40 minutes just to set up my studio again. It took me like 40 minutes to take it down. So I was streaming live while I was driving, and like I haven't stopped, literally not stopped. Like switching from my phone to, I feel sorry for the people. I don't know why there was people watching that. Like they were probably just waiting for me to fall and trip or something. Because that was not entertaining. The first 2 hours this morning, I was just like cursing at my computer because it was not working and doing what I wanted. But
I was making breakfast.
so this evening, like today was boring because it was like me doing like business stuff that has nothing to do with a lot of people. And this evening will be more practical for the audience that I'm friends with, which is real estate people, because I'll be doing real estate stuff tonight. So, but, yeah.
Well, I gotta head out.
All right, everyone. Well, I appreciate you guys coming, girls. I'm gonna start getting my equipment wrapped up here and start packing up and getting home. So, yeah, let's do it. Be right back.
Ready? All right. Hey guys.
Oh, hey, everybody got your number before they leave.
Yeah, that's right.
Everybody.
Who's got?
All right, we're gonna start disassembling stuff.
Best way to get a hold of you is through Facebook.
Probably, yeah. That'd be the best way. If you want to take down my name. Oh, you got it? Okay, yeah, just hit me up. You want to hop on later tonight? I'll be there. Likewise. Here, I got link card here. Easy enough.
Send it to me, that'd be even better.
You have I can scan it or you can scan it?
I've got it. Yeah. I just created it.
There you go. Love it.
I can see it and what it was.
I didn't either until I joined Sub 2. I think it's been around. It hasn't been around too long. So let me disassemble this.
No, thank you very much, man.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Look forward to it.
Awesome. No, I got it. It'll take me a while to get this stuff wrapped up. What do you mean?
Just the entire line was sitting right there.
What are you talking about?
Just your live stream.
Oh no, I'm going home. Yeah. I mean, I've been here since like 8:30. No, wait, I got here at like 9:30. But I'm definitely gonna go home. My original plan was to do this on top of a roof, actually. But then I was like, logistically, it was so. I went up there yesterday. It was so freaking hot, and then it was raining today, and I was like, there's just no way. Yeah, the equipment overheated because I had my computer out there for 30 minutes. I was like, this thing's getting way overheated. And then I was just like, it's just not feasible. I didn't know health-wise if I was even going to make it to be that long. So I might as well do it while I'm at home and like still be safe. You know? I've never tried staying up this long. So yeah.
Regarding the real estate, like how does that work? Somebody part-time to help. Essentially, yes. Like part-time, not even helping us close out. Essentially,
Yes, we have one of the guys which is like doing it too, CPA. So like he can easily
See, I think maybe even some of that. That's what we just updated our system when I started. Which is like a forecasting instruction software. Yeah. But it's just we're getting to the point now where it's going to end up making sense to have fractional CFO. Yeah.
Have you ever seen anything
General contractor. We do. We're right around like 12 to 13 million this year. Yeah, a lot of municipal jobs,
residential.
Yeah, we don't do a lot of. We started we do residential as well. So we've got two divisions. One's like the dig side, and one's like the CIPP trenchless technology side. That's what the company started as. Was just trenchless technologies. But yeah, no, I joined about going on a year ago. My buddy's been a part of it for 3 years, and then he grew up with a gentleman that started back in 2010. When he started, they were at right at $1.5 million. He got them to roughly right around 3. When I joined, they were getting ready to do 6 million. Now we're at 13. So our goal is just to steadily keep growing. So we're like the word fractional CFO has been around. So Andrew.
Oh yeah, I actually wrote mine down so people just take a picture of it. Do you have one? Oh, you have a card.
This would be better if this
Awesome. It's funny, I knew exactly what you're talking about with the main for lateral because our sewer district, they had ponds in the street, and they had to pay for it, the government's gonna pay for it.
I'm going to take down my speaker or my microphone, so I'm going to be wrapping up here in the next 10, 15 minutes. Not going to be super excited to watch here. And then I will get back in my car, start driving home. Then it'll probably be 20 to 30 minutes me getting set up. I got to eat dinner, but I'll still be broadcasting while I'm doing that. And then we're going to start hammering hard in real estate. So if you want to learn, I'd say probably not going to get, I mean, if you want to watch a shit show for the next hour, by all means, watch the shit show. But if you want to learn some stuff, I'll probably start around 9 p.m. or a little bit after that, just giving you a heads up.
Some stuff I'll forget.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming. All right. So we're getting packed up.
Yeah. No, just kidding. You're like, I'm married, you're the business partner. I was wondering if my.
All right, we got to get this whole production wrapped up.
Yes. Make sure you're it's gonna stay.
Yeah.
All right, so I got to plan this better than I did this morning. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be a little bit more intelligent. I'm going to be learning. I'm going to get my car packed up first before I try to jump on the live with my phone, because logistically that just makes more sense. So I'm going to get packed up, and then I'll come back for my computer, my phone, and then I'll jump on the live with my phone. Okay, throw this in the trash.
And you can get one like, you can get one like right here. Like it's $11. There's a few ones that are like exclusions.
Yeah.
I got 3 different ones.
Let's start loading up my car. I will be right back.
I will be right back. I was. Yeah, that's. I do, so.
That's very hard. I got it 30 minutes ago. Oh. His name is Bo. Oh.
That's.
Right. We'll have that.
He won't be the only male that doesn't have. There, already established.
But.
He doesn't. I know.
Yeah.
Like, I know.
I'll look at.
He's a mini birdie mountain.
That's what I'm
So.
I got the one new.
He is the, this color comes from the pool.
Yeah.
The Bernie.
Yes, that's part of the, we were trying to wrap up. Be involved or be part of it.
This color would have been.
It's a nice red. It's up with a hospital.
Because he's not friendly, like,
Yep.
he's not like, oh.
Yeah, the night work for. That's why.
He's the perfect.
Yeah.
But
If I
then
can
they
keep my
want
card,
to be-
just in case.
And he was
I'll
making
get
the thing.
this.
That's so
And
good.
then.
Yeah.
But.
That's the first.
Wait, but also.
I say it's like, he's a better drug character than I am.
Yeah.
So I said, because it's.
Absolutely. Yep.
Oh.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm talking about 11 is leak party. Yeah, but when you're talking to efficiency.
He's like, now it's, he's like, he's like, people are wrong.
I was.
Yeah. Is it a mini version?
He's a regular.
Oh.
He's like. Yeah. But so his dad or his mom was a regular parents, and then his dad was a lady.
Well, listen, you had another big question, but sometimes you can understand. Now it's like, well, like,
But then he came up and I was like, and then he kind of turned.
All right. So we have people still hanging out here. So I'll be wrapping up here in a few minutes. I need to be the last one to leave. So let me catch up on some DMs. Let me see where we're at here. Okay, I'm freaking tired already. It's only 8 o'clock. It's pretty sad.
All right, I'll see you next week. Catch up later. Yes. I need to figure out. Oh, yeah. Sure. Yeah, that's my partner. So, what would the contract be? I'm gonna try to probably have it done in 3 or 4 months. So like, see, that's one thing. It's right there. See? Exactly. I'll show down. What would that look like? See, contact position.
Cool.
So you get a link on the property. But that's why I say I make much. Saying I make like so it's not me, it's just an interest rate. So I like this guy, I'm paying 3 points, 14%.
We've done others where they ask for 10%.
I sent you some.
Yeah.
All right, so I got some friend requests that I need to look at. Okay.
Oh, it's right here.
I've seen cases.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we could do a JV kind of thing. And without the capital, figure out the split on property. Got it. I hope we did it. I'm learning the word.
I feel like my cognitive abilities is already declining, which I didn't estimate, or I didn't. Wait, I'm confused. What's going on? What, Kristen? What? I saw you. What time is it? Oh, that's right now. I saw you. I was thinking. Oh, I love it. Maybe your friends can cheer me on late at night as I fight the urge to collapse. Okay, so it's only 8 o'clock. I've been getting an extra hour or two of sleep every night this week to try to prepare for today. I didn't realize how exhausting it is to talk for, which is almost now 16. We're almost approaching 16 hours. I'm halfway through, almost. I didn't anticipate it be so draining to be talking, or at least feeling like I need to perform the whole time. that has been pretty draining. So like normally I'm not this tired at 8 o'clock at night, but I am pretty tired. Pretty tired. Thank you. Appreciate it. You're the first to go to bed and you're in bed already. So I take it you will not be up late at night. My wife said, yeah, going live is exhausting. When I used to go live on TikTok, I was exhausted for an hour. Yeah. This is, I was going to say, I packed my camera already. This would be good content for me yawning, but I have a feeling that won't be my last yawn. So I'm just waiting for people to leave on the meetup, and then I'll be headed back home. There's actually a decent amount of people that showed up. I was kind of surprised. Yeah, I could never be a teacher. Yeah, so I rationed out my caffeine, and I only took 1 scoop, and that may be part of the problem. I usually take 1.5 scoops of Spark in the morning, and I only took 1 scoop. I don't think it would make me this tired. I think that live has really drained me a lot, and I don't even know what I was saying. Yeah, the live has drained me a lot, so I can comfortably take 3 scoops, so 330 milligrams of caffeine in a day and be perfectly fine. I may need to do more. I don't know, to make it through the night. But I intentionally took 1 so I could ration it off. So what I'm going to do when I get home, I'm going to take half a scoop. Let's see. We'll figure out what time I get settled in, and then we're going to start taking a half a scoop of caffeine every couple of hours, maybe every 4 hours or so, and then kind of just like slow dosing it. I may have to do some workout stuff to try to do, to try to keep up. What would you say is stupid early? Because I started this broadcast this morning at 4:15 a.m. Big when you get home, calf up. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be doing that once I get home. Oh my gosh. You should ask my wife what she thinks of my my sleeping patterns on alarms. I'm sure she would have a lot to share about how big of a fan she is with my alarms. Well, maybe you can keep me. Well, I guess she's going to sleep. Taylor's going to sleep soon. But I do enjoy the company. It really is what we do. Yeah, so if you didn't know, I snooze through a lot of my alarms. I do have to admit that. For some reason, subconsciously, I think I'm getting extra sleep when I'm like, oh, I'll just sleep a little bit longer, and then just, I don't know why I do it. I just can't stop. No idea. I gotta make sure I got everything with me. I think I have everything. I think I'm ready to go. Kristen would hate my alarms. I have 6 or 7 set every 5. That's exactly what I do. My husband wants to kick me out of bed. She doesn't really get mad at me lately because I think she's just not really waking up in the morning like she used to. She used to be a really light sleeper. Maybe she's just learned to ignore it. I don't know. But she'll get mad at me if I don't get up. What she really gets mad is when there's people staying in the house and then I have my alarms going off because she wants to be considerate of other people. So, which I understand that. End of the world alarm. I don't know what the end of the world alarm is, but I may have to use that to keep me awake tonight. Likewise, hope to see you guys next month. Appreciate you coming. What is the end of the world alarm? Thank you. Bye. All right, we're making our way to leaving. Not quite ready yet. It's the burr. Oh, I think that is my default one, and it's because it's my default one. Usually, if I mix it up and use a different alarm, I will respond to that one better. I'm like programmed to like fall asleep to that alarm. Yeah, love it. So we're at 7 hours and 47 minutes on this live. Just so you know, Facebook will drop my live at the 8-hour mark. So that's why this is part 2 of 32. I did the first 8 hours, so this is part 2. And usually what might happen is, so what's weird is if I close my computer, it will drop the stream, even if I'm on the stream on my phone. So I have to keep my computer open, and I was trying to hotspot to my computer. There's hotspot from my phone to my computer and connect that way so I can stay live and broadcasting, because if the host leaves, then it shuts down. And there's no way for me to, oh, you know what? I need to log in on my phone because 8 hours is going to pop up while I'm driving. So I need to get logged in to my phone. That's going to be difficult. Let's see. Let me get logged in. It is complicated. It's like a whole production. And plus, I had to take down my equipment, and then when I get home, I got to put it all back. It's a lot of work. Okay, so I gotta. Okay. All right, we're gonna attempt to get out of here. Let me throw away these water bottles. I'll be right back.
Yeah. You send the locations and everything, and if you have a rough budget where you're trying to save, just let me know. If not, I can just trigger. Well, I just need how I can do work that you know what the name's at. Because you don't have stuff like that, right? So we really connect a lot of time.
All right. We're on the move. How do I do this? And also on my stream, I can't post to Facebook. So good thing that you're on. Well, I'm kind of talking in my responses, but I can't post comments to Facebook. I can only see them, but I can post to YouTube.
We do. Actually, we just finished a project for Jeff. We also
I'll be right back.
It was like their main contract. Lucky enough to be a partner. So it was cool. Then I got the opportunity to be a partner at SLB, and I was trying to take it off. Yeah, appreciate it. It's big. It's
Oh,
that's awesome. That's why this real estate is really killing me. I'd like to show you that value and maybe every one day we park this week. Yeah, I told you. Yeah, 401k or whatever.
Yep. 100%.
Trying to put that money to work. What I'm trying to do.
Just
sitting there doing
Heck yeah, cards and no, appreciate you.
All right, see you guys later.
Yeah.
I'll see y'all next month. Yeah, see you.
All right, guys, let's get on the road here. Okay, so this is where the shit show starts. I'm gonna get on my phone, and plus the stream is gonna end in 8 minutes. I almost feel like I should stay here, but I don't really want to stay here. So we're gonna enter the studio. Okay. All right. Some of your destinations have errors. Okay, so we're still streaming on Facebook. We're still streaming on YouTube. Okay. I think we should be good. So now let's take this to the road. Wait, did I miss a light? I feel like I still missed a light. Hold on. Where's the light switch for this? Okay. Ready to rock and roll. All right. Trying to convince Mundo to invest in a beach house in Fort Morgan. Where is Fort Morgan? This is all right. We're keeping this stream live. Oh, we're trying to. I'm so hungry. I turned my Bluetooth off. Oh, I can't leave this actually. Okay. All right. Well, let's just let it ride. So we are on our way. This is, let's see. Oh, near Gulf Shores, Alabama. I like that. Oh wow, I got a fan club here. This is awesome. Chris has got more friends than I do, so it makes sense. It's hard for me to read the comments while I'm driving.
really tired. I'm exhausted. My tire pressure's low. Still going to be pushing forward. I did a poor job at filming content. I was hoping to film this and turn this into like, okay, I'm going to pretend I didn't read that comment. I was hoping to turn this into like a YouTube video. I still might be able to. I think I can create enough entertainment in the late night jam sessions to where I can make this work. So I want to create a YouTube video of me just like behind the scenes, and just like talking about the challenge and doing the challenge, that kind of stuff on my computer, on doing this 32-hour live. You know, really get my money's worth, right? So my voice hurts already a little bit. So we'll see how it works. I mean, there's gonna be time where like if we get to like once we get to like 3, 4 a.m., I'm probably not gonna be talking at all because no one's gonna be watching. So I'm gonna conserve my voice and not talk when people are. So I suspect it's gonna be popping around 9 a.m. tomorrow, because people are going to be curious on like, is this crazy dude still alive, or did he like die on the table while on live? That's probably going to be the number one question people are going to ask. So I feel like we had a pretty good meetup. I mean, it was awesome. Got to talk about a lot of different stuff. I was secretly hoping I could call a lot more agents so I could like discreetly get more work done. But I only made 2 calls, but I feel like they were good calls and people learned from them, so that was good education from that. Okay, I'm confused how Taylor's on stage. I don't know what that means. Oh wait, maybe your comments on stage. Okay. Oh yeah, no, it's hard. I haven't used this from my phone. So I'm on StreamYard. StreamYard helps broadcast to Facebook, YouTube, and LinkedIn. But LinkedIn, I believe, has like a 4-hour time cap. So it doesn't broadcast for psychopaths like me very long because it'll continuously expire. And then, we got a 10-second countdown. My Facebook is going to go dark. So I'm going to end this stream and start part 2. I might even pull over. Okay, so we've crossed the 8-hour mark. Maybe it takes a minute or so for it to say that my Facebook connection broke. But once it does break, I will switch and go live to another platform. Or I'm sorry, to my part 3 of the stream. So it looks like we're still on Facebook. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see. Air? Okay, Facebook is on. Alright, so I'm going to end this stream. Let me see if I can find a place to pull over. I don't know. I wish I knew what broadcast on TikTok. That'd be cool. I haven't figured that out. Maybe I should try to figure that out. I don't think there is a TikTok stream actually. I don't know. Good question. Let me look this up. Can I add a stream? No. All right. I'm ending this stream and I'm going to restart part 3 of the 32-hour live, so I'll be right back.